He kicked open the courtyard door and walked inside. Inside, he saw two figures leisurely seated, one cross-legged with a sword laid across his thighs, eyes closed in contemplation. The other was painting, brushstrokes sweeping over paper. At that moment, both were startled by the sound of the breaking courtyard door and looked towards Li Tiangang. Ren Qianqin immediately recognized Li Tiangang's appearance, was startled, and hastily stood up, saying, "Uncle." The Li Hao of the shadow sat in front of his painting, frowning slightly. The memories he had inherited were few, most of the time spent painting or playing chess in an old and empty courtyard, gazing up at the stars in solitude. Occasional glimpses of some faces were those of women clad in fine silk brocade. He found the face before him somewhat unfamiliar, yet it stirred a sense of recognition. Still, instinctively, he felt a profound repulsion. "This is the general's residence, who allowed you to intrude?" The Li Hao of the shadow's expression grew colder as he set aside his brush, stood up, and assumed a battle-ready stance. The command left by Li Hao to his shadow copy was to defend Kenya City to the death. Such leisure indeed. Li Tiangang, upon seeing Li Hao's division painting, couldn't help but feel an urge to laugh. Even his division had the same temperament? "Do you know who I am?" he asked with an icy face. "Whoever you are, you need to follow my rules in this place," the Li Hao of the shadow declared in a cold voice. "Does the division really have no memory?" Li Tiangang furrowed his brow. The martial Dao division skill was rare indeed, and he had some understanding of it. It was an external incarnation, very difficult to condense and control, but the final result was rather ordinary. After all, if a division could inherit just 1/10 of the original's power, that was already quite good. And if you cultivated other cultivation techniques with the same difficulty, your power could increase by 1/3, which is several times more efficient than relying on a division. The only benefit of a division was that it could help with some minor tasks. However, for the powerful, there was no shortage of servants to order about unless it was to handle some private matters. When it came to fighting, a division was rather insignificant. If Li Hao was still by his side, he would never approve of him wasting time on such a cultivation technique. But he was already accustomed to Li Hao's character. He couldn't even control him in chess or painting, let alone what cultivation technique he practiced. "You followed Hao here. Do you know if there's a life and death connection between his division and the original?" Li Tiangang asked Ren Qianqin standing beside him. Ren Qianqin looked anxious and said, "I'm not very clear about the young master's affairs." "Aren't you his personal maid?" Li Tiangang frowned. "But I never inquire into the young master's affairs," Ren Qianqin said, looking down. Li Tiangang huffed coldly in annoyance and then addressed the Li Hao division before him. "Your original is trapped in the Mo River. Do you know that? Can you sense it? Is there a life and death connection between you and the original?" "This is my business, there's no need to answer you. Please leave, or don't blame me for being impolite," the shadow aspect of Li Hao said. Li Tiangang wanted to laugh in annoyance. "I'm the Marshal of Liangzhou. Heavenly Gate Pass is under my jurisdiction. I make the calls here. You're telling me to leave? You can be in the city, but not in this courtyard," the shadow aspect of Li Hao said, frowning. Li Tiangang's eyes flashed with cold anger. "I've come to fetch you, to see if you can inquire into your original situation, and you want to send me away?" "Qianqin, see the guest out," the shadow aspect of Li Hao said with a chilly face. Ren Qianqin hesitated and looked at Li Tiangang with uncertainty. "Uncle, why don't you wait for the young master to return before discussing this? Where do you get off speaking here?" Li Tiangang gave her a cold glance. This glance pierced like a sword, causing Ren Qianqin to turn deathly pale, stumbling backwards. The expression of the shadow aspect of Li Hao changed abruptly, with cold light overflowing in his eyes. With a gesture of his hand, the dragon's sword, previously sheathed where Ren Qianqin had been seated cross-legged, unsheathed with a roar, emitting a golden dragon's cry. The divine sword gathered its might and slashed down without hesitation. Li Tiangang's eyes flashed with anger, and he slapped out his hand, shattering the golden light on the sword, but his own face suddenly changed color. The might of this sword far exceeded his expectations, much stronger than he had imagined. He took 2 steps back and had to stop himself with a deep breath. "Are you the original or a division?" Li Tiangang raised his head, looking at Li Hao before him with a mix of shock and doubt. The gaze of the shadow aspect of Li Hao was cold, with the golden light of the sword standing horizontally before him. He said, "If you linger further, I will treat you as an intruder." Li Tian-gang's face turned ugly upon hearing those uncompromising, icy words. I'd like to see how you plan to deal with your father. Li Tian-gang clenched his fists, his aura becoming visible. Just then, a figure like a gentle breeze suddenly descended, appearing between Li Tian-gang and Li Hao as if by teleportation. Haven't you caused enough trouble? The voice that carried was sharp and cold as Feng Boping stared at Li Tian-gang with icy eyes. Feng Boping had sensed Li Tian-gang's arrival from the beginning and had moved from the courtyard to the clouds, trying to conceal his presence. But seeing him clash with Li Hao's division, he could no longer remain seated. Hao is currently trapped in the Mo River, a level of Nether River where life and death are uncertain. Do you really intend to kill his division here? Feng Boping said in a chilled tone. You are. Li Tian-gang's gaze sharpened as he saw Feng Boping appear so suddenly. He had long been aware that there was a 4-stands realm expert assisting Li Hao, allowing Hao to stand his ground upon his arrival at Heavenly Gate Pass. It must be the person before him. He scrutinized the newcomer, and his expression suddenly changed, exclaiming angrily. You're the thief saint? Feng Boping had originally avoided revealing himself by staying away from the courtyard, as the only people in the vast Li family he was related to were no more than Li Hao and Li Musho. Stepping forward now was a reluctant move, but since he had decided to show himself, he was prepared for his identity to be exposed. It's me. So it's you who has been following Hao in secret? Li Tian-gang was somewhat shocked, his eyes wide with anger. What are your intentions? What are you planning? Feng Boping replied with a cold laugh. Without me, your son wouldn't even have made it to Heavenly Gate Pass. Do you know, the moment he stepped out of the Li house, how many pairs of demon eyes were viciously fixed on him? You pushed a 14-year-old child out the door. Do you know what he's carrying? He's bearing the wrath of all the demons your Li family has provoked over the past 1,000 years. He's carrying that hatred for your Li family. Without me, your son would have been dead long ago. You ask what my intentions are? My intention is to keep him alive, to let him live with his spine straight. Li Tian-gang retorted angrily, but if not for you, Hao wouldn't even have dared to leave the Divine General Mansion. It's your protection that made him so bold, enabled him to defy me like this. Feng Boping was provoked to laughter, saying, even if he chose to remain in the Divine General Mansion just to scrounge by and save his own life, so what, would he listen to you? During your decade-plus absence in Northern Yan, has your son ever lost to anyone else by half a point? Does he need your teaching? Does he? Li Tian-gang, hearing these angry, almost roaring words, couldn't help but pause. Indeed, the separation of over a decade in Northern Yan made him feel guilty about Li Hao. In terms of innate talent, the boy truly wasn't inferior to anyone. But precisely because of that, he needed to be guided onto the right path. You, a thief, naturally wouldn't understand the ethics of our traditions, matters of sovereign and subject, of filial piety. Li Tian-gang stared coldly at Feng Boping, saying, do you think that those who achieve great things can convince the masses with ability alone? Even as an officer or a general, relying on power to suppress your subordinates might work, but on the battlefield, you might just get a knife in your back. The government may be stronger than the people, but the government is like a boat, and the people like water. Although water appears weak, it can overturn the boat. Even the current emperor must adhere to rituals and virtue, balance kindness and severity. What counts sheer bravery? Feng Boping laughed, but it was a cold laugh. Are you talking about yourself? Can't you see, whose banners now flutter uncertainly all over Liangzhou? Whose valor is being praised by countless commoners? Is it yours, Li Tian-gang? Is it the Li family's? Isn't it all achieved by Hao on his own? Li Tian-gang exploded with rage. This is why I came here. Whose battle standard is it? Surely it can't be yours. Feng Boping sneered. Whose name is on the battle standard? That's who made it. Isn't that obvious? Or do you still think there's some other hermit or grand master involved? Even if there were such a person, why would they help Hao? Have you thought about that? Li Tian-gang was momentarily stunned, a multitude of thoughts flashing through his mind. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Seeing him speechless, Feng Boping sneered, even if there is such a grand master, do you think he would help Hao for the sake of the Li family? If your Li family had such influence, then why, having lost 6 out of 9 sons in battle, has there never been such a grand master to offer help? Li Tian-gang's complexion turned unsightly, but he also realized that what the other party said was not entirely unreasonable. Really, Hao made it himself? Li Tian-gang stared at him, suppressing his anger as he asked. Feng Boping let out 2 cold laughs, but did not answer. Li Tiangang, seeing his reaction, took no offense but instead felt a stir of surprise and excitement in his heart. If it was truly crafted by his own son, no matter how he came to possess such a secret technique, just having that ability meant what was there to worry about the demons at the frontier passes of the various states in the future? If they could mass-produce such standards, with the Li family's reputation, it would surely be enough to defend the entire Dayu divine dynasty. Is it really your own work? Li Tiangang's gaze shifted past Feng Boping to look at Li Hao's split form. The shadowy Li Hao spoke with a cold gaze, "It's none of your business, get out." Although he knew the person before him was only Li Hao's split form, and didn't recognize him, seeing someone with his own son's face talk so rudely still ignited a spark of resentment in Li Tiangang's heart. Feng Boping's eyes were cold as he said, "What's the point of these questions, with Hao Er's life in question? Even if he did create it, what of it? If he's dead, everything is gone." Li Tiangang's face paled slightly, his voice cold. "The heritage of the Li family is beyond your comprehension. With my fourth uncle there, he knows the Dragon City Mo River not just like the back of his hand, but is also quite familiar with it. Hao's own combat ability is not lacking, so being careful, he won't encounter trouble. I've already stationed hundreds of thousands of troops outside Dragon City Mo River, just waiting for them to emerge, then we will escort them back. You, a thief, a vagrant person, what do you know about connections, about heritage?" Feng Boping's lips trembled slightly with anger, but he held back any rebuttal at the tip of his tongue. He too hoped that the foundation of the Divine General Mansion was indeed as Li Tiangang claimed, powerful enough, so that Hao would return safely. "Hopefully your Divine General Mansion truly lives up to its renown." Feng Boping snorted coldly and flicked his sleeve. "I can't be bothered to argue with a junior like you. Just mind yourself. If you want to fight, this old man will accompany you, but don't even think about hurting Hao Er again. Back then, outside the Divine General Mansion, I didn't show myself because I didn't want to smear the Li family's name. Now, here, it's no longer your turn to be rampant. So, I should thank you, should I?" Li Tiangang sneered and said, "You, a thief who commits evil everywhere, who instructed you, who gave you benefits to meddle in the affairs of the Li family? It was you who led Hao Er astray, wasn't it?" "Ha." Feng Boping was so angered he laughed, saying, "Hao and I hit it off from the first meeting. You say I'm the one instigating? Isn't it? If not for you, Hao Er would still be in the Divine General Mansion by now. When he left the city and encountered the demon attack, he would have been brought back by Li He." Li Tiangang's cold voice said, "You keep saying it's for Hao Er, but that's a matter between father and son. When did it become your place to intervene? What standing do you have to get involved in the affairs of the Divine General Mansion? And Hao Er is also the Li family's next true dragon. What are you plotting?" Feng Boping's cheek twitched slightly, wanting to rage, but the words, "When did it become your place to intervene?" extinguished the retort that had come to his throat. Thinking of his life wandering without roots, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. "No matter what you think, the infamy I carry in this life is more than just this. It's nothing more than the chirping of noisy insects." Feng Boping's expression calmed down, just quietly staring at Li Tiangang. "But today, as long as I'm here, you won't even think about harming Hao Er. Do you really think you can compete with me?" Li Tiangang narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm not unreasonable. If it weren't for the fact that you did indeed protect Hao Er, I would have arrested you and sent you to the imperial prison long ago. Is that so? Then try it. That would be a great achievement, at least enough to have your peerage raised from a third-grade duke to a second-grade one." Feng Boping's mouth curved up slightly, saying derisively, "I've long wanted to experience the Li family true dragon's methods." All of a sudden, the dragon's sword vibrated and floated in front of Feng Boping. The hilt faced Feng Boping, but the tip pointed towards Li Tiangang. Dark Li Hao, sensing the escalating power between the two, took a step to stand beside Feng Boping, coldly saying, "Trespassers will be killed without mercy." Li Tiangang's face changed instantly upon seeing the floating divine sword, and seeing Li Hao stand by Feng Boping in defense. His expression turned ugly, a surge of blood fury flashing in his eyes. "Say that again?" Feng Boping, aware of the power Dark Li Hao was summoning, glanced again at the divine sword floating before him, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, but he quickly subdued it and said in a low voice, "Hao Er, just stand guard here for me. I'll personally find out and show him if the so-called thief can shake the Li family's true dragon." Taking a step forward, he addressed Li Tiangang, "Li Tiangang, do you dare to step outside and put yourself to the test with me? HMPH, a sneaky rogue thief also dares to talk to me like that. Li Tiangang's eyes were fixed on him, and in the next moment, the silhouettes of the two men disappeared from the courtyard in an instant. Feng. Ren Qianqin saw Feng bopping and Li Tiangang disappear, her face changing instantly, unable to help herself from calling out anxiously. But the heavens and earth were silent without a trace of them, only a surging sound coming from a far distance. Both intended to avoid Kenya City and in the blink of an eye had sped off countless miles away. Swoosh, dark Li Hao took a step and chased after them. Young master, Ren Qianqin was anxious, but could only see the dragon's sword turn into a beam of golden light following Li Hao's figure, disappearing into the sky. Outside Liangzhou territory, by the Dragon City Mo River, as Li Hao's body tore apart and vanished, he felt his consciousness being ripped to shreds as well, merging into the universe, then melting away bit by bit like accumulated snow. The more he melted, the weaker his consciousness became. The feeling was extremely peculiar and terrifying, as if something was slowly eating away at him. Darkness, coldness, dampness, silence. All sorts of unsettling sensations closed in, and Li Hao tried to struggle, but he was like a salted fish nailed to a chopping board, utterly powerless to move. His world became blurry, the light dim. In his vanishing vision, Li Hao saw Li Tianzong and Li Shaoran's anguished roars, but it seemed they couldn't see him. Their gazes did not focus on his consciousness, but rather mourned to the vast cosmos. Li Hao wanted to say goodbye with a smile, but he had no body left. The darkness closed like a shut window, engulfing the last streak of light. Li Hao felt his consciousness disintegrating, as if plummeting into an endless abyss. My superfluous life ends here, does it? But at least in dying, I seem to have done one last good deed, marking a fitting end. Li Hao thought to himself, feeling a chill envelop him in the darkness, while the sound of the river's clear flow seemed close at hand. At the same time, a voice seemed to rise from the depths of his heart. Don't you want to go home? It was less of a voice and more like a thought that emerged from within. Home. Li Hao's thoughts drifted, floating to that grand, empty courtyard, then out from the courtyard, over countless mountains and rivers. Floating toward Heavenly Gate Pass, to the small fenced courtyard, then down Dragon Pass Road, past blossoming flowers along the way. Where is home? This journey was filled with snowstorms and clear skies. The landscapes changed, but the laughter and cheer that accompanied him did not. He had no home, but he had friends. Li Hao sighed softly in his heart, feeling regret and guilt. He could no longer accompany Feng to fish, nor had he managed to help Qianqin refine her swordsmanship to step into the realm of Grandmaster. That young girl had followed him through thick and thin, enduring much hardship. And the little white fox, that little guy would have to find his own food from now on. Area, Day. Yuan Zhao. Li Hao sighed softly again, feeling the chill in the darkness disappear, his consciousness growing weaker and weaker. Was it because he was about to die that he could no longer feel anything? Li Hao's consciousness kept sinking, but as he fell deeper and deeper, suddenly, there seemed to be a warm sensation emerging from his chest. Li Hao, whose consciousness was about to fade into slumber, gradually became alert again. Looking down, he saw a crimson light emanating from his chest, growing brighter and stronger, as intense as thick blood plasma, illuminating the darkness, enveloping his consciousness. Following that, Li Hao saw the darkness gradually dissipate bit by bit. When the darkness faded, he found himself in front of a thatched hut. Next to the hut, an old man in tattered robes, turned away from him, was busily doing something in front of him, piling something up. Li Hao looked up to see a mountain before the thatched hut. The old man was moving a mountain, or rather, he was building a mountain. Li Hao froze. Where was this, and what was the situation before him? As Li Hao puzzled, the old man seemed to sense something. His moving hands suddenly stopped. Then, the towering mountain before his eyes began to tremble slightly, and promptly, it cracked open to reveal a massive gap, before collapsing with a thunderous roar. Li Hao instinctively wanted to dodge, but the falling rocks plummeted straight down, as if opening a bottomless pit beneath the mountain, swallowing the entire mountain. Li Hao was stunned, staring at the old man, a stranger's face, who was also staring indifferently back at him, expressionless. Don't you want to go home? After a long while, the old man finally spoke slowly. Li Hao was slightly startled, looking around. He could only see the bright moon, feeling astonished in his heart, vaguely sensing that this place was still within the Mo River. I consider heaven and earth my home, Senior, are you also trapped by this Mo River? Li Hao asked, suspecting that the old man before him was also a soul imprisoned within the Mo River. The old man looked at Li Hao for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile. No wonder I can't keep you trapped with the Mo River. I never expected to encounter someone like you. Having said that, Li Hao's face suddenly changed. Control the Mo River? The old man before him could actually manipulate the Mo River? Li Hao suddenly thought of something and quickly called out to the Mo River in his mind. He saw golden characters emerge before him, coalescing into several messages. Mo River clearance progress, 99%. Main mission, defend Dragon City, completed. Side mission. Growth, completed. Li Hao froze, clearance progress, not reaching perfection. Even such difficult main missions had been completed. Could it be that completing the main missions was not enough to clear the game? As if reading Li Hao's thoughts, the old man seemed to be in a very good mood and said, the so-called main missions you completed can only let you leave this Mo River, to detach from Li Tianzong's obsessions. But to truly clear it, you're thinking too simply. Li Hao was somewhat speechless. The main mission was tough enough, and it still wasn't enough to clear the game. Just how difficult was this ghost-level Mo River? However, now you only need to do one more thing to truly clear it. The old man said with a smile. Originally, this Mo River was at the underworld level, but because my soul wandered here and merged with it, it became ghost level. Now, the power of the river and my obsessions have been broken by you. There's only one last thing left. If you manage to do it, you'll truly clear it. Li Hao's eyes flickered as he asked, what is it? Take me home. The old man said, the souls attracted and detained by this Mo River, because of me, all have deep obsessions with going home. The deeper the obsession, the harder it is to break free. Likewise, people with the same obsession cannot truly clear this Mo River. Even if you complete what you call the mission, if you can't see through this point, if you can't let go of your heart's obsession with home, you won't be able to break through here. He turned, looking at the mountain behind him that had turned to dust, his eyes reflecting a touch of melancholy. My fusion with the Mo River deepened my obsession. For years I've been building this mountain, trying to establish the home in my heart here. Over the years, my obsession caused the Mo River to absorb more and more souls, strengthening its power. The stronger the Mo River, the deeper my obsession became, creating a cycle, trapping me for eternity. Saying this, he chuckled, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Now, the obsession I built has been broken by you. As long as I return to my homeland, I'll be able to rest. The power of the Mo River will completely disappear then. Li Hao listened to his detailed explanation, his eyes darting about, yet he was skeptical in his heart. Was the old man before him really the source of the Mo River's obsession? By that count, he was sort of the final boss, but he seemed rather friendly, far from malevolent. You don't have to be wary. The Mo River is already collapsing, and the souls are scrambling to escape. In a moment, I'll let your consciousness return to your body, back outside the Mo River. I will shrink myself and take refuge within your body. The elder said, once you take me back to my ancestral home, I will dissipate completely, otherwise, I will take root in you. As time passes, the power of the Mo River will grow stronger again, and it will return to its current state. Therefore, you don't have much time left. Hearing this, Li Hao began to believe what the other party said. Return to the outside of the Mo River? If he could return to his body, everything could be verified. Moreover, if it was an illusion or something, he could test it through his physical body panel. Thinking about these things, Li Hao said, then you send me away first. Suddenly thinking of something, he quickly added, wait, can you also send out the one who came in with me? The elder said with a smile, of course, he has been here many times, but his obsession is too deep. He will never be able to pass this place. Even if he truly comprehends the path, it would be impossible for him to get through. Additionally, I will also send out the soul of Li Tianzong, but don't think that by passing through the Mo River he will be truly freed. You're thinking too simply, the elder added. This is a ghostly level Mo River. The souls here have long been corroded. Even if they pass through, they will dissipate, he continued. The elder said, but I am able to use the remaining tiny bit of power from the Mo River to let him temporarily maintain his form, at least, to let him truly return home for a glance. Li Hao was stunned. So, that grandfather, even if he returns to the ancestral shrine, can't stay forever? Just to be able to take a look back home. Li Hao's expression turned somewhat ugly, but he knew it was something he was powerless to change for now. If you are ready, I will take you both out of here, the elder said quietly. Li Hao nodded slightly. In an instant, Li Hao felt the scenery around him shift as if the stars were moving, countless mountains and rivers flowed past, his vision became blurry, and he finally plunged into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, bursts of light appeared. At the same time, an odd scent of trees and grass wafted over. When Li Hao opened his eyes, he saw towering ancient trees, as colossal as steep mountains, which would take hundreds of people to wrap their arms around one. Where is this? Li Hao was puzzled. This did not seem to be the strange rock-filled mountain valley outside the Dragon City Mo River. How? Just then, two astonished and joyful voices, mixed with disbelief, rang out beside Li Hao. Li Hao turned to look and saw Li Xiaoran standing dumbfounded beside him. Next to him, a shadowy figure floated. It was Li Tianzong, who also looked utterly astonished. You're still alive, Li Xiaoran, upon seeing Li Hao, rushed over excitedly and embraced him tightly, as if feeling the reality of Li Hao's physical presence. Afterward, he grabbed Li Hao's shoulders and looked him up and down. Upon seeing a cluster of red light on Li Hao's chest, he quickly asked, "Are you okay? What's this?" Li Hao looked down and saw the strange red light emanating from his chest within the Mo River. Even Li Hao was wondering what it was, and now, on looking down, he saw his clothes were stained red. He opened his clothing to look and saw two broken jade pieces glowing with a bloody light wrapped in his clothes. It's dragon blood jade. Li Tianzong's valorous soul, seeing this, lightly gasped, a hint of surprise on his face. Was this bestowed by Emperor Yu? Li Hao was also stunned. He hadn't expected the thing emitting the red light to be the precious jade he'd worn since childhood, given to him by that emperor shortly after his birth. This, Li Hao dumbfoundedly picked up the two broken pieces of jade. Li Tianzong gazed at them for a long while, then sighed deeply and said, "The Li family has received Emperor Yu's grace. Little Nine died unexpectedly in battle, but fortunately, Emperor Yu preserved the true dragon bloodline of the next generation for our family. You must always remember this kindness from Emperor Yu." Li Hao was startled. This dragon blood jade saved me? Ever since he was awarded the jade, he had worn it since childhood. It simply felt warm and provided heat, warding off the cold and slowly nourishing his body. Compared to these effects, it usually symbolized one's identity more. Yes, not many know the secret of this jade. It was made by a true sage of the Gondao Palace. There are rumors that it has the rebellious power of a defying fate realm strongman sealed within. This jade has the effect of reversing life for a person. In a desperate situation, it's akin to a second life, Li Tianzong explained. Li Hao was astonished. The rebellious power of the defying fate realm was sealed within? What kind of method was this? A defying fate realm strongman, upon sensing life and death, could defy the heavens and change fate, and if encountering an instant kill, it would also trigger automatically to defy death for oneself. He had never heard of a method that could plunder the power of defiance from a defying fate strongman. This was terrifying. Was this the power of the strongest being of the Deu divine dynasty? And moreover, no one had ever told him how precious this item was. He had almost lost it several times. "It's just misleading fate," said a detached voice at this moment, startling the three of them. Li Hao looked to see that the specter of the Mo River's source of obsession had also appeared nearby, casually addressing them. Even without this jade piece, he wouldn't have died. This young man had already broken the power of the Mo River at the very brink of life and death, with the vigor from his own body flowing in. It's just that the jade detected his fading consciousness and triggered itself. "Who are you?" Li Tianzong's face changed slightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from this stranger, a sensation that made him shudder, as if at any moment, a mere thought from the stranger could doom him beyond redemption. Li Xiaoran also felt the special aura emanating from the elder but didn't experience the same oppressive sensation as Li Tianzong, merely fixating his gaze intently. "You people from beyond the great wilderness, even if I told you my name, you wouldn't recognize it." The elder spoke indifferently, obviously not holding Li Tianzong and Li Xiaoran in high regard. Li Tianzong was slightly taken aback. This familiar address made him think of something. "Senior, where is this place?" Li Hao asked, having already determined that the towering wild trees around them were not where they had entered the Mo River previously. "This is the source of the Mo River," the elder said calmly. "The place you entered before was just an opening to the Mo River. As I said, I wanted you to take me back. Naturally I would lead you to the source. This place is closer to my hometown." As he spoke, he looked toward a certain direction in the distance, a hint of nostalgia and expectation in his eyes, as well as a faint sense of urgency. Li Xiaoran's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Li Hao, saying, "Did you promise him something?" "Yes, he is the source of obsession within the Mo River. I have to take him back, or the Mo River will revive," Li Hao said. Moreover, he had already completed 99% of the task, just one step shy of the final threshold. "Where must he be taken?" Li Tianzong asked eagerly. Li Hao also looked at the elder, now feeling certain that this was indeed beyond the illusion. If that was the case, then the elder's words were probably true. However, such miraculous events were somewhat beyond his understanding. The Mo River could actually be moved, and its source was in fact on a soul of the dead. Great Wasteland Heavenly Realm, ancient the Ji family from the Great Wilderness Heaven. The elder stated indifferently. Upon hearing this, Li Hao and the others all shuddered. Li Hao suddenly recalled what Li Ruming had whispered in his ear about the true dragon contention, the Great Wilderness Heaven, where my mother resides, and she is surnamed Ji. Li Tianzong and Li Xiaoran both contracted their pupils. They were present when Ji Qingqing married into the Li family, and they were aware of the woman's origin since then. The elder before them, his hometown was where Li Hao's mother's family was located. You're a member of the ancient the Ji family from the Great Wilderness Heaven?" Li Tianzong couldn't help but ask. If that was the case, it seemed they could be considered relatives. But the elder before them clearly did not recognize them. "You know of us?" The elder looked at him with some surprise upon hearing this. It seemed he did not expect these outsiders from the Great Wilderness to know of the Ji family's name. Could it be that their Ji family's reputation had spread beyond the heavens of the Great Wilderness? Li Tianzong was taken aback for a moment, about to speak but hesitated, finally asking, "I don't know what your relation is to the Ji family, but do you know of Ji Qingqing?" "You know of Qingqing?" The elder was taken aback, looking at him with slight surprise. Then, as if realizing something, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Considering the time, that little girl should have grown up by now. What, did she come to play in Deu? Hey, with the talent she showed, she probably could easily sweep through the younger generation of the Deu divine dynasty, right?" Saying this, he curled his lip, seemingly a bit proud. Li Tianzong was speechless. They did not know the level of Ji Qingqing's cultivation realm, only that it was not bad. It seemed she had not really shown her full abilities. They had privately learned of her identity at the time of the marriage, and not many knew this secret. After all, many families of the Deu divine dynasty, including other divine general mansions, harbored fear and aversion towards the residents of the Great Wasteland Heavenly Realm. Li Tianzong glanced at Li Hao, wanting to say something, but eventually did not speak. He knew the rules of the Ji family. When Ji Qingqing married Li Tiangong, it was her own decision. If it weren't for seeing their deep affection and righteousness, he as a father would not have agreed. With a silent sigh, Li Tianzong did not say more, but transmitted to Li Hao. "Hao, do you also know of your mother's identity? Later, we will accompany him back together, but we must not stay long in the Ji family, and you must not let anyone know that your mother is Ji Qingqing. I worry they might harm you." Li Hao was taken aback. During his time at Heavenly Gate Pass, he had idly asked Feng about the Great Wilderness Heaven. Although Feng knew little, he did understand that the families of the Great Wilderness Heaven had extremely superior bloodlines, and thus rarely intermarried with outsiders. The union of Li Tiangong and Ji Qingqing was a mutual striving of both parties, and with the protection of the Divine General Mansion's influence, hiding the information about his mother Ji Qingqing had allowed for peace over the years. This was also why after his mother revealed her identity in northern Yan, she could frighten off the Holy Palace, and why she then left. Li Hao fell silent. To go to the Ji family but not be able to recognize his own mother? He vaguely recalled the affectionate and loving gaze of the gentle and beautiful woman looking down at him when he was in his swaddling clothes. "Let's go, it's time to depart," the elder urged. "We're coming too." Li Xiaoran stood up and said. Li Hao snapped back to reality, looking at the two ready to depart with him, and quickly said, "Fourth uncle." He turned to call Li Tianzong, but the words stalled on his lips, uncertain how to address him. If he called him grandfather, wouldn't that imply he still acknowledged that identity? But if he did not address him as such, wouldn't it sadden the man if he knew of his current situation? With the thought of the elder saying he only had enough time to visit home one last time, Li Hao felt a pang of sorrow. After the battle at Dragon City, he knew how strong the elder's desire to return home was. "You go back first." The power of the Mo River has infiltrated grandfather's body. I'm afraid he won't last much longer, Li Hao said. This final journey, he intended not to let the old man suffer any further. Li Xiaoran was startled, involuntarily looking at Li Tianzong. Li Tianzong, however, changed complexion, also aware of his own abnormal state but had not realized it was so serious. That's right, you all hurry along now. This kid alone is enough to take me back, the Ji family elder said impatiently. Big brother, is it really so? Li Xiaoran's eyes suddenly reddened as he looked at Li Tianzong. Li Tianzong was silent. He turned to Li Hao and said, anyway, it's just one glance and not seeing would be fine. Being able to see that I have a fine grandson like you, I am already utterly content. Since I am going to fade away sooner or later, I will pass on this strength of mine to you. Perhaps it will take you to greater heights. Li Hao understood his intention but shook his head slightly. I have yet to grasp the essence of the Tao. Your strength, if given to me, will only enhance the power of my divine soul. It cannot help me break through to the next realm. An increase in the strength of one's divine soul is indeed a great thing, but for Li Hao, practicing certain divine spirit cultivation skills could achieve that. How could he let this old man perish in soul and spirit for something that could be achieved through cultivation techniques? Li Tianzong paused, feeling an urge to cry, but my dear grandson, I have not given you anything yet, and you almost died for me. You have already given. Li Hao looked at him and revealed a hint of a smile, saying, you have acknowledged my paintings, those pleasures I indulge in when I am not attending to my duties. Hearing this, Li Tianzong felt even more sorrowful and said, how minor those things are. My grandson, with your unparalleled talent, do you not deserve praise? Li Hao fell silent for a moment, then smiled again, and said to Li Xiaoran, fourth uncle, please take grandfather back. Be careful on the road. Li Xiaoran, upon hearing that his big brother Li Tianzong was soon to fade away, still felt dazed, somewhat distraught. Coming back to his senses, he said, I understand, however, you must also be careful, and if I don't see you by the time I get back, I'll come looking for you. No need for you to come looking. This kid is much stronger than you, scoffed the Ji family elder. Being the source of the Mo River's persistent obsession, he knew everything that had happened inside and was extremely satisfied with Li Hao's performance. Such talent, even within their Ji family, would be considered exceptional. Fourth uncle, farewell. Li Hao then bade them goodbye. This looks like the border of great wilderness heaven, where demons abound, and their strength is formidable. You should also be cautious, Li Xiaoran said. Li Hao nodded. Get moving now, stop dawdling, the Ji family elder couldn't help urging. Li Xiaoran and Li Tianzong exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that this uncle from their family surely lacked patience. After some more admonitions, entrusting Li Hao with information about the great wilderness heaven that they knew, the Ji family elder, upon hearing half of it, interjected. I will tell the boy along the way. You all hurry along now. Hearing this, the two finally desisted, reasoning that since the other was a powerful member of the Ji family, he would likely guide Li Hao. The group bid farewell. Li Hao, remembering the issue with Heavenly Gate Pass, said to Li Xiaoran, fourth uncle, after taking grandfather back, please also take a trip to Heavenly Gate Pass for me. Greet my sword servant and tell her that I won't be able to return for now, that she along with my avatar will need to hold the fort at Heavenly Gate Pass. He referred to her as the sword servant, not mentioning Feng, mainly because he was worried that the other would not accept Feng's identity. And once the message reached Ren Qianqin, it would naturally be relayed to Feng, who would understand what he meant. Li Xiaoran nodded, thinking of the rumors he had vaguely heard about Li Hao and Li Tiangong. His expression slightly shifted, but seeing his elder brother still present by his side, immediately restrained himself from any reaction. After saying their goodbyes, Li Hao watched Li Xiaoran and Li Tianzong leave together. They followed the main path, determined the direction toward the Deu divine dynasty, then flew off. We should be on our way, too, the Ji family elder said. Li Hao gazed longingly one last time, then withdrew his gaze, nodding slightly. Li Xiaoran flew in a straight trajectory across the wilderness with Li Tianzong. Every few hundred li, they would pause to verify their direction. As they progressed, he finally located their exact position, and couldn't help but reveal a joyous expression. This is the outer boundary of Liangzhou territory. If we look at that path up ahead, we can just pass by Heavenly Gate Pass on our way back. Heavenly Gate Pass? Li Tianzong asked curiously. I just heard Hao mention. Is he in command there? Hao is so young. How can he be allowed to start leading troops into battle now? He's still at the age for cultivation. Li Xiaoran laughed somewhat unnaturally and said, Hao is exceptionally gifted, as you've seen. The pace of his cultivation is astonishing. Starting training early isn't a bad thing. That's true. He's only 15 outside, yet at that place, by 18, he can match the Demon King of the Grand Tao of Peace Realm. Li Tianzong's eyes gleamed continuously as he spoke, showing a mix of excitement and amazement. To have such a descendant in the Li family, I can indeed die without regrets. Hearing him say the words, die without regrets, Li Xiaoran's face shifted slightly, falling silent as he recalled what Li Hao had just mentioned, that his elder brother would only be able to take one last glance before dissolving into nothing. His heart soured as he spoke no more, bowing his head to hasten their journey. Liangzhou, outside Kenya City, hundreds of miles away. Intense shockwaves erupted, as crimson and azure lights clashed in battle, the spilling force vibrating the ground, the residual heat shattering the rocks, and the divine fire dropped from the fight igniting the forest, setting it ablaze with towering flames. Bang! A streak of azure light, like a pagoda, descended heavily, aiming to smash down onto Li Tiangang's head. Li Tiangang's eyes emitted a chilling light akin to divine electricity, and with a sudden slash, he cleaved with a divine saber engulfed in burning flames, the overwhelming divine might vibrating as it rang out, deflecting the azure pagoda. However, he himself took several steps back in succession, his aura erupting, shouting, Order of all things, fire come. Out of nowhere, divine fire materialized in the void, transforming into a fire dragon and pursuing the azure figure. The azure figure retreated rapidly, but suddenly vanished from in front of the fire dragon as if into thin air. Before Li Tiangang could react, a palm pressed down on his chest armor, its force swallowing and erupting, bang. With that, his body was sent flying and brutally smashed onto a mountain peak. Li Tiangang struggled to free himself from the rubble of the mountain, his complexion ugly, his qi and blood churning. He had long heard of the legendary thief Bu Luxing, whose movement technique was extremely fast, and even masters of the ultimate study realm found it difficult to track him, truly living up to his reputation. If I hadn't had to escort Hao to Heavenly Gate Pass and had been unable to leave, I would have beaten you severely back when you were in the three immortal realms. Feng Boping's figure revealed itself ahead, raising his hand again to launch the azure pagoda, suppressing and locking the fire dragon in place, and spoke lightly. Li Tiangang, now in the fourfold Tao Heart realm and a true dragon of the Li family, may not possess martial arts talent as exceptional as Li Junya, was still top-notch among the 9 sons, and outside of the divine general mansion, he was considered a peerless genius. Considering the many contributions the other party had made, Feng Boping did not use his full strength, intending only to teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, you will never have that chance again. Li Tiangang's eyes grew icy as he flicked his divine flame saber, suddenly stepping forward continuously. This time he took 9 steps in one breath, his aura reaching its peak, the emanating momentum comparable to the defying fate realm. Feng Boping's expression turned cold. Do you truly wish to fight for real? Then I shall thoroughly discipline you on behalf of your elders. You are not worthy. Li Tiangang roared furiously, suddenly slashing with the saber, and the void seemed to catch fire. The heat wave swept by the divine saber, withering the vegetation on the ground hundreds of feet below. Guided by the rhyme of the Tao, the light of the saber arrived in an instant, striking down in front of Feng Boping. Yet, Feng Boping's figure vanished abruptly, disregarding the lock of the Tao's rhyme, startling Li Tiangang. With a bang, azure light flickered, Feng Boping appearing behind Li Tiangang like a specter, his self-created heaven and earth traceless skill utilized to perfection, just one step away from entering the peerless technique realm with that technique. A palm vibrated as it descended onto Li Tiangang's back, but suddenly, as if Li Tiangang had eyes on the back of his head, a burst of firelight surged out, condensing into the great flame Luo hand, clashing against Feng Boping's palm. Caught off guard, Feng Boping's complexion shifted, his body retreated, and then he flickered out of sight, reappearing 2 or 3 miles away. His palm was charred black, his veins seared, which, despite regenerating, continued to bleed profusely. The extreme flame intent from the great flame Luo hand burned through his palm into his blood, reaching his heart and lungs, as if he were immersed in boiling water, excruciating pain spreading throughout his entire body. Hey, you've spent your life stealing, what is your higher realm to me? Seeing his opponent wounded and in a tight spot, Li Tiangang sneered, I, Li Tiangang, have fought countless battles, How can you imagine my experience in killing enemies? Feng Boping glanced at his charred palm and then fixed his gaze on Li Tiangang, saying, "Then let's try again." His robes billowed around him, and suddenly his figure disappeared. Li Tiangang's pupils contracted, scanning everywhere, but he lost track of the other's figure and could not see clearly. A whistling sound suddenly came from behind. He sneered slightly, fire converging behind him, but the whistling sound disappeared, only to rush from the side. Li Tiangang's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated that the attack from behind might be a feint, as the opponent had just been thwarted there. Why would he make the same mistake? Therefore, the fire behind him was a deception, his aura pervading his entire body, ready to mobilize at any time. When the whistling came from the side, his power burst forth immediately, the great flame Luo hand striking out. With a resounding bang, suddenly, a massive force struck him from behind, reverberating through Li Tiangang's body, and penetrating sharp forces felt as though they were cutting into his spine, with the pain so severe it felt like his backbone had been slashed. He stumbled forward, swinging his hand back in a furious strike. But the whistling sound had already vanished, and as he turned to strike back, a piercing sound came from in front of him, shaking him once more. Li Tiangang spat out blood, his body flying backward, tumbling down the cliff. But the next moment, he burst out from the riverbed below the cliff, his armor steaming with water vapor ignited by divine flames, angrily looking around. Soon, on a cluster of fallen leaves atop a treetop, he spotted that calm standing figure. Is this the extent of your experience in killing enemies? As for insight into the human heart, I've frequented the secret grounds of all the great sects throughout my life, never failing. How can you imagine? Feng Boping slightly sneered, returning Li Tiangang's words. Li Tiangang's eyes blazed with divine fire, flames rising from his body, and declared, "You're courting death." With a roar, he surged forward, covering 9 steps in an instant, his movement technique unleashing extreme speed as he charged towards Feng Boping. Just then, a dragon's roar came from afar, with a golden sword light whistling in their direction. With a loud bang, sword light cleaved down upon the divine sword, casting out showers of sparks. Li Tiangang turned his head to look and saw the coming clone of Li Hao, his brows almost shooting upright in anger. "You beast, how dare you help this wild bandit to kill your father?" The dark-faced Li Hao's expression was cold and unmoved, only his body erupted with a daunting presence, as he controlled the divine sword to lock onto his opponent, waiting for a gap to launch his attack at any moment. "Hao, get back here." Feng Boping's expression changed slightly when he saw Li Hao approaching, and he quickly said. The clone of Li Hao shook his head slightly, "I cannot let you face the invader alone." Upon hearing this, Li Tiangang could not help but burst into laughter. What an invader! In the midst of talking, his divine flame surged even more vigorously, like a god in fire. He stepped toward Li Hao. "I have tried to be good to you time and again, tried to make amends, but you have disappointed me repeatedly. You really are too disappointing." Feng Boping, seeing the momentum, couldn't help but step forward and angrily shouted. "Li Tiangang, what are you trying to do? Do you want to annihilate Hao Er's clone? If his clone causes a great battle here, should anything happen to his original body, you will regret it." Li Tiangang's angry face faltered slightly, and his stepping forward halted. His face turned ugly, and anger surged through his body, but he held it back. There are many kinds of martial arts clones. Some can live independently but are very weak in combat, sharing memories and merging with the original. Some share the same field of vision with the original, acting as sentinels. Others are constantly connected through bloodline, affecting each other. There are even demon clones that share a life with the original. These clones are very strong in combat, but if the clone dies, the original suffers heavy damage or may even die with it. Which kind of clone Li Hao has, Li Tiangang still couldn't judge at the moment. Seeing that Li Tiangang still had some rationality, Feng Boping also let out a sigh of relief and immediately told Li Hao, "Hao, listen to me and go back." "I cannot leave." The clone of Li Hao shook his head. Li Tiangang, hearing this, almost wanted to laugh out of anger. As a divine general of the Li family, you collude with thieves and protect them, so you are truly a good son of mine. Feng Boping angrily retorted, "Shut up. Hao has not been your son for a long time. Have you forgotten the 3-year agreement when he left the Li family? What right do you have to criticize him? This is a matter for the Li family. Had it not been for you protecting Hao once, I would have dealt with you severely already." Li Tiangang looked at him coldly, if you interfere with Divine General Mansion affairs again, you will not have a good end. I will handle Hao Er's business, and if you don't accept it, I will continue to teach you until you do. Feng Boping said with an angry face. Li Tiangang's eyes suddenly turned cold, about to say something when suddenly a whooshing sound came rushing from the distant horizon. The sound was incredibly loud, causing all three to turn their heads to look. They saw a figure in a dark long robe flying towards them. It's indeed you guys. As the figure flew in and saw Feng Boping and Li Tiangang, his expression changed slightly. Feng Boping, seeing the figure, was also taken aback, but his body relaxed, and he said with a cold face, "You still know to come here. Deal with your nephew yourself." In the midst of talking, he protected the clone of Li Hao behind him, withdrew a step, and moved away from Li Tiangang's side. Li Tiangang, seeing the figure's approach, couldn't help but freeze and changed his expression. "Uncle, how come you are here, the Divine General Mansion?" "Hao Er?" Li Musho however directly interrupted him, looking dumbfoundedly at the clone of Li Hao protected by Feng Boping behind him, his face quickly becoming agitated. "When did Hao Er escape danger? Wasn't he at the Mo River? What about the fourth brother?" Feng Boping sneered, "He hasn't escaped danger yet, this is just Hao Er's clone." Li Musho was slightly taken aback, hearing the word, clone. It was as if a bucket of cold water was poured over his head, cooling down his once excited heart. He looked at Li Tiangang, then swept his eyes around, and his face grew uglier. "I sensed your auras from a distance, what's going on here?" Li Tiangang looked at him, then glanced at Feng Boping, narrowing his eyes. "Uncle, it seems you know this divine thief?" From Feng Boping's attitude, he had deduced the two knew each other. Considering Li Hao was still a child, knowing the divine thief was strange unless the thief had approached him with ulterior motives. But if Uncle was the one who introduced them, it seemed to make more sense. Li Musho's face changed slightly, knowing Li Tiangang's temperament, he sighed silently and nodded. "Indeed, your Uncle Feng and I have known each other for many years. What's going on here? Were you fighting?" Li Tiangang, upon confirmation from his uncle's mouth, only felt a surge of anger rush to the top of his head. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Uncle, I respect you as my father's brother, as my uncle. They say you were reckless in your youth, but are you still so reckless now that you're older?" Li Musho's face turned, saying, "How dare you speak to me like that? Our private relationships have never affected the Divine General Mansion. Is it your turn to teach me what to do? I don't care about other things you do. In these years, you've guarded the Divine General Mansion and contributed to the family. I have seen it all. But to actually make friends with a thief." Li Tiangang was so angry that he clenched his fists, and to lead Hao Er astray, corrupting him. "Uncle, how could you be so muddle-headed?" Li Musho exploded in anger. "Li Tiangang, I need to tell you once more, he's not a thief. A thief steals for himself. A great thief helps the world. Your Uncle Feng's conduct deserves the title of saint. As for the accusation of leading Hao Er astray, it's completely baseless. Hao Er is exceptional. The person who really hurt him is you. Are you saying he robs the rich to aid the poor?" Li Tiangang sneered, "Don't talk to me about Uncle Feng. There are many ways to save the world, like slaying demons, enlisting in the army, defending the borders. Aren't all of these services to the country and its people? Yet he specifically chose to steal?" Feng Boping coldly retorted, "That's right, Li, don't call me uncle anymore. I'm not worthy of being an uncle to the true dragons of the Li family." Li Musho knew his old friend was upset. Seeing Li Tiangang's sneering demeanor, he couldn't help but heave a long sigh and said, "Tiangong, you've trained in martial arts since your childhood, and later led troops in battles. You have too little exposure to the Zhonghu and too much to the temples of power. You don't understand the helplessness behind the world's feuds and resentments. If one could be openly chivalrous, who wouldn't want to leave behind a good name? The world's suffering is endless. You can't experience it all, but you should understand it, rather than looking down with cold eyes from your temple high above." Li Tiangang replied indifferently, considering that he protected Hao Er in the past. "I can spare him. But he must never come close to Hao Er again. You should know, if others find out that our Divine General Mansion is in collusion with the thief saint, how will it look to other Divine General Mansions and to His Majesty?" Li Musho remained silent. He naturally knew this, and that's why he only associated with Feng Boping in private. At first, they were unaware of each other's identities, enjoyed each other's company immensely, and became friends. After revealing their true selves, they realized who the other was. But by then, How could they completely break off their relationship just because of their identities? Despite many reluctances and worries, their friendship didn't wane but instead grew deeper over the years. Hearing Li Tiangang's words now, Li Musho sighed deeply. As a child who was not favored, he harbored resentment, thinking how much better life would be if he were not part of the divine general mansion. Now, he found himself somewhat wishing for that again. However, he now bore too much responsibility and was no longer the spirited youth who could gallop across the Zhonghu, recklessly roaming everywhere without a care. Only you know about my relationship with Feng, and if you don't speak of it, no one will know, Li Musho said. Li Tiangang sneered, Uncle, you should know that paper can't contain fire. Li Musho took a deep breath and slowly said, let's not talk about this now. I came here intending to go to Dragon City Mo River to retrieve Hao. Passing by Heavenly Gate Pass, I thought to have a look here first. How did you end up fighting? What about on the Dragon City Mo Riverside? Bringing Hao back safely is the priority? Li Tiangang said, I was about to ask you, have you checked the situation in Qingzhou before you left? Was your departure secretive? You should know how dangerous Qingzhou would be if people knew you were gone. You can trust me to take care of things, Li Musho said. How is Hao? Li Musho asked. Li Tiangang slightly sneered. He indeed used to be confident, but ever since returning from northern Yan and witnessing all the family affairs, he had become increasingly concerned. Hao has his fourth uncle looking after him there. He should be fine, Li Tiangang said. Unless there are other variables, the situation is currently unclear. I came to the Heavenly Gate Pass to inquire through his avatar, but instead, I stumbled upon this great secret. As he said this, anger surged in his eyes again. Li Musho no longer paid attention to him and instead turned his head to look at Li Hao's avatar. His gaze softened as he asked, Hao, can you sense your original self in the Mo River? The dark side of Li Hao shook his head slightly. I can't sense it. Is it because of the Mo River or something inherent within you? Li Musho quickly pressed for more details. The dark side of Li Hao explained everything meticulously. Seeing how forthright Li Hao was in front of Li Musho, answering all his questions, Li Tiangang's face darkened with a complex feeling that made him both uncomfortable and angry. I'm your father. It was not long before Li Musho had asked all he wished to know and found that the avatar was unaware of Li Hao's true situation. However, through the avatar, he learned that Li Hao's combat strength was extremely strong, no less than that of a demon king of the ultimate study realm, and, using the special methods the avatar spoke of, could even reach the limits of the ultimate study realm. In addition, Li Tiangang asked Li Musho to inquire about the matter of the war flag, and upon Li Musho's questioning, the avatar pondered and then communicated the information to him via mental transmission. Seeing that Li Hao had intentionally avoided him, Li Tiangang's expression turned ugly once again. But all he could do was ask Li Musho via mental transmission, and when he learned that the war flag was indeed personally crafted by Li Hao, Li Tiangang was struck by a wave of shock in his heart, followed by ecstasy. This talent that Li Hao possessed was nothing short of a gift from the heavens. Once Li Hao returned, if he could make full use of this talent, its impact could even surpass the significance of his own martial arts. After all, no matter how strong one's martial arts are, by reaching the Grand Tao of Peace Realm, one can only protect a single state, but if such war flags could be mass-produced, they could shelter the entire Deu divine dynasty. With Hao possessing such strength, along with the fourth child, as long as no unexpected events arise within Mo River, there should be no issues. After Li Musho gathered intelligence from the avatar, his tense emotions settled slightly. But without seeing Li Hao's true body, he still could not relax completely. Second uncle, let's go to Dragon City Mo River now, said Li Tiangang to Li Musho, but you need to hide first to prevent your exposure on the battlefield, which might lead demons to shift their attack to Qingzhou and strike the Divine General Mansion, causing a disaster. I am well aware of that, Li Musho said. Li Tiangang glanced at Feng Boping beside him and then said, additionally, there is one more thing, you must sever ties with this man. Li Musho's expression changed slightly, however, Feng Boping merely frowned slightly and did not speak, instead giving Li Musho a quiet look, as if waiting for his decision. If the other party chose to break away for the sake of the Divine General Mansion, he would not blame him. After all, when they first discovered each other's identities, he had vaguely anticipated such a scene. His own identity was, after all, not on par with the Divine General Mansion. Tiangong, this is a personal matter of mine, don't interfere, Li Musho said coldly to Li Tiangang without looking at his old friend's face. Li Tiangang responded with a cold face, "Second uncle, you should know the consequences if something happens. This is not your private matter, but something that concerns the entire Li family. Do you want the ancestors of the Li family to be shamed because of this?" Li Musho's face changed slightly, looking a bit unsightly. "I have known Feng for 6 decades, and I understand his character," said Li Musho. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Tiangang, who said, "I don't want to discuss his character with you. All I know is that once he gets involved with our Li family, it will be bad for both parties. So what if he's a good person? I can listen to your explanation, but can the world?" Li Musho's expression kept changing. He knew this point, naturally. His explanation was just an attempt to sidestep the issue. "Li, if it really doesn't work out, let's stop associating with each other in the future. Even living in different worlds, we can still enjoy the sun and the moon," said Feng Boping at this point. He knew the consequences once his identity was revealed and did not wish to put Li Musho in a difficult position. Li Musho's body trembled slightly, and turning to look at his old friend, his eyes filled with sadness, he bowed his head and slowly shook it, saying, "I have severed enough ties. I don't wish to sever anymore." Hearing Li Musho's words, Li Tiangang couldn't help but change his expression and immediately called out. "Second uncle." Li Musho lifted his head, gazing deeply at him, and said, "He is my good friend, and even in front of His Majesty, I would say the same. My friendship with him is pure and transparent. I have never asked him to do anything for the Li family, nor has he done anything for our Li family." As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, paused for a moment, and his face turned slightly unsightly. "Except that I entrusted him to take care of Hao but that's your Childa." Feng Boping interrupted, "Taking care of Hao was my own volition. It has nothing to do with whether you entrusted me or not. If you hadn't said anything, would I have neglected Hao just for the 7-year fish Hao cooked for me? I would protect him for life." Li Tiangang's eyes narrowed slightly. 7 years? That means Li Hao has been in contact with this saint of thieves for 7 years already. Thinking of the second uncle's predilections, he immediately figured out the general situation and sighed inwardly. It seems Hao has been influenced since childhood. Keeping Hao at home was my greatest mistake and what I regret the most. Li Tiangang took a deep breath and said to Li Musho, "Second uncle, I won't pursue the matter of your influence on Hao, but now, I, in the name of the true dragon, demand that you sever all ties with him, with no further contact." Li Musho's face changed, and he looked at him with a mix of shock and anger. "You want to command me in the name of the true dragon?" "That's right." Li Tiangang's expression was cold and serious, restraining the anger in his heart. "Second uncle, don't forget what blood flows through our veins and the surname we carry. Even though my father is no longer here to restrain you, the 1,000-year-old family rules of the Li family have been passed down through generations. Do you also intend to defy them?" Li Musho looked at him with a mix of shock and anger, but in the end, his eyes were filled with disappointment. He closed his eyes, and after a long while, reopened them. His gaze was filled with indescribable agony and time-worn sorrow as he said in a low voice, "I've led a wayward life in my earlier years and have done many wrong things. I'm sorry to your father, for leaving him to guard the lonely city alone. I won't break the rules anymore. My life was given by the Li family, and I will let it burn out for the Li family." His body trembled slightly as he slowly turned around to look at Feng Boping. As they gazed at each other, Li Musho's eyes brimmed with tears of blood. "Old Feng." Feng Boping's body trembled slightly, but his face slowly cracked a smile, and he said, "Old Li, how can you cry at such an old age? Haven't I said before, even if we're worlds apart, we can still share the sun and moon. Gatherings and partings are not up to us. Both of us are old enough to accept our fates, just accept Ida." Li Musho's fists clenched tightly, his whole body shaking. His fist, strong and forceful, was known as the fist of a saint. Yet it couldn't shatter the shackles of blood nor break the bindings within his heart. Half a step invincible, yet not truly invincible after all. That half step taken could never be retracted. "Second uncle, this is for the best for both of you. Don't blame me, Li Tiangang, for being heartless." Li Tiangang said solemnly. Li Musho's silhouette was filled with vicissitudes. He said nothing, only silence. Feng Boping gave Li Musho a smile, and then glanced at Li Hao's alter ego, his eyes filled with regret, and said, "But I promised Hao to guard Heavenly Gate Pass for 3 years." "Not necessary." Li Tiangang looked at him, his face not so good-humored, and said coldly, If you truly care about Hao you should know that your notorious reputation, constantly being involved with Hao will only burden him. Do you want to ruin him? In the future, he is to inherit the Li family's true dragon and shine brilliantly. If people find out about his association with you, what kind of gossip will that stir? Feng Boping's cheeks twitched slightly, wanting to retort, but as the words reached his lips, he only chuckled softly. That's true, I'm just a solitary traveler in this world, incomparable to the illustrious divine general mansion. I'm not worthy to reach so high. He self-mockingly shook his head and looked at Li Hao's alter ego, whispering, Hao has grown up and doesn't need someone to look after him anymore. If he can return from the Mo River, no one would dare invade Heavenly Gate Pass. Even if someone did come, this old man is probably of no use, as that would certainly be the existence of a grand Tao of Peace Realm. He talked to himself, then smiled again, looking at the dark side of Li Hao with a kind and tender gaze. Child, from now on, you will have to walk your path alone. Snow and wind, I can only accompany you this far. The dark side of Li Hao looked at him blankly, wanting to speak, yet not knowing what to say. In the end, he only said 2 words, don't go. Feng Boping's lips trembled slightly, but he just smiled, then turned around to look at the vast and boundless world, took a glance around and looked towards the direction of Kenya City. His eyes flickered for a moment, he said nothing, just suddenly stepped forward and disappeared into thin air. Heaven and earth traceless skill, if he wished to leave, no one could keep him. He invented this cultivation technique, and with his martial arts, he could perform it to the utmost limit. A breeze swept by, lifting the corner of Li Musho's robe like a gentle hand, fluttering it, before it fell back down. Li Musho was as silent as a stone, without a single sound. Li Tiangang glanced at him, understanding his second uncle's discomfort, and said softly, Second uncle, we should head to Dragon City Mo River now. I'll go ahead and check on the situation there. Li Musho did not respond, but from afar, a sudden whooshing sound came, accompanied by a voice filled with surprise. Second brother, Tiangang. Hearing this voice, both of them trembled, and even Li Musho sharply lifted his head to look in the direction of the voice. Only to see a figure rapidly soaring towards them, dressed in tattered gray robes like a beggar, hair unkempt and without regard for appearance, but that face, and the knife hanging at his waist, was unmistakably Li Xiaoran. Fourth brother? Li Musho was stunned. Li Tiangang was also taken aback, doubting his own eyes for a moment before concentrating his gaze and really seeing that it was indeed their fourth uncle. He's back? How come he's here? How While Li Tiangang and Li Musho were shocked and astonished, Li Xiaoran noticed the obscured figure of Li Hao beside them and couldn't help but be taken aback, almost letting out a cry of surprise, but quickly, he realized something was not quite right with the Li Hao before him. His aura wasn't as strong. And his clothes were clean and tidy. Where were the signs of the dilapidation from when they had last parted? Previously, when Li Hao was pursued to the Mo River, he experienced the great battle of Liangzhou, his hair tinged with the blood of demons, his clothes torn and tattered from the conflict. Why have you returned alone? Where's Hao Once Li Musho confirmed that it was indeed Li Xiaoran before him, he asked in an urgent tone, eyes widening as if all the blood in his body was tensing up. Coming back to his senses, Li Xiaoran hastily replied, Second brother, don't get excited. Hao is fine. He has just one last step before he clears the Mo River. He's currently on his way to the great wilderness heaven. Upon saying this, he glanced at Li Tiangang, hesitating, unsure if he should continue. After all, the Ji family of the ancient Holy Clan was a sensitive topic. Li Tiangang, who had been campaigning in northern Yan for over a decade and had heard of the events that transpired after the war ended, knew it involved that woman from the Ji family. He went to the great wilderness heaven? Li Musho was taken aback, but upon hearing that Li Hao was all right, his body, which had been rigid with tension, slowly relaxed, and he immediately inquired, the great wilderness heaven is so dangerous, what's he going there for? How long will he be gone? He should be back soon, said Li Xiaoran. He just needs to escort that elder of the Ji family back to their homeland of the ancient Holy Clan. It shouldn't take much time. Upon saying this and seeing the two still eager to ask about Li Hao, he smiled and said, this one beside us, this is Hao's incarnation, right? Yes. Li Tiangang nodded, his expression easing upon hearing that Li Hao was safe, but he couldn't hide the concern that flashed across his face as he thought of that woman, his wife. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that child had gone to find his mother? Previously, during the father-son confrontation in Qingzhou, Li Tiangong later heard that Li Hao had slapped Li Ruming because the latter had insulted his wife, and also spilled the beans regarding the whereabouts of Li Hao's mother. This child. He clenched his teeth, his expression growing tense again, filled with worry. Even he dared not approach the ancient holy clan of the Ji family, not to mention Li Hao. Setting aside Hao Er's matter, look who I've brought back for you, Li Xiaoran said to them. As his words fell, a voice reached the ears of Li Tiangong and Li Musho. Tiangong, the second brother. Hearing this familiar aged voice, Li Tiangong and Li Musho were simultaneously startled, their hearts pounding as they raised their heads in astonishment, only to see a specter-like ethereal spirit drifting from behind Li Xiaoran. Seeing that mighty figure, with its benevolent face, left them staring in disbelief, as if returning from a different era. Dad? Li Tiangong's pupils constricted tightly, he rubbed his eyes vigorously for an instant. Upon seeing clearly once more, all the thoughts that had been in his mind vanished in an instant, as tears suddenly filled his eyes. Dad. His knees gave way, and he knelt in front of Li Tianzong, tears staining his face. It is your unfilial son's fault, my incompetence, I failed to bring you back sooner. Li Musho stared blankly, his eyes reddening slightly, and managed to say, Big brother, have you been freed from Mo River? Li Tianzong quickly lifted Li Tiangong to his feet and with a smile he nodded in response to Li Musho's question, yes, I'm freed now. I can finally go home. Li Musho's aged body trembled slightly, he clenched his fists tightly, biting his teeth and lowering his head. Time seemed to strip away its outer garments, revealing the weathered old man now resembling the spirited young man in brocade from yesteryear, shoulders quivering, head bowed as if to suppress the emotion climbing up his throat, though his voice was choked with sobs. Big brother, it's all my fault back then. I was the one too fond of play, leaving you alone to guard Dragon City. I'm the one who caused your death. All these years, it should have been me suffering in Mo River, it was me. Li Tianzong was momentarily taken aback, then gently raised his palm and patted Li Musho's shoulder. When he saw the tears streaking down the face of the brother he had grown up with, his own eyes grew moist as he softly said, as a true dragon, it was my duty to lead the battle for Dragon City. It has nothing to do with you. Had you been there, it would have only meant we both perished together. Fortunately, you weren't there. I heard from the fourth that the Li family is now relying on you. You are the sea-calming divine needle of the Li family. He said this and chuckled, remember when father punished you, making you kneel in the yard for 3 days and 3 nights? When I secretly brought you food, I told you that aside from me, you would possibly be the most capable one in the Li family. You didn't disappoint me. Li Musho was stunned, looking into his eyes, the brothers locked gazes for a moment. They both wore the guise of old men, yet time seemed to summon a breeze, whisking them back to their youthful desa. Just like in that courtyard, under the blazing summer sun, the elder brother practicing before a wooden stake, and the mischievous younger brother sitting by the pond's edge. His eldest brother's gaze was as tender as it had been in the past, whereas the rebellious second brother turned his head away with crossed arms, showing a face of defiance. But now, at this moment when their time-worn eyes met, all words melted away. Li Musho's face was streaked with tears, and this old man, who had never shed a single tear even when crawling out from beneath tens of thousands of demon corpses on the battlefield, was now sobbing uncontrollably. The long-standing knot and scar in his heart dissolved at that moment. It turned out his big brother had never blamed him. Li Musho's body trembled slightly, but gradually, he calmed his emotions, wiped the tears from his face, and a rare hint of blushing appeared on his weathered face. He quickly changed the subject, thinking of important matters, and hurriedly asked, Big brother, how did you break free? Wasn't it said that one must pass through Mo River to do so? You just mentioned you haven't passed through yet? That's a complicated story. Li Xiaoran said from the side, but in short, we must thank Hao his help allowed big brother to escape. At this, his heart soured, for escaping also meant vanishing. But on his way back, Li Tianzong had instructed him not to tell anyone about this. Li Tianzong only wanted to come home for one last look and then leave quietly. Thank Hao Li Musho was stunned, then he quickly thought of the numerous times that child had surprised him, and his heart stirred with a mix of pride and tenderness. Hao upon hearing Li Xiaoran's words, Li Tiangang, who was just getting up, knew something was afoot and asked, what does Hao have to do with this? It has a lot to do with it. Li Tianzong took over the conversation with a light laugh. I heard from the fourth brother that Hao is your son, Tiangong. You've truly given me an exceptional grandson. He's remarkable. Li Tiangang was stunned. He had never imagined that even his own father would have such high regard for the boy. Was he really that outstanding? That child doesn't understand manners. He's naturally casual. He hasn't offended you, has he? Li Tiangang couldn't help but ask cautiously. At that moment, he was no longer the general with the divine sword, but a son in front of his father. Li Tianzong was taken aback and laughed. What are you talking about? Hao is lively and endearing, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, unmatched in every aspect. His martial arts talent is comparable to an ancient sage reincarnated. In the thousands of years of Deu divine dynasty, he has been a peerless prodigy. Moreover, he's sensible. There's no lack of decorum, just cumbersome formalities. Although our Li family needs family rules, a home is a home, a nation is a nation, there's no need for everything at home to be so rigid. Li Tiangang was deeply shaken and stood dumbfounded for a long time, unable to speak. If it had been anyone else, he might not have taken the words to heart, but hearing this from his father, he suddenly wondered if he had been wrong all this time. Had he been too harsh on the child? Or perhaps, had he been too meddling? Everyone who came into contact with the boy seemed to favor and admire him. Was it because of his esteemed identity from the divine general mansion, or was it simply because of the boy himself? Li Tiangang's thoughts raced. The memories of his interactions with Li Hao since returning from northern Yan flashed quickly through his mind. But before he could reflect properly, Li Tianzong spoke gently. I heard from the fourth that after Xiao Ju passed on, you took over his position and became the true dragon of the Li family. You must have had a hard time these years. Li Tiangang snapped back to reality, feeling his blood tremble at this gentle concern. He knelt before Li Tianzong once more, crying inconsolably as he bowed his head. Father, Father, I am incompetent. I am not worthy of being the true dragon of the Li family. The third brother, the sixth brother, they are gone. I failed to take care of them. I failed to protect our home. His shoulders shook. He had not cried when the borders of Liangzhou were breached. His tears had dried up in northern Yan, as they did during the Li family's funerals. Yet, at this moment, he cried like a child again. Li Tianzong was momentarily stunned, reminded of the family affairs he had inquired about from Li Xiaoran on the way. Out of his 9 children, 6 had died in battle, some had even perished while he was still in the divine general mansion, such as the first and the second. He hadn't expected that after he was gone, the others would gradually meet with misfortune. Seeing Li Tiangang's uncontrollable weeping, deep sorrow filled his own eyes, but he concealed his sadness, smiled gently, and helped Li Tiangang to his feet. Child, don't blame yourself. It's my fault as a father for not doing well enough. If I hadn't encountered trouble in Dragon City, if I had stepped into the Grand Tao of Peace Realm sooner, none of this would have happened. Father, how can it be your fault? You were already strong enough. Li Tiangang couldn't help but say, momentarily releasing his restrained emotions, but his many years of military life allowed him to quickly regain composure. He wiped the tears from his face and, grasping the arm of Li Tianzong's spirit, said, now all is well, you're back. When I step into the Grand Tao of Peace Realm, I'll bring Xiao Ju back too. Seeing his son regain his confidence and spirit, Li Tianzong smiled and patted his shoulder. I know you can do it, and Hao has inherited the true dragon as well, hasn't he? Give him a few more years, and Hao will surely lead our Li family to eradicate all demons, restoring the Li family to the glory of our ancestors. Li Tiangang's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he nodded. When he returns from the great wilderness heaven, I will let him inherit the true dragon. He hasn't inherited it yet. Li Tianzong was somewhat surprised. Inheriting the true dragon was better done at a younger age, around 14 or 15. With assistance from the ancestors, the speed of cultivation would skyrocket, allowing one to quickly surpass the genius phase to become a true powerhouse. I was supposed to inherit it, but Tiangong drove me away. Li Musho stood to one side, suddenly speaking out. Li Tianzong was startled and couldn't help but look at him with confusion. Li Xiaoran's face changed slightly. On his way back, he had deliberately avoided mentioning the issues between Li Hao and Li Tiangong. He didn't want his elder brother's spirit to be troubled or concerned with this matter before it dissipated. Second brother, what are you talking about? Li Tianzong asked. Elder brother, you should ask him yourself. Li Musho took a deep breath. He had wanted to mock Li Tiangong a bit, but considering his elder brother had just returned and the father and son were rarely reunited, malicious mockery seemed pointless, so he restrained himself. Tiangong? Li Tianzong looked at his son. Faced with his father's gaze, Li Tiangong did not consider hiding the truth and said, "Father, when Hao was born, Northern Yan fell into chaos. I was dispatched to campaign in Northern Yan and thought to leave him in the mansion to cultivate under the care of my sister-in-law. Yet, in those years Qingqing and I were not by his side, the child picked up all sorts of bad habits." He continued, "He neglected his proper duties, not cultivating properly. After I returned and applied some discipline, he drew his sword on me. Because of that, we had a big fight, and he left home in a huff to challenge me here at Heavenly Gate Pass." "Nonsense!" Li Musho, who had been curbing his anger, exploded at that moment and loudly objected. "What flaws does Hao have? Elder brother also said he excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Although he enjoys those arts, they have never held back his cultivation. Isn't his cultivation level high enough, far surpassing his peers? Now, at just 15 years old, already in the 3 immortal realms, capable of slaying the Demon King, who else under heaven could achieve that? The two of you were absent for more than a decade. When Hao was poisoned by the Lu family, destroying his divine blood, he hadn't even had the chance to take revenge. Yet, because Little Eight's daughter complained, you slapped Hao without listening to his explanation. And you call that just applying some discipline. Without your discipline over the years, is Hao worse than others?" Upon hearing the outburst from Li Musho, Li Tiangang's expression subtly changed. Recognizing the familiar arguments, he said, "But if he devoted the energy he spends on music, chess, calligraphy, and painting entirely to cultivation, he could only improve even more. Then you might as well stop eating and sleeping, and just train to death all day long." Li Musho angrily said, "That's your son, not a wooden puppet, nor a stone, he is flesh and blood." Li Tiangong opened his mouth slightly but found himself at a loss for words. Hearing the argument between the two, Li Tianzong quickly began to understand the situation and his face turned ugly as he said, "So what happened later? How did Hao end up leaving home?" Of course, it was because of his so-called discipline that he couldn't bear to stay. Li Musho glared at Li Tiangong with resentment in his eyes, but they also revealed sadness as he remembered the snowy day. The child said he would no longer bear the name Li. He would rather die out there than die within the divine general mansion. He didn't want to be beaten to death by his own father. Li Tiangong retorted angrily, "How could I want to beat him to death? I was just teaching him a lesson." A sudden sharp smack interrupted him. Li Tiangang's head jerked to the side, his eyes filled with shock. It took him a moment to recover and turn back, only to see his father, Li Tianzong, with an expression full of anger. "How could you push the child to utter such words? You must have made him so heartbroken for him to say such painful words." Li Tianzong shook with fury as he looked at him. Li Tiangang could hardly believe it, his father had actually slapped him. The warmth and affection on the other's face just a moment ago now only left anger and pain, his eyes filled with disappointment. Disappointment? Li Tiangang's face turned pale. He knew he was not capable enough, had not taken good care of the divine general mansion, had not taken good care of several brothers, but his father was not disappointed about this, instead comforting him with warmth and gentleness. But now, on the matter of Li Hao, he showed a pained and disappointed expression toward him. The burning pain on his cheek made Li Tiangang's consciousness somewhat blurry, not that the slap was that heavy, but suddenly, the image of that courtyard flashed through his mind. The slap that he swung in anger. The gaze of that youth, it seemed, also carried disbelief. Li Tiangang suddenly felt as if his heart had clenched, an indescribable emotion spreading into his heart. He couldn't put a finger on it. Was it a kind of fear? "Big brother." Li Shaoran stopped himself from speaking further but didn't continue, sighing softly to himself. He hadn't wanted his big brother to know about this, but now that he knew, it was too late to stop him. Moreover, Li Tiangang's handling of the Li Hao incident, he also felt somewhat incomprehensible, not to mention the boy's talent. His temperament was also not like what was rumored in the family, frivolous and unruly, undisciplined. If one really had to say, at most he could only be considered unconstrained by minor trifles. Li Musho just stood by with a cold face, saying nothing, even feeling that the slap was a bit too light. No wonder that kid looked at me with a feeling of discomfort. The reason lies here. He had already left the Li family. He also doesn't want to acknowledge me as his grandfather. Li Tianzong's eyes became moist, but on the way back, that kid had clearly still affectionately called him grandpa. Was it because he knew he was about to completely perish, so he didn't want to worry him? Even though he had no physical body, why did Li Tianzong feel such a piercing pain in his heart? That kid was clearly so sensible. Why did this happen? Why did such a thing occur? You tell me in detail, exactly what happened. I want to know everything. Li Tianzong said through clenched teeth, angrily and painfully looking at Li Tiangang. Li Shaoran's face changed slightly as he quickly said, "Big brother, this will take too much time." "It doesn't matter." Li Tianzong bit his teeth. "If we don't clarify this, I will not rest in peace even in death." Hearing this, both Li Musho and Li Tiangang's faces changed, with Li Musho saying promptly, "Big brother, don't be angry, I'll explain this matter to you slowly." "Dad, please don't be angry, you can hit me, but please don't be angry," Li Tiangang quickly said, his expression tense, fearing anything might happen to Li Tianzong. Speak here," Li Tianzong said angrily with clenched teeth. Li Tiangang had not expected his father to be so furious. Since his father's death, no one had disciplined him, and now, the feeling of being disciplined in his childhood returned. Like when he made mistakes during martial practice, he didn't dare to return to the courtyard with hesitancy and dread. His face changed, he lowered his head and said, "Dad, please don't be angry first. I will tell you, this matter is also my fault. I was too impulsive." He narrated the entire incident. Meanwhile, Li Shaoran's expression was extremely ugly, feeling every second was an ordeal. He knew his big brother was using the last moments of his life to make distinctions about this matter. And then he was about to leave the divine general mansion. After listening to Li Tiangang, Li Tianzong's face looked grim as he turned to Li Musho and said, "Is this true?" Li Musho gave a faint cold laugh, noticing the look passed by the fourth brother, somewhat surprised, but without much thought, he said. What he said is from his point of view. In his eyes, after he returned from the hard battles in northern Yan, he saw Hao was frivolous, idle, not cultivating diligently, but had he ever thought that Hao had reached the 15 Li realm at just 14 years old, already breaking the cultivation records of the Dayu divine dynasty? With that, he added some more, filling in the gaps missing from Li Tiangang's perspective. The same event, narrated by different people, resulted in different outcomes. Even if a wise person discusses it relatively objectively, there's no guarantee of absolute objectivity. Li Tianzong, having heard both their accounts and combining what he had seen and heard at the Mo River, already had a rough understanding of the reason. He trembled all over with anger, unable to imagine that the kid had endured so many grievances. "You actually let him walk out of the Li family just like that? Don't you know how many demons harbor hatred towards our Li family? How can you be so foolish?" Li Tianzong raised his fist and pounded it fiercely on Li Tiangang's chest, knocking him back several steps. He condensed a spiritual thought whip in his palm and lashed it fiercely on Li Tiangang, angrily saying, "I seldom spanked you kids when you were small, but to let you commit such a grave mistake, you deserve to be hit." Li Tiangang's face looked awful, enduring the pain, but not making a sound, nor trying to dodge. "Big brother, don't exhaust yourself too much," Li Shaoran said, unable to refrain. "How about let me do it?" Li Musho looked at him with surprise. This fourth brother was actually even more proactive than himself? "Don't interfere." Li Tianzong swung the whip repeatedly, glaring at Li Tiangang. "Now tell me, do you know where you went wrong?" Li Tiangang looked up sorrowfully, gazing at him with a pained expression, and said, "Dad, please don't be angry, I know I was wrong." "Wrong where?" Li Tianzong demanded angrily. "I should not have been so impulsive. I was wrong. I will definitely bring Hao back and treat him well," Li Tiangang immediately said. Li Tianzong raised his whip again, but seeing the distress in his eyes, the whip in his hand could no longer fall. "You've truly let me down." His expression was one of desolate sorrow. As the whip in his hand dissipated, he said bitterly, "It's all because I died early, and didn't properly educate you, didn't set a good example as a father." "Father, you've already done enough." Li Tiangang's face changed, and he hurriedly said. But Li Tianzong looked up, finding it laughable yet also feeling sad, and he said, "To think that the Li family has such a venomous woman, and she's even the second brother's wife. When she married into the Lu family, she was compliant and respectful towards your mother and me, never showing any ill intent. The second brother died in battle, and yet she conceived such thoughts. It's tragic that such a thing could happen in the Li family." He lowered his head, looking at Li Tiangang with bitterness. "What good will punishing you do, Tiangang? You should know, some mistakes are absolutely forbidden, and once made, no amount of regret can ever make amends." Li Tiangong quickly said, "Father, don't be angry anymore. I will find Hao. It's not too late, I can still make it in time." Li Tianzong looked at his nervous, fearful expression and couldn't help but feel waves of heartache. He knew that his child was very filial, and though it angered him to lash out with the whip, it also cut him like a knife. Angry at their lack of initiative, hating their foolishness, yet cherishing their obedience and filial piety, Li Tianzong was overwhelmed with complex emotions. He sighed deeply and said with downcast spirit, "I had intentions of going home for a visit, but now, it seems there is not enough time." Li Xiaoran was shocked, looking at the fading figure of Li Tianzong. Unable to hold back, he exclaimed, "Big brother." Li Tiangong and Li Musho were both startled, and upon hearing Li Xiaoran's mournful call, their blood seemed to freeze for a moment. It was as if all their blood had rushed to their brains and then frozen over. A chill caused both men to shiver uncontrollably. "Big brother?" It was then that Li Musho suddenly noticed that his eldest brother's figure was much more ethereal than before. His heart trembled and he asked, "Big brother, what do you mean by that? You can't return to the family?" With sudden realization, he turned to look at Li Xiaoran and hurriedly demanded, "Fourth brother, what's happening? Tell me, what is going on?" "Father," Li Tiangong just stood there, staring blankly at Li Tianzong, rooted to the spot. He wasn't slow-witted. That brief statement, combined with Li Xiaoran's reaction, plus the sight of Li Tianzong's now spectral presence, immediately filled him with fear. Big brother has been trapped in the Mo River for too many years, deeply eroded by its power. Although he has escaped now, he can barely make it home for a final glance. Li Xiaoran said wistfully, "But now, big brother, can't make it back." Years of staunch resolve kept in the Mo River were now dissipating here, leaving him feeling so heartbroken he could hardly breathe. Li Musho and Li Tiangong, upon hearing his words, were thunderstruck, standing still as statues. They had thought that with Li Tianzong's release, he would be able to return to the ancestral shrine, to rest in the family tablets, and that they would be able to see him often in the future. But now, this was the last time. "Big brother." Li Musho shook uncontrollably, staring blankly at Li Tianzong, feeling as if he'd lost all blood and warmth, chilled to the bone. "Father." Li Tiangang's pupils constricted, his head buzzed noisily, feeling as if the world were spinning. At the funeral, he had wept until his eyes were red over his father's half-corpse, and now, was he to witness his father's dissipation before his very eyes? Was it because of his earlier action? He could feel his heart beating, twitching, with a tearing pain that felt like it was ripping apart. "Don't be sad anymore." Li Tianzong, looking at their saddened faces, managed to calm himself, though his expression still carried a hint of bitterness. "I never expected such a thing to happen. Well then, second brother, remember to say hello to your sister-in-law for me. Tell her I left first, and for her to take good care of herself. If she misses me, let her go to the mountain we often sat upon, and the chirping of the cicadas will be my greeting to her." Li Tianzong spoke with an aged gaze, beginning to make his final arrangements here. His words made Li Musho shake with uncontrollable sorrow, not able to utter a single word. "Father, it's all my fault. I made you angry, it's all my fault, my fault." Li Tiangong suddenly fell to his knees in front of him, and abruptly raising his hand, he fiercely slapped his own cheek. He continued to slap himself, using his power of flames on his palm, actually causing his cheek to bleed. After several sharp slaps, he then looked up at Li Tianzong, his eyes brimming with tears. "Tell me, what must I do to bring you back?" Seeing his state, Li Tianzong couldn't help but sigh and said, "What you need to bring back is not me, it's your son. And you shouldn't be sad. With my current strength, I can still hold on until I reach home, only, there's no need anymore." Taking a deep breath, he said, "I plan to pass on my strength to Hao, but he refused. Now, I will pass this power to you. Go immediately and bring back Hao, at any cost. No matter what happens, you must bring him back. If anything happens to him, I will never rest in peace even in death." His palm landed on Li Tiangang's body. His eyes became extremely serious as he gazed. "Did you get that?" Li Tiangong was jolted to attention, his eyes red as he said, "I can't take your power, you should go have a look home, mother misses you too." "Stop being a mama's boy." Li Tianzong, with a large wave of his hand, interrupted him and said, "Forget your rules, back when you defied the entire family for Qingqing, even breaking military rule in the family code, now for Hao, your own flesh and blood, you should take up the real responsibility of a father. You must remember, you are first a son, then a husband, after that a father, and only lastly are you a subject, a general, and a member of the people. Li Tiangang was shaken. Looking at the solemn and earnest face of Li Tianzong, he realized that he might have truly been mistaken. His father's words were never wrong. His heart filled with sorrow, he said, "Father, your son understands all. Please don't speak anymore. I don't want your power. Just go back for a look, I'm begging you. As long as you can bring back Hao our Li family will certainly shine brightly, and the Deu divine dynasty will once again return to its golden age, an age I have witnessed." A faint golden glow and reminiscence flickered in Li Tianzong's eyes, as though he could see that distant glorious view. If you want to truly have a look at home, then go find Hao even if it means apologizing to him. Even as a father, you should bow down if you were wrong. He is your child, what is there to fear? Li Tiangang's heart was flooded with sorrow as he repeatedly nodded, "Your son has taken it all to heart. Father, please don't speak anymore, just go back for a look." Li Tianzong raised his hand to wipe away his tears, smiled faintly, and then said, "You too must live on well, my child." In that moment, he was not just a grandfather, but also a father. As he spoke, his body's radiance suddenly intensified, like a fierce white light enveloping Li Tiangang. "Father!" Li Tiangang cried out in panic, but Li Tianzong's figure had already disappeared into the white light, no longer visible. Li Mushou and Li Shaoran came forward to shout at the same time, but only Li Tianzong's voice echoed in the void. "Second brother, fourth brother, the family is now in your hands. Let's be brothers again in the next life." "Hey, I probably don't have a next life, but you must live well, live on for me. Tiangong, open your mind, don't waste my power." Li Tiangang was heartbroken, but could only grit his teeth and open his mind. A vast power poured in, engulfing his entire body. "You must bring back Hao otherwise, I will die." Unrestful. Li Tianzong's voice eventually faded away from Li Tiangang's ears. The great and powerful force suddenly expanded, turning into a sky-reaching golden column of light, enveloping Li Tiangang within it. That column of light lingered for a long time, slowly contracting after a while, and finally transformed into a vertical streak of golden light, completely dissipating. "Big brother!" Li Shaoran roared in grief and anger, his voice like that of an injured wild beast, raspy and echoing through heaven and earth. Li Mushou wanted to shout, but could make no sound, feeling as if his throat were clutched. He just stared blankly, his wrinkled eyes moist with tears. The only thing left between heaven and earth was the wind roaring in tumult, fluttering non-stop. After a while, Li Tiangang's body trembled slightly as he woke up from that inheritance. He immediately looked around but did not see Li Tianzong's figure. He clutched his chest in pain. This kind of pain was just like back in northern Yan, when his wife Ji Qingqing left his side. Just like at the funeral, witnessing the other brothers being buried in a collective grave. Pain so intense, it made it hard to breathe. He called out in sorrow, but there was no response. The hand that had gently patted his shoulder was now utterly gone. "Father, Tiangong was wrong. Come out and hit me." Li Tiangang shouted in grief, but all around was empty silence, with no echo in return. However, Li Shaoran seemed to be provoked by Li Tiangang's words and abruptly looked at him, then suddenly rushed over, kicking him squarely in the chest. With a thud, fierce power was unleashed, kicking Li Tiangang's body directly into a distant mountain peak. Before Li Tiangang could climb out of the dust, Li Shaoran pounced fiercely, smashing a fist into his face, smashing his head hard into the broken stones. "It's all your fault, all your fault. Why did you treat Hao like this? Why did you let Big Brother die here? Why?" He flailed his fists like a madman, each punch landing fleshly, battering Li Tiangang's cheeks, mouth, and nose, his fists covered in blood. "Do you know how much Big Brother wanted to go home? Do you know, do you? That was his obsession. Do you understand what an obsession is? It's the thing you want to do most in the last moment before death. Big Brother had already made it out, he had already left. Why? Li Shaoran's roars were frenzied, his fists swinging wildly. Li Tiangang was beaten until he was bloody and bruised, and his immortal treasure body cracked open, spilling copious amounts of blood. He had intended to fight back, but upon hearing Li Shaoran's angry roars, those words pierced his heart like a knife, and he stopped resisting for a moment, allowing the other's fists and feet to fly. Stones crumbled and the ground caved in. As Li Shaoran beat Li Tiangang into a pit tens of meters deep, the ground cracked all along the way. "Enough, Fourth brother. Suddenly, Li Musho's figure appeared, grabbing Li Shaoran's flailing arm. With disheveled hair like a madman, Li Shaoran raised his head, his face streaming with tears as he hoarsely said to the other, "Second brother, big brother's spirit has dissipated. He doesn't even have the chance to be reborn." His voice was not of anger, but of an utter despair and heartbreaking moan. Li Musho's body trembled slightly, but he just stood there, silent. Li Shaoran struggled with his arm but failed to break free. He glanced at his second brother and saw the utmost sorrow beneath those eyes. His heart shook, and he sobered up a bit. Seeing the weakening breath and the blood-covered Li Tiangang lying beneath him, he was stunned, and finally, he embraced his head in a pitiful and painful manner. He knew that his big brother would never come back. All those years guarding the Mo River, all the failed attempts to pass through, what was it for? Wasn't it to hope to bring big brother back home? But now, there's no going back. Ah! Li Shaoran let out a heaven-shaking roar, tears of blood streaming down. Li Musho remained silent, standing still like a statue as the winds from beyond the border swirled around the three men before drifting away lightly. For a long time, a very long time, Li Musho looked at Li Tiangang, who was still lying in the deep pit, his face covered with blood, and said, "Do you just plan to lie here for a lifetime? If you are not dead, then stand up." Li Tiangang's body shook, but he slowly sat up, wiping the blood and tears from his face. He looked at Li Shaoran, who sat collapsed like a stone next to him, and at Li Musho, whose face was now expressionless. Grief welled up from his heart, but he endured it. He knew he was still the Li family's true dragon. Since he was the true dragon, he had to persevere. Everyone could fall, but the true dragon could know that's the responsibility the true dragon had to bear. "I need to find Hao. Li Tiangang got up from the ground, swaying a bit just after standing up, almost losing his balance, but soon he channeled his true energy to heal his body. He took a deep breath, his teeth clenched. "I must bring Hao back, then pass the true dragon legacy on to him. The prosperous era that father wanted to see. I, Li Tiangang, am incapable. I'm afraid I cannot fulfill father's lifelong wish. It can only be left to Hao." Li Shaoran watched numbly into the distance, his gaze unchanging, as if he hadn't heard anything. Li Musho, expressionless, said, "Now that the fourth one has come out, it's a good opportunity to counterattack the demon forces of the Mo River beyond our border. Don't you plan to go and take command?" Li Tiangang looked at him, unable to discern his inner thoughts from his unchanging eyes, and laughed mockingly, "It won't make a difference without me. With the fifth brother there to command, as well as two princes, and you lurking in the shadows. Father was right. If I could bend the rules for Qingqing before, then for Hao, I can do it as well. I'm his father. What's wrong with breaking the rules for him once?" Li Musho's gaze slowly shifted, fixing on him, as a coldness began to build in his eyes. "If you had this mindset from the beginning, why would we be in this situation today?" Li Tiangang felt a pang in his heart and murmured softly, "Second uncle, I was rash and arrogant before. I hurt Hao's heart, and I hurt yours too. Please give me a chance to make amends, okay?" Li Musho looked at him, now humbly pleading, the previously emotionless gaze in his eyes now showing waves of sorrow and pain. "Your father died here. Can you make amends for that?" A light sentence, yet it struck Li Tiangang's heart heavily, like a hammer blow, making his blood seem to freeze. When the heroic soul perishes, like the scattering of soul and spirit, how can one make amends? He understood the meaning behind Li Musho's words. Death cannot be mended, but what about a broken heart? How can that be made whole again? At that thought, his body began to tremble. He had never been timid in over a decade of battles in northern Yan, but now he felt fear and dread. Could it be that the mistakes he had caused were irreparable? No, that can't be. Hao is my son, and although I hit him, my father also hit me, but I have never resented him. We are father and son, he will surely forgive me." Li Tiangang murmured, "Your big brother hit you because he loved you, because you made a mistake, because he had high hopes for you. Occasionally punishing you, his other brothers would secretly take care of you." Li Musho's eyes could hardly conceal his sorrow. "But what about Hao? Was he at fault when he was poisoned? Have you truly cared for him, understood him? Do you know what food he likes, which streets in the city he enjoys visiting? Do you? You only want him to bear the Li family's burden. Don't you realize how heavy that is? When your father chose, designating the ninth as the true dragon, do you know how helpless and pained he was for the little ninth, that he couldn't sleep well for months?" Li Tiangang was stunned. Was his father pained over the ninth inheriting the true dragon? If you had true affection for Hao, why would he leave? That child remembers even the tiniest bit of kindness deep in his heart. He has seen through you long ago. That child is far smarter than you think. You treat him like a child, but Hao far surpasses other children in excellence. I've treated him as an old friend. How could you underestimate him, treat him with such stubbornness? Hearing Li Musho's indignant words, Li Tiangang's heart trembled, increasingly feeling an indescribable emotion surge, like a fearful hand gripping his heart. If this had been earlier, he might have thought Li Musho was being biased toward the child, but now, after experiencing various things, having saved Liangzhou, with the banner of Haoshan flying everywhere, and learning the young man's reputation from the demon's mouth, a reputation no less than those of the generals who had been battling for years, perhaps even greater. At 15, to have reached such heights, even his proudest youngest brother was utterly overshadowed by Li Hao's talent. Now, even his father who had fallen in battle favored the child so much that he was willing to pass on his power to him, insisting on bringing Li Hao back. This realization suddenly awakened him, and the layer of prejudice that clouded his vision was torn away by that slap. At this moment, he finally realized that he had made a mistake. He was too obsessed with enhancing the child's strength but ignored the child's feelings. I must go find him. Li Tiangang clenched his fists, his eyes slightly brimming with redness. He will forgive me, after all, we are father and son, he won't hold a grudge forever. If he truly held a grudge, there might still be a chance to make amends, but I fear that child doesn't even bear resentment towards you anymore. Li Musho's eyes filled with sorrow as he said, you have never taken his leaving home seriously, but did you know? He waited alone in that courtyard for 14 years. What did he wait for? When he stepped out of the Li family, how many dangers did he encounter? Did he almost die? We know nothing of this. But he attained such a cultivation level in just 1 year. Without the fear and pressure of life and death, how could he have transformed so rapidly? Do you take life and death as child's play? Can't you imagine how desperate and furious one must feel when facing life and death? When will you truly understand that you have already truly lost him? With a thunderous noise, Li Tiangang's mind was struck as if by lightning, standing there stupefied. Had he truly lost that child? His pupils slightly contracted, his breathing almost halted as he cried out fiercely, no, it's not possible, he can't truly leave, I will surely bring him back. As he spoke, he strode towards the outside, but Li Musho stepped forward to block his path. How will you bring him back, by force? Li Musho stared at him intently. I didn't speak of these things before, while the elder brother's spirit was still here. I didn't want his last moment to be one of despair, but I know that child's temperament and character. You have no chance left. No, that's not true. Li Tiangang shouted at him, his eyes red, tears rolling down. We are father and son. Father and son? The bond between you father and son is shallow. Your first meeting after over a decade was shattered by that slap of yours. Do you know why Hao waited for you to return before confronting that wicked woman? It's because he thought at least you would be on his side. After all, you risked your life to cut down the great demon and gave him the blood-melting foundation building. He held that act of kindness in his heart. Despite the few letters you exchanged and the distance between you, it was that bit of warmth that sustained Hao to this day. But that was gone with one slap from you, Li Musho said sorrowfully. When I saw Hao returning the Demon King's blood essence to the Divine General Mansion, I knew you two had no more emotional connection. Hao can't come back anymore. Li Tiangang stood there dumbfounded, as if doused with cold water, his entire body chilling. Outside of blood relations, was the only thing between them that act of slaying a demon and offering blood? He swayed, feeling unsteady on his feet. He looked at Li Musho, eyes filled with sorrow and despair. Uncle, what should I do? You wouldn't want to see Hao truly leave either. What should I do to make him forgive me? Li Musho looked at him with a frantic look in his eyes. In the past, his heart would surge with anger, wanting to use this opportunity to mock him severely, but now, he just felt a desolation as if his heart had turned to ashes. The most hurtful thing in this world is not being unable to do something. Rather, it's clearly being able to do it, but stubbornly not willing to. With your insight and wisdom, you clearly could have handled these things well, but your prejudices, your indifference towards Hao, led you to arrogantly choose the most convenient method by disciplining your own child with military training. That is the most hurtful thing. Uncle, say no more, I know I was wrong. Just tell me, how can I bring him back? Li Tiangang said in agony. Li Musho's face was solemn and silent. He had said so much, and was it not because deep down he still harbored a sliver of faint hope that by chastising Li Tiangang, he might awaken him to realize the truth? If that were to happen, then there might be a slim chance to bring Li Hao back. Perhaps, just as your father said, only if you sincerely apologize to him will there be that slim possibility. Li Musho whispered softly. He took a deep breath and, looking at the grief-stricken and remorseful Li Tiangang, said, "But whether you can do it, that's hard to say, and whether Hao can forgive you, I don't know either. After all, you've hurt him too deeply." "I understand. I will find Hao no matter what happens, even if he draws his sword against me again, I will let him strike, as long as he is willing to come back," Li Tiangang declared fiercely. Seeing such determination in him, Li Musho fell briefly into a heavy silence. His heart held only a frail hope, but it was overshadowed by regret. If only this realization had come earlier, would there be such a day? His elder brother might have been able to return home for one last glimpse. His heart felt desolate, and he no longer had the desire to speak. Li Tiangang looked at him and then at his emotionless fourth uncle, Li Shaoran, beside him, filled with sorrow. He thought of his father's final words: he could not let his father die with his eyes unshut. "Dad, I will surely bring back Hao and let him visit you at our ancestral shrine." Li Tiangang knelt on the ground, facing the spot where Li Tianzong had last vanished, and kowtowed 3 times with heavy thuds. Then, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, he stood up and said to Li Musho and Li Shaoran, "Uncle, fourth uncle, I leave the matter of the Mo River beyond our territory to you. This time, I'm afraid I will be neglecting my duties, but let me take this chance for Hao." As he spoke, seeing the two unresponsive, he felt a chill in his heart, knowing they were still immersed in their father's death, and deeply disappointed in him as well. But as he was about to step out, the previously silent Li Shaoran suddenly spoke, "I will accompany you." Li Tiangang's body trembled, his eyes moistening again. Clenching his teeth, he turned around and bowed deeply, "Thank you, fourth uncle. It's enough for Tiangang to go alone. The child went to the Ji family, the ancient holy clan won't be swayed by numbers. As Qingqing's husband, perhaps the Ji family will show some leniency on account of this thin connection." Li Shaoran did not respond and merely stood up straight. Li Musho, however, spoke up, "Old fourth, let him go alone." Li Shaoran's body paused slightly as he looked towards him. He's right. With the strength of the Ji family, if they want to harm Hao it would make no difference who goes. Li Musho's gaze seemed to have aged considerably as he spoke in a low voice. "Let's just hope they consider that Hao is also their nephew and don't go as far as to kill him." On hearing this, Li Shaoran looked at the knife in his hand and then lowered his head in silent contemplation. Li Tiangang, however, felt a tremor in his heart. His wife had told him that the rules of the Ji family were extremely strict, forbidding marriage with other clans. His union with Qingqing was already a violation of a major taboo of the Ji family. With the child now approaching the Ji family, the prospects might be more perilous than auspicious. He could not afford to say more and immediately said, "Uncle, fourth uncle, wait for me to bring back Hao." Having said that, he turned and dashed out swiftly, transforming into a streak of golden light and speeding towards the distant great wilderness heaven beyond the border. Dongwang continent is vast and boundless. If Deu Divine Dynasty is considered the center, the imperial city is the bullseye. The contours of the 19 provinces resemble that of a teapot. The spout curves upward, and at the edge of the spout is Heavenly Gate Pass. Extending from Heavenly Gate Pass and weaving through the gray demon territories beyond, this place is rife with demons residing and entrenched, while even further on lies the stark black area on the map of the Great Wilderness Heaven Realm. The Great U Military Department consists of 4 divisions, overseeing military selection, cartography, state transportation, and arms and armaments, among other responsibilities. The second division, the Mapping Department, is in charge of the maps of the world and updates them regularly. Throughout the more than 3,000 years of history in Deu Divine Dynasty, new and old maps have been replaced from generation to generation, without mention of the changes in the terrain within the provinces. The demon territories beyond the borders are marked as gray areas. However, over the years, mountains, peaks, and other landforms have been surveyed and named within these realms. This has greatly facilitated the Monster Suppression Department in tracking down wanted demons beyond the territory, with maps acting as their eyes. But even just the map-making has claimed the lives of many talented individuals. However, no matter how the new and old maps have changed, beyond these lands of demons, in a deeper and farther place, that region dubbed Great Wilderness Heaven, by the former emperor during his expedition, has always remained pitch black on the map. No topography or descriptions of any sort. Like a black abyss that surrounds the edge of the continent, it is a fearsome, mysterious land forbidden to the human race. For thousands of years, there have been talented individuals from the military department who have attempted to explore the great wilderness heaven, but countless have perished, and in the end, only sparse information was brought back. These messages, written in blood, were compiled into a book called the Great Wilderness Scripture. It contained merely 2 pages and a few hundred words in brief summary. Life is more fragile than paper. Yet even so, these thin 2 pages were carefully treasured by the imperial palace, with only top forces such as the divine general mansion possessing copied versions. At this moment, at the edge of the great wilderness heaven, the silhouette of a young man was walking through the towering ancient trees of the barbaric wilderness forest. Tall trees enveloped the area, shrouded in a foggy mist. It is said that within the great wilderness heaven, miasma fills the sky, colossal beasts roam, demons run rampant, and there are even traces of ancient fierce creatures from the legends. As Li Hao advanced, he scrutinized his surroundings with care. The records indeed were true. Although he had not yet encountered any colossal beasts or demons, he could already feel the damp, toxic miasma in the forest. Fortunately, his indestructible treasure body was extremely resilient, easily fending off the miasma without being harmed. Yet, if it was someone from the 3 immortal realms, even if they were to stay here for a long time, their bodies would be damaged. And those with an even lower cultivation level would not even need to be mentioned, as they would face even greater hardships. My mother actually lived in such a place. Li Hao's gaze flickered, his thoughts shifting, as he asked the elderly member of the Ji family hidden and shrunk on his body. Is there really a human tribe living there as you said? Not humans, but the saintly tribes, replied the elderly Ji family member, correcting him immediately. As he held admiration for Li Hao's talent, he was willing to elaborate. Our Ji family descends from the ancient holy clan. Though we emerged from the human race, our clan's members possess the bloodline of ancient sages, with strong and formidable physiques, far from comparable to you primitive savages. Moreover, with the blessing of the sacred land in our midst, we are impervious to the miasma. To call it a land of deities would hardly be an overstatement. Hearing this, Li Hao felt somewhat relieved. It seemed that his mother's living environment was not bad. As he walked, Li Hao started to converse with the elderly Ji family member. He learned the man's name, Ji Yunjie. Ji Yunjie touched only lightly on the subject of the Ji family, and did not delve deeply into it. However, he gave Li Hao many insights into the great wilderness heaven realm, clarifying that it was indeed as perilous as countless predecessors from the military department had explored and verified. But the perilous regions were divided into areas. For instance, their current location belonged to the outer periphery of the great wilderness heaven realm. Although extremely terrifying demons could be encountered here too, the likelihood was not high. Mostly, the area was dominated by demons and fierce beasts of low ancestry. However, with the abundant energy from heaven and earth here, even low ancestry demons could hope to cultivate into demon kings, which is why the warnings in the Dayu divine dynasty's record said that those without the 4 stands realm should not easily step into the great wilderness heavena were deemed quite reliable. Among the towering ancient trees, Li Hao, following Ji Yunjie's guidance, hurriedly made his way. He moved swiftly between trees, each with a diameter of tens of meters, where every branch was wide enough to comfortably accommodate several people lying down. In the midst of his journey, a sudden shadow shot towards him. Drawn by a path of essence, the attack was unerring, and he felt an inescapable sensation. Li Hao, slightly taken aback, abruptly and quickly moved his just settled foot again, vanishing without a trace and evading the pull of essence with a whoosh. Before the pulling essence could even reconnect, Li Hao appeared at the point of attack, speedy as lightning, and saw it was a woman hidden behind the thick leaves at the top of a tree launching a sneak attack. The woman was half human, half demon, with her lower limbs resembling the fierce form of a praying mantis. Upon seeing Li Hao, who had abruptly appeared before her, the woman was taken aback, evidently not expecting that this young man, with an unremarkable presence but clearly of the human race, would possess such remarkable skills. Her pupils contracted suddenly, but she reacted extremely fast, spitting out a jet of green poison. Bang! Li Hao threw a punch, the ferocious power of the blow dispersing the poison and pulverizing the demon woman's delicate white face, revealing an exoskeleton-like bone structure underneath as she screamed in agony. An ancient holy scion? The demon woman retreated, shocked as she stared at Li Hao. To have such a terrifying explosive strength at such a young age, had she really encountered an ancient holy scion on the fringes of the great wilderness heaven realm? Cursing her luck inwardly, she didn't bother with the pain in her face and turned to flee. Li Hao reacted with incredible speed. As soon as the Thousand Mountains Flying Birds map was activated in tandem with his traceless movement ability, he almost instantaneously caught up to her from behind. Under the demon woman's astonished gaze, he delivered a punch that burst through her head. Blood splattered, spraying on the nearby trees. A divine soul burst out from the body of the female demon, looked at Li Hao in terror, then turned and ran away screaming frantically. Her divine soul burned, erupting at full speed, but Li Hao had already condensed his controlling power into a sword, slashing it out in an instant, tearing her body apart, then quickly splitting the sword chi to shred her severed divine soul, utterly obliterating it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and this Dao Heart Realm Demon King had already fallen at Li Hao's hands. Ji Yunjie, hidden within Li Hao, couldn't help but show a smile on his face upon witnessing this. In the Mo River, although he saw Li Hao displaying extraordinary talents, it was somewhat due to the lingering will of Li Tianzong secretly blessing him. Now, the explosive power of Li Hao's true body, along with the skill and strength he demonstrated, were in no way inferior to that in the Mo River, which put his mind at ease and left him satisfied. He thought that once he helped Li Hao return to the Ji family, he could introduce him, and if he could get Li Hao to cultivate with the Ji family, that would be an excellent way to nurture him. At the moment, as Li Hao killed the female demon king with his fist, he felt a piercing pain in his knuckles as the venom had touched his fist, corroding his skin. His own flesh was susceptible to corruption. If it had been an ordinary cultivator of the three immortal realms, their flesh would probably have rotted away, exposing white bones. Li Hao took a deep breath, not expecting that he would encounter a demon king's ambush just tens of miles after arriving in the great wilderness heaven. He looked at the female demon's corpse, her head smashed, but the rest of her body was still intact. He quickly flew back, arriving at her body, reached out his hand, and absorbed the life essence within her. The female demon's body rapidly withered, eventually becoming like a wrinkled piece of gray rotten flesh. Li Hao casually slapped the remains, pulverizing the bones and scattering them, to avoid leaving tracks behind. After absorbing the life essence of the female demon king, Li Hao circulated it within his body for refinement, and the stinging sensation on the back of his hand immediately disappeared, and the corrosive decay stopped as flesh regenerated. He had just come out of the Mo River, with his true body's strength still the same as before the great battle in Liangzhou, his physical body barely comparable to a divine weapon cast 7 times. Now, he had advanced slightly further. This showed just how potent the female demon king's venom was. Even though his physical body could hardly be gravely injured by a peerless technique realm demon king like Lu Yuan, she was only of the Dao Heart realm, yet she had made him bleed. To injure me while only at the Dao Heart realm, is this the might of a demon king in the great wilderness heaven? It feels even more formidable than those outside, Li Hao muttered to himself. Ji Yunjie heard these words and couldn't help but laugh. To injure an immortal of the 3 immortal realms and still be praised? That's certainly defying the heavens. However, prodigies in the ancient holy clan are like this, defying odds to slay demon kings. In the barren lands beyond, such feats may shock the barbarians, but in the great wilderness heaven, it's merely considered excellent. But he knew that Li Hao's true strength was not as it seemed, and even among the ancient holy clan, Li Hao was certainly capable of being a prodigy, which was why he valued him so highly. After dealing with the female demon, Li Hao did not linger and immediately continued on his way. He possessed the myriad attributes, which could conceal his aura, but the noise he made while moving could still attract some demons along the way. On his journey, Li Hao dealt with 2 more, but they were both of the 3 immortal realms, attempting to launch a surprise attack, and he slapped them to death with his hand. Without any weapons at his side, Li Hao's own body was already at the level of a divine weapon, and his fists and feet possessed tremendous destructive power. As he hastened on his way, Li Hao was also digesting the memories and martial arts cultivation techniques he brought out from the Mo River. Due to his memories, these techniques were directly added to the panel, and within the panel, after being deduced through the 7th stage of the physical body path, some new cultivation techniques evolved. For instance, the previously deduced 10,000 blood true demon skill had now become the soul sacrifice true demon skill. The absorption and refinement of the essence from demons had become more efficient. This allowed Li Hao's physical body to refine towards its limit even faster. Ji Yunjie guided Li Hao, avoiding some of the more perilous forbidden areas within the great wilderness heaven along the way. Within these places resided well-known great demon kings, and one should not tread lightly there. Li Hao had no intention of venturing into these areas to hunt. His current urgent task was to return Ji Yunjie to the Ji family, and if possible, deep down, he still wished to see that mother of his. To know of her safety would put his mind at ease as well. The night was cool as water. Within the endless expanse of the wild heaven ancient forest, occasional white bones lay scattered. A pile of dry leaves and twigs formed a flame, burning on a sturdy branch, yet not igniting it. The sturdy branch contained abundant moisture and vigorous vitality, making it difficult for ordinary flames to spark a forest fire and ignite these robust ancient trees. Moreover, the air here was miasmic and damp. Without a steady supply of fuel, the flames would quickly extinguish. Now, beside the fire, Li Hao stopped to rest and adjust his condition. He leaned against the trunk, took a blade of grass, folded it into a harmonica by his mouth, and began to play softly. That night, accompanied by moonlight and the wild heaven ancient tree, the lingering whistle floated gently, then was blocked from spreading by the soundproof barrier Li Hao had set up. It echoed only among the branches. His musical rhythm experience slowly increased. This, too, was cultivation. With nothing around him, unable to delve into painting or chess, only the musical rhythm was left for self-entertainment. Ji Yunjie stood on the other end of the branch, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant stars and moon, his eyes full of the longing to return home. In this moment, as he listened to Li Hao's melodious and revolving grass whistle tune amidst the quiet of the moonlit night, the longing in his heart deepened. He turned to look at the youth, only to find his gaze quietly fixed on the dark ancient forest, lost in thought. "What's the name of this tune?" "Moonlight. You said in the Mo River that you didn't want to go home, yet your music is filled with longing," Ji Yunjie said intently. "They are different matters." Li Hao took the grass blade out from his mouth gently saying, "What I miss are my friends." Ji Yunjie glanced at him. "Are your friends very impressive too?" "That depends on what aspects you're talking about." Li Hao smiled and said, "Some can fish, some are good at eating and drinking, some have no special skills but are very happy. I think being able to live happily is a skill in itself." Ji Yunjie's eyes flickered slightly and he said, "I see you spent quite some time in the Mo River seeking comfort and enjoyment. In such a dangerous environment, you still had the mood for entertainment. Are you not afraid of dying? You should not give up on life just because you are afraid of dying. Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse?" Li Hao didn't explain it was because of the panel, but he did share his thoughts. Just like working hard at cultivation is for the sake of living, but if you spend all your living time cultivating, then what's the point? Without power, in the face of life and death, in the face of demons, only despair remains, Ji Yunjie stated. Li Hao chuckled, "But what about those powerful martial artists? Are there few of them who have died? Many of them didn't even get the chance to enjoy life. Like you, predecessor, your cultivation level is not low, right?" Ji Yunjie froze, his face changing slightly. The underlying meaning of Li Hao's words was that someone as powerful as him had died. This was obviously somewhat offensive, but he did not get angry because of it. Instead, he seemed somewhat lost in thought. Looking back on his life, he had lived for a very long time, but most of it was spent on cultivation. Now, as he reminisced, what he often missed in the Mo River were things outside of cultivation. Fooling around with those guys, drinking, competitive hunting, etc., and the everyday gentle words, laughter, and the ordinary scenes. He fell silent. In moments of life or death, what came to mind was not how to cultivate, but some people, some events. Not to mention, he was now a dead man. His obsession with returning to the Ji family was to return home, and the purpose of returning home was the inability to let go of the sacred mountain and the people on it. Seeing the other party fall silent, Li Hao also said no more, continued to hold the grass between his lips, and gently started to whistle again. He was not opposed to cultivation, but even in the busy gaps of cultivation, one could also stop to enjoy a couple of cups of tea and a chat. That's what it meant to live a truly living life. The night was slightly cool, a cluster of flames, a clear melody of whistle song, and two souls with different thoughts. And a bright full moon. For several consecutive days, Li Hao was on the move. On the journey, he also practiced each cultivation technique recorded on the panel one by one. With each practice, his body was refined and improved again. along with hunting demons along the way and absorbing their essence blood. Li Hao's progress was astonishing. His physical strength reached a level almost comparable to that of an 8th caste divine weapon. In the Mo River, his physical body was comparable to a 9th caste, and he could barely manage in the typing Dao domain. Now, he was getting closer and closer to that level. After all, in this reality, he didn't have a multitude of divine medicines to consume, nor could he actually consume them, relying solely on transformation through cultivation techniques. Fortunately, the effect was not inferior to divine medicines, it merely required a bit of time. Something seems off here. Li Hao stepped into a crimson blood-colored mountain range. The surrounding red mist swirled around, making his flesh feel soft upon contact. This was more terrifying than miasma, seeming to weaken his physical strength. This is Redwood Corpse Ridge, Ji Yunjie stated. It is the place where a seeker of the Dao fell, and his Dao domain lingers on, forming a special forbidden area here that is extremely treacherous. Then he shifted the topic. However, it shouldn't be much of a problem for you. The Dao domain rules contained here are not as strong as that of the man before he died. They will only continuously dissolve your qi and blood, leading to physical weakness if you stay too long, or even aging in death. But with your physique, you should be able to withstand it. Deep within here is a crimson blood demon vine king rooted in that Dao seeker's skeleton. Every 60 years, it produces a Dao rhyme blood fruit of great potency, which can significantly enhance one's physique and help push physical strength to the power limit realm, triggering a state of divine power. You can try looking for the crimson blood demon vine king. It has absorbed too much of that Dao seeker's flesh and bounds itself here, unable to escape. Its combat power is mediocre, so you should be able to defeat it. Li Hao was stunned and somewhat at a loss. That Dao rhyme blood fruit might not be very useful to him. But since he was here, it wouldn't hurt to check it out. If he couldn't use it, he could still take it back for Qianqin to use. As Li Hao was pondering, suddenly several sounds of breaking through the air came from ahead. Stop right there. Who is that? Quick, help me stop him. I am from the ancient holy clan of the Qin family. Several angry shouts came through. Li Hao looked over to see a short man rushing forward, with 3 figures in hot pursuit, their movement techniques extremely fast. The short man fleeing ahead, upon seeing Li Hao standing in midair, his complexion changed and he urgently said, "Don't block me, I'll give you the treasure." In the midst of speaking, he had already reached Li Hao's side. As Li Hao was wondering, the man suddenly lashed out, slapping a palm toward Li Hao's face. Thump! The man's wrist was caught by Li Hao, and with a crunch, it was crushed. Li Hao asked in puzzlement, "What are you trying to do?" Ouch! The short man screamed in agony, looking at Li Hao in horror. Even if Li Hao was on guard, it shouldn't have been so easy for him to fend off a close-range attack, right? But it was indeed fended off. What kind of freakish strength was that? Are you from the 4 Stands realm? The short man was shocked. He couldn't see through Li Hao's aura, but considering Li Hao's age, it would have been impressive enough if he had just stepped into the 3 immortal realms. Spare me, I'll give you the item, just don't kill me. Not even waiting for Li Hao to respond, the short man hastily handed over a belt. The Dao rhyme blood fruit is inside, spare me. Dao rhyme blood fruit? Li Hao was somewhat surprised. Ji Yunjie had just mentioned this item, and now it suddenly appeared before him. However, the item was in this belt? Li Hao was puzzled, yet he did not take it. Instead, he suddenly threw a punch at the other's head. The man was being pursued, but at this moment he offered treasures to Li Hao, clearly trying to transfer the trouble onto him. It seemed like a plea for mercy, but in reality, it was a sinister move. You! The short man was furious and let out a roar as a golden talisman ignited in his palm. It was indeed a Saint Heart talisman. Where the golden talisman burned, divine light emerged to envelop his body, intending to block Li Hao's punch. But when Li Hao saw the golden talisman, he suddenly realized what was happening and forcefully used the flying phase ability, doubling the distance of his attack. His fist had just swung halfway when the fearsome destructive force struck the opponent's head. With a bang, it burst like fruit pulp. The short man's mouth was slightly open, his final moment before death still filled with disbelief, not understanding why he was dying. Yet his body had already lost all motor functions, and a divine soul flew out from the top of his skull, attempting to escape into the distance. But the sword chi that Li Hao had condensed, having the hidden bow attribute, was already lurking in the surroundings. As the man's divine soul burst out, it was instantly slashed at. If Sword Chi employed the hidden bow to stay hidden and went undetected, its lethality would double. In that moment, it directly split the man's divine soul in half, and then the Sword Chi exploded like a porcupine, shredding the divine soul. The short man was only from the three immortal realms. In front of Li Hao, he had no chance even to plead for his life using the Saint Heart Talisman. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The man's body and soul were both destroyed, leaving behind only the activated Saint Heart Talisman still burning and enveloping his headless body. One just had to wait for the talisman to burn out, leaving only a corpse behind. In the brief moment, three silhouettes were already chasing after him. Upon seeing Li Hao kill the short man in a blink of an eye, they were all startled and immediately surrounded Li Hao in a triangular formation, locking him down. Damn little thief, he died too easily without me personally killing him. The leading youth looked at the headless body with a trace of anger still in his eyes. The man was merely from the three immortal realms, yet he nearly snatched the Dao Rhyme blood fruit from his grasp, a complete humiliation. Boy, hand over his body. I am from the Qin family of the ancient holy clan. You better not be as foolish as this idiotic thief. The youth shouted at Li Hao, eyeing him closely. The more he looked, the more he frowned. This young man didn't seem to be from the great wilderness heaven. But those of the lower human race beyond the great wilderness heaven, at such a young age, who had such a cultivation level, to instantly kill someone from the three immortal realms? Li Hao, holding up the corpse enveloped in divine light, slightly raised an eyebrow and said, "Shouldn't you thank me first? I stopped him for you, and I also killed him." Young man, hand over the Dao Rhyme blood fruit first, and our young master will surely reward you handsomely, another middle-aged man said, carefully watching Li Hao with a calm voice while quietly exuding his aura to envelop the surroundings, sensing in all directions, trying to discern if Li Hao was alone. Another elder was silently locking down the area, using a secret technique to prevent Li Hao from escaping using a Saint Heart Talisman and secret arts like the small man had attempted. Li Hao, with his heaven and earth vein, had an extremely refined perception of the surrounding world. The opponent's subtle movements and probes, though discreet, were immediately picked up by him, and his eyes became slightly cold as he sensed their murderous intent. He felt a hint of anger. The people of the great wilderness heaven seemed to care even less about rules and order. "Whatever you want, just say it, but hand over that body first," the youth said angrily, his emotions from the earlier provocation by the short man not fully calmed. "What if I don't want to?" Li Hao said. The youth's eyes suddenly turned icy cold as he angrily said, "Then you're asking for death." Die. The elder had secured the area and sighed with relief inwardly. After exchanging glances with the middle-aged man and confirming that there was no one else around other than Li Hao, he concluded that this unknown young man had come alone. Without politeness, his attack came in a sudden, even as he was speaking. As a member of the ancient holy clan, there was no one they dared not kill. Even if Li Hao were some holy clan scion, it mattered not. Great wilderness heaven respected the strong, and those inferior in skills deserved their fate. With a thud, pouncing from such close proximity, the elder was from the Four Stands realm. As an old servant from the ancient holy clan, he also practiced a profoundly mysterious cultivation technique. The attack was as swift as lightning, unavoidable under the guidance of the Dao Rhyme. Li Hao didn't choose to dodge either, and the attack was incredibly fast. His back vibrated violently, and his body leaned slightly forward, feeling piercing pain. But soon enough, his indestructible treasure body kicked in, swiftly healing the grazing wound and the pain along with it. How is this possible? The elder's eyes widened in shock. This young man wasn't wearing any treasure garment, he actually took the full brunt of his strike with his bare body. The youth and the middle-aged man were both stunned, their expressions changing immediately. Li Hao's eyes were ice cold as he used his control over objects to put the headless body aside, suspended in the air. Suddenly he stepped forward, using the heaven and earth traceless skill, and instantly closed in on the youth. "You!" The young man's face changed with shock and fury, and he instantly raised his hand to slash with his sword. But the sword light was shattered by Li Hao's punch, the sharp blade sparking against Li Hao's fist, drawing a bloody streak, clearly a divine weapon of extremely high quality. However, as the sword light broke, Li Hao's fist also landed on the young man's chest. A low growl suddenly burst from within the young man's chest, followed by the appearance of a dark Xuanwu phantom that roared at Li Hao, using its back to block Li Hao's punch. A look of surprise appeared in Li Hao's eyes. The young man's golden silk robe, apparently armored with a divine armor inside, didn't seem like ordinary clothing. It appeared to be a treasure garment that was impervious to fire and water, soft in material yet extremely tough. The powerful impact sent the young man flying backward, the dark Xuanwu phantom fading slightly. Having made a move, he must ensure to root out the problem completely. Divine light shot from Li Hao's eyes, his footsteps quickened as he pursued. Damn it, stop your arrogance. The middle-aged man was furious, a primitive spear appearing in his hand, rough as stone but containing the aura of an ancient wilderness, as he suddenly stabbed at Li Hao. Li Hao didn't meet the attack head-on but used the heaven and earth traceless skill to pass by, his movement technique enhancing drastically as the patterns activated. Like a dazzling bolt of lightning, he caught up with the youth. Fury condensed in between Li Hao's palms, and he violently smashed his fist out again. "You're courting death." The young man roared in anger and a hint of fear. This youth was like a wild dragon, terrifyingly powerful. Even with divine armor to protect him, the young man still felt his blood roiling. He should know. He was in the Dao Heart realm. At this moment, Li Hao's combat revealed his cultivation level, which was indeed in the three immortal realms. It was always the prodigies who defeated enemies against all odds, yet today he found himself humiliated in adversity, something the young man could hardly believe. The bright sword light, like dark fireworks, whistled through the air, but Li Hao instantly activated his supreme body, entering a state where he could not be targeted for a brief moment. The sword affected by the supreme body lost its guidance, and despite being locked within his sight, the blade quietly slid past Li Hao, touching nothing. Boom! Li Hao's fist landed once again, the Xuanwu phantom roared out, but this time, the fist's intent surged like a tempest, engulfing it entirely. The phantom dispersed, and the fist struck the young man's chest, the gold silk robe caved in, his chest collapsing into a massive depression as bones snapped and organs shifted. The young man spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, his body flying backward like a golden canary with broken wings. Young master. The middle-aged and the elderly men had caught up, their faces filled with horror. The young master had divine armor to protect him, but he was still gravely wounded. Li Hao suddenly raised his hand, energy surged in the void, the heaven and earth vein pulling the power of the surroundings like a pump, condensing it into terrifying sword tides of sword chi. These formed into two sword dragons, roaring as they rushed toward the two men. The two men, alarmed and furious, hurried to defend themselves. The elder, seeing Li Hao continue to kill the young master, his eyes nearly splitting with rage, roared. "Stop, how dare you act so wildly?" As he spoke, neglecting the sword dragons, he activated his own divine armor. A swirling sword phantom encircled him, protecting him, blocking the sword chi from all directions. But still, many strands of sword chi, like fish slipping through a net, struck him. Boom! Before the elder could reach the young master, a strand of sword chi entered his body. In an instant, his body trembled as if his nerves were pulled out, freezing him on the spot. A force pulling him towards the abyss assaulted him suddenly. The elder's pupils contracted as he felt his strength drain rapidly. He was horrified. Was he dying? Yet he hadn't sustained any severe injuries. As his consciousness nearly vanished, he panicked and quickly stimulated his life-reversing power. He had come to accompany the young master because he still had a chance to reverse fate, to help the young master escape danger even in perilous situations. But to his surprise, he was the one facing death first, forcing him to use this life-reversing opportunity on himself. With a whoosh, his divine soul shot out from under his feet, wrapped in a force and fled into the distance. Perhaps because of the influence of reversing fate, the elder's mind was now filled only with an overwhelming fear of death, causing him to forget the young master. The sword chi chased after him but missed, allowing the elder to escape. Li Hao frowned slightly but didn't pursue. With his current strength, he was still not able to contend with destiny. He turned his attention back to the young man, throwing punch after punch. The young man wielded his sword to defend, exploding with a tremendous aura, but Li Hao disrupted it with two punches, and all the rest landed upon the young man's body, his head. I am from the... Soon, the young man's body was battered into a bloody mess, his flesh unrecognizable, and his divine soul, trapped in his body by Li Hao, was pulverized along with it. Before his death, the young man couldn't even utter a complete sentence, and this talent from the ancient holy clan fell. Surrounded by the sword dragons, the middle-aged man watched this scene with utmost dread. Although their young master was only one of many in the Qin family and his talent was not at the pinnacle, only above average, he should not have been killed so easily. Moreover, the one who killed the young master was just a youth. Could it be that he was a top prodigy from another ancient holy clan? You are doomed. The middle-aged man was terrified, his eyes revealing a color of fear. He couldn't imagine the fury of the young master's older brother if he found out that his younger brother, who had chased after the Dao Rime blood fruit, was killed here. And as their protectors, they would be even harder pressed to escape blame. Li Hao, hearing the middle-aged man's words, picked up the sword that had fallen on the ground. The sword shone with a silvery sheen, its construction exquisite, containing a dim silver light. After listening to the middle-aged man, he turned his head and glanced at him, then casually tossed the divine sword. With a whoosh, the sword light suddenly broke through the air, charging into the tide of swords and slashing toward the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man was horrified. He pulled out a Sacred Heart treasure talisman and burned it, turning it into a black cloak shadow that enveloped his body. But the next moment, the bell rang out with a tremor, torn apart by the silver light, and slashed straight at his shrinking pupils. This divine sword was extremely sharp, and in Li Hao's hands, it unleashed power that far surpassed what the previous young man had exhibited, cleaving the middle-aged man in two. The man's divine soul was also severed and erased. You, kid, you sure are decisive in your actions. It's a shame that the one from Defying Fate realm got away. Ji Yunjie had been hidden on Li Hao's body all along, not revealing herself. Watching as Li Hao swiftly dispatched this young descendant of the Qin family, she couldn't help but smile. The other party won't go back to signal, will they? Li Hao frowned, a bit worried that fighting the small fry might bring the big ones, which would be quite troublesome. Most certainly. Ji Yunjie said. Otherwise, what would be the point of the Qin family sending someone from the Defying Fate realm to stay by this kid's side? However, it seems they don't plan to go back. As he spoke, a plume of black smoke shot up from the distant mountains, as if it were some sort of signal. That's the Qin family's call for reinforcements. It seems there are other Qin family experts nearby. Ji Yunjie continued. It seems they plan to take their revenge immediately. In front of a crimson-red cliff, there was a huge hole in the cliff face, partially exposing a few dozen zhong of twisted, withered vine, seeming to twist and twitch slightly. On the lower hills outside the cliff, many figures gathered. They were dressed differently, each the young elite of various tribes and clans from within great wilderness heaven. They gazed upon the body of the crimson bloodvine demon king, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, waiting for its emergence. They had originally come here to compete for the Dao Rime blood fruit, but unexpectedly found the crimson bloodvine demon king undergoing transformation, refining its second blood body. Now, the transformation process was halfway complete, and it could not stop even though it sensed these intruders. It was helpless to do anything about them. They, too, decided not to interrupt, quietly waiting for the second blood body to fully emerge. That blood body, equivalent to absorbing most of the essence and medicinal power of the crimson bloodvine demon king, was like a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng just sprouted, 10 times more precious than the Dao Rime blood fruit. So, when the Dao Rime blood fruit was seized earlier, there were few who pursued it. Aside from watching for the birth of this second blood body, it was also because the ancient holy clan, the Qin family, had sent a young master to pursue and kill the thief. They had restrained themselves from clashing with the Qin family over a single Dao Rime blood fruit, but this second blood body was different. The Qin family's prodigy, Qin Tianqin, is also here. It might be difficult to compete. It's all up to chance now. The Crimson Bloodvine Demon King is not easy to provoke, and there are other clans watching too. Let's see who makes the first move. The gaze of many focused on several extraordinary figures in the crowd, one of whom was especially striking. The prodigy of the ancient holy clan, the Qin family, Qin Tianqin. There were rumors that he possessed an innate holy bone, an exceptional talent, and was said to have the demeanor of a saint. He could cultivate at the age of 3, reached the divine travel realm at 10. Stepped into the Tianren Grandmaster level at 14, entered the immortal realm at 17, and was extremely fierce, having slain a demon king in a reverse state of power. Now, only 24 years old, his strength was already on par with many of the older generation, dominating one side, and it was said that not long ago he had even ventured deep into the great wilderness alone to slay an ancient fierce creature. In the crowd, Qin Tianqin stood with an illustrious air, extraordinary bearing, quietly staring at the crimson bloodvine demon king inside the cave. Not far from him, several other figures occasionally cast glances his way, their eyes filled with seriousness. It was said that he had already reached the limit of the power passage realm, grasping a state of divine power, and to everyone's surprise, he had come here as well. While everyone waited, suddenly, a trail of black smoke soared into the sky from afar. The two elders beside Qin Tianchen saw it and were startled, their expressions immediately turning grim. That direction was precisely where their second young master had gone earlier. A flicker of recognition crossed Qin Tianchen's face as he noticed it, too. Usually impassive, his eyes now widened, and a tremendous aura burst forth from his body, shooting up towards the heavens. Big young master. From a distance, a divine soul raced over swiftly. It was the elder who had previously attempted to kill Li Hao. He saw Qin Tianchen, who had just leapt into the air, and hurriedly said, "Young master, someone is trying to steal the Dao Rime blood fruit and wants to kill the young master." Who? Upon hearing this, Qin Tianchen's pupils constricted. He had come here precisely to protect his brother and help him acquire the Dao Rime blood fruit. Now someone dared to kill his brother. All those who had come to compete were already here, none had left. Seeing that only the divine soul was left of the old servant in front of him, his face changed, and he asked, "Where is Tian Yu?" I only managed to escape by using my defying fate ability." The old servant suddenly became somewhat incoherent, his heart filled with nervous fear. Seeing this, Qin Tianchen's eyes suddenly shot out lightning like divine light. "You mean to say, you abandoned my brother and escaped alone? Great young master, please hurry and save the young master," the old servant quickly said. He had escaped using his defying fate opportunity, but the young master was only at the Dao Heart realm. He likely could not escape from harm. He could only hope that they were still in time to make it there. Qin Tianchen's face turned ugly, wishing he could slap the servant to death, but there was no time to pursue the matter. He turned around and stepped forward, about to chase after him, when he saw a figure in the distance rushing towards him, wearing a golden threaded robe and holding a shimmering silver sword. This attire was exactly like his brother's, but the one wearing it was a young man. Li Hao, having fled from the great battle in Liangzhou to the Mo River, had long been in tattered clothing. After killing that young man, he took his clothes, which happened to be a treasure garment, as something to cover his body, replacing his own ripped robe. As for the divine armor, which was already ruined, he had been too lazy to take it. Coming here now was to strike first to gain the upper hand, as well as to avoid being caught escaping, and having them search beyond the great wilderness heaven, causing trouble for the Deu divine dynasty by attracting a powerful enemy. So many people? Li Hao glanced around and saw figures on mountaintops both near and far. His gaze locked onto the divine soul of the old man and, seeing him pleading in front of a youth, he immediately understood that the youth was probably the target of the man's plea for help. "Was it you?" Qin Tianchen saw Li Hao wearing his brother's clothes and holding his brother's sword, and his eyes immediately reddened. His previously icy demeanor instantly turned furious. "Who are you?" Two old men beside Qin Tianchen also rushed over. Seeing Li Hao's attire, they were shocked and urgently yelled. The incident here alerted everyone, causing all those nearby waiting for the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King to be born from the blood body to look over in astonishment. From the looks of it, the Qin Tianchen's brother who had just been pursued seemed to have been slain. Li Hao's attire was immediately recognized by them. His clothes had been stripped, and his weapon lost, which clearly meant that the person was gone too. "Who is that person, so young? He looks like he's in his teens, right? Which clan's prodigy is he? He dares to kill someone from ancient the Qin family and even chase after them? This guy's got some nerve." Everyone watched in shock, buzzing with stunned discussions. "Listen well, I am from the ancient divine clan, Heavenly Clan." Li Hao, hearing the old man's question, thought to himself that they were paving the way for him. He had arrived intending to disguise his identity. If he just walked away, he didn't know what means the ancient holy clans had at their disposal. If they traced him back to being from outside the great wilderness heaven, that wouldn't end well. "Since you all are holy clans, it's not too much for me to be from a divine clan, right?" Hearing Li Hao's loud response, there was a moment of silence in the heavens and earth, leaving everyone dumbstruck. Ancient divine clan? Had they heard wrong? They had never heard of this name. In the great wilderness heaven, was there really such an ancient divine clan? Everyone was shocked, feeling as if their horizons had been broadened. Qin Tianchen was also shaken, astonishment showing on his furious face. Ancient divine clan? His family elders had never mentioned it, and the ancient holy clans were called holy because their ancestors were ancient sages. Therefore, they all had the bloodline heritage of ancient sages in their bodies. This young man before him claimed to be from a divine clan. Could it be that he was a descendant of gods? But in this world, where are their gods? They had never even heard of such a thing. Stop pretending to be a god. If you were really from the divine tribe, why would you steal our clan's items and rob our young master of his treasure garment and weapons? The two elders from the Qin family, filled with suspicion, were not scared off by Li Hao's intimidation, angrily rebuking but still probing in their words. He offended me, so naturally, I won't show any mercy. Li Hao feigned an arrogant stance and said, no matter if you're from the divine tribe or the ghost tribe, once I twist off your head, we'll see what you really are. Qin Tianqian couldn't be bothered with further useless talk, no longer interested in probing Li Hao's identity. With his brother tragically killed, he only desired to slay Li Hao for vengeance. To think that an unheard of divine name could intimidate the haughty talents of ancient times is truly laughable. With a whoosh, he suddenly made his move. His figure had just stepped out from the original spot, his afterimage had not yet faded, and his own body, already carrying a fierce attack, instantly appeared in front of Li Hao. He struck out with his palm, aiming straight for Li Hao's head. Li Hao was slightly taken aback, his eyes narrowing sharply as he ferociously slashed out with sword light. Bang! Sword chi erupted, spilling over Qin Tianqian's palm like a silver dragon. Qin Tianqian's palm seemed like glazed gemstone. When struck by the sword light, it was as smooth as water, the sword edge seemingly unable to touch his palm, having a hint of the texture of a supreme body. As the sword edge scraped past, instead, his palm continued straight for Li Hao's face. Li Hao immediately unleashed the suppressive might of the painting, his eyes angry and wide, as a terrifying killing aura burst forth. Roar, like a tiger's roar in the face, like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. Tiger press, blood sea fierce Jiao painting. Two terrifying forces suddenly launched, striking fear into the soul, causing Qin Tianqian's palm to momentarily pause, while Li Hao took the opportunity to raise his hand and strike with a punch, hitting the center of the palm, the powerful explosion of force propelling them both hundreds of meters apart. The brief instant of combat left them both feeling the other's strength. That's the Qin family's past saint's peerless technique movement technique, 3000 phantoms. Such a fast movement technique, practically teleportation, is this Qin Tianqian's strength? The young man actually caught it. Observers on the surrounding mountain peaks, witnessing the combatants separate in a blink, were all shocked. Many eyes were still fixed on the afterimage of Qin Tianqian that had just stepped out, so lifelike that it didn't appear to be an illusion, only disappearing when Qin Tianqian was forced back by Li Hao. If he were to attack them, they probably wouldn't have the time to react before being slain by Qin Tianqian. Qin Tianqian's body swayed slightly, feeling a numb sensation from his palm. The vast punch had quite a bit of a domineering and unstoppable flavor. His eyes narrowed as suddenly realized that the youth before him indeed had some substantia. It was no wonder that feeble old servant had to resort to a defying fate opportunity to be killed. And with such strength, his brother likely had truly no chance of escape. Remembering this, his eyes turned icy cold and gloomy, releasing overwhelming mighty auras from his body, utilizing his true power, and once again made his move abruptly. He drew his sword, and a dazzling sword light appeared, seeming to cleave apart the clouds in the sky. Let me teach you how to wield a sword. This time, his movement technique was faster. The afterimage appeared on the spot, then several more phantoms trailed behind him in the process. From the trajectory of the afterimages, he was supposed to kill face on. But Li Hao, all of a sudden, slashed towards the side, his sword light cut through space, arriving first despite being released later. Clang! A resonant sound of divine metal rang out. Qin Tianqian's figure was forced out of its near teleportational speed, his previously concentrated sword intent only able to be transformed into a hasty defense, and Li Hao's sword made him feel blood tumbling, as if he had collided with a wall. His body swayed slightly, followed by the sudden explosion of multiple afterimages, dozens upon hundreds, circling Li Hao's body entirely and displaying the true state of that movement technique. In that moment, over 100 Qin Tianqians appeared in the void, all wielding swords and killing towards Li Hao in various poses. Such a scene was terrifying, making many onlookers' hearts race. Li Hao's gaze also became serious as he gauged the opponent's cultivation level, recognizing it as defying fate realm. But this was the strongest defying fate realm opponent he had encountered so far. Unquestionably, the movement technique belonged to someone at the peerless technique realm level, equating to the level of the heaven and earth traceless skill. This movement technique taught by Feng was already a half-step peerless technique. Once perfected, it would even be considered top tier within the peerless technique realm, elusive and hard to track. As countless Qin Tianqins moved in for the kill, Li Hao's feet shifted, stepping out the heaven and earth traceless skill, vanishing from the encirclement. His eyes quickly locked on to the true Qin Tianqin hiding like a transparent phantom and swung his sword towards him. Other sure sword intent, shortening space, reincarnation sword skill, shaking heaven and earth. This sword combined two sword intents, bursting forth like condensed auroras, arriving in an instant, appearing before Qin Tianqin. Qin Tianqin's pupils constricted, startled, never expecting Li Hao to discern his true body. Angry inside, he fiercely swung his sword. Bang! The frost-like sword chi suddenly dispersed, turning into a vortex, and the remaining sword force instantly assailed, tearing Qin Tianqin's treasure garment. The attacks of those hundreds of Qin Tianqin's phantoms missed, all vanishing. Before the crowd could react, the battlefield had already shifted, and Li Hao had forced Qin Tianqin back with a sword. What? Qin Tianqin actually lost? Who is that young man? He's defeated Qin Tianqin with a single move. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost, stunned as they looked at the figure of the youth, whose movement technique also seemed to be a past saint's peerless technique. Practicing a past saint's peerless technique requires exceptional talent. After all, it is a practice devised by a master of the peerless technique realm, extremely profound and containing some kind of fundamental truth, offering a way to question the saints. Li Hao, with his comprehension in the three immortal realms, still performs remarkably well, able to dodge Qin Tianqin's movement technique, which shows his cultivation has reached an extremely profound and terrifying level. Could this young man possibly be some kind of godly prodigy from the divine race? Am I seeing this right? His aura is elusive, but what's leaking out is actually the three immortal realms. Many people were shocked and discussed fervently, their voices excited and incredulous. Indeed, prodigies can kill enemies beyond their realm, but now the one defeated is Qin Tianqin, who is also a prodigy that could reverse situations. In the crowd, a few figures with exceptional stances also fixated their gaze with shock in their eyes. They too treated Qin Tianqin with great caution, but at this moment, as he attacked in anger, he was continuously thwarted. Damn it! Forced back by the surge of sword chi, Qin Tianqin only felt his arm vibrating. The power unleashed by his opponent was by no means inferior to his own, and might even be stronger. This young man was even more powerful than the Demon King beasts he had slain. Young master, two elders hurried over, wanting to assist and join the battle. Don't come over. With an angry roar from Qin Tianqin, a divine light burst forth from his eyes, and an immense aura rose from his body. In an instant, his hair shone with a brilliant golden light, and his aura surged wildly. He's in divine power state, power limit realm, indeed, worthy of the Qin family's prodigy. He has truly forged the extreme realm. Everyone, seeing Qin Tianqin with red gold hair and skin faintly glowing with golden divine light, was shocked. In the great wilderness heaven, the extreme realm is what many prodigies strive for. Without reaching the extreme realm, one does not qualify as a prodigy. This is also why the martial artists of the great wilderness scoff at those from the lands beyond it. In the Dayu divine dynasty, even the top forces have very few records about the extreme realm, let alone the majority of martial artists, including grandmasters of the Tianren sect, who may never even hear about the existence of the martial arts extreme realm in their lifetimes. Even the royal family, who wield the top cultivation techniques of the Dayu divine dynasty, cannot cultivate to the limit. Therefore, in the Dayu divine dynasty, the martial arts are a legend, an unattainable myth. But within the great wilderness heaven, there are prodigies with the heritage of saints who can cultivate it. At this moment, as Qin Tianqin stepped into the divine power state, his whole body's might increased tenfold. His hair, like strands of gold, fluttered wildly, and the anger in his eyes turned into a bottomless killing intent. The one who had pushed him to this point was still the young demon king beast he once killed. Die! Qin Tianqin no longer held back, and suddenly his sword radiated a blinding light as he slashed out. With the Tao evoking its tune, this sword gathered an infinite might, like a frosty true dragon, hurtling straight towards him with a piercing roar. Seeing this, Li Hao also didn't hold back, equally bursting into the divine power state. In an instant, his physical strength increased tenfold, and his chi force capacity and circulation also improved tenfold. Below, those astonished by Qin Tianqin's radiant divine figure, upon seeing Li Hao also transformed into the visage of a young deity, immediately exploded into a shocked uproar. That young man has also reached the power limit realm. In Qin Tianqin's eyes, a hint of shock also emerged. The power limit realm was not so easy to cultivate. He had absorbed many heavenly treasures from his clan, along with diligent body refining, before he could reach a physical strength of 1,000,000 caddies, comparable to the ancient juvenile fierce beasts. After all, ordinary cultivation techniques at the power passage realm, once perfected, could yield only 10,000 caddies. Yet the limit was a full 100 times that. It required top-notch body refining techniques to temper the body to achieve it. Boom! Upon entering the divine power state, Li Hao didn't hold back either, lashing out swiftly. His sword light furiously slashed out, booming as it shattered the opposing sword chi. Then he stepped forward, employing the trackless heaven and earth movement technique. In the blink of an eye, he approached and closed the distance with his opponent, appearing right in front of Qin Tianqin. With a thunderous noise, the half-step invincible fist erupted, smashing into his opponent's face, directly knocking Qin Tianqin from midair to the bottom of the mountain, creating a huge crater. Li Hao didn't stop and dove down to continue the assault. Do not harm the young master. The two elders were horribly pale with anger, both infuriated, as they promptly appeared before Li Hao, showcasing their respective peerless techniques. He was in the ultimate study realm, which is why he'd been appointed to protect Qin Tianqin. Although Qin Tianqin had grown up and possessed power comparable to someone in the ultimate study realm, powerful enough to dominate an area, this was the great wilderness heaven, where those below the grand Tao of Peace realm were still at risk of being assassinated by the strongest warriors of other families. Li Hao had no intention of continuing the fight. Suddenly drawing power from the heaven and earth vein, he exhaled a breath of immortal chi, transforming it into a torrential might that accompanied his sword light in a cleave. Sword extreme spring and autumn. As the spring and autumn seasons embody yin and yang, his sword intent tore through the air, aiming to kill the two elders separately. With a bang, the void vibrated as the two elders' peerless techniques shattered Li Hao's swordsmanship, but they too were forced to halt for a moment. Seeing Li Hao continue towards Qin Tianqin, both elders roared in shock and anger as they attacked Li Hao with all their might. They directly unleashed their most powerful peerless techniques, integrated with their own martial arts. These techniques, their own creations, were fully in sync with their martial arts. Even if someone else mastered these techniques and reached the true state, without the corresponding martial arts harmony, it would be difficult to unleash the true essence of the peerless techniques. The reason why such techniques are called peerless is because they exhibit that unique power only when used by their creators. Li Hao's half-step invincible fist had also reached the true state level, but compared to Li Musho's invincible fist, there was a certain gap. It lacked that brief state of being unbeatable. Bang bang bang. The two ultimate study realm elders clashed with Li Hao, their swords flashing brilliantly, causing heaven and earth to shudder. This scene left the crowd below dumbstruck and so shocked they couldn't speak. Who was this youth? Barely a teenager, he was fighting 1 against 2 in the ultimate study realm, and he was fiercely relentless. Bang! On the ground, Qin Tianqin burst from the dust, his golden hair disheveled. Though in a state of divine power, glowing bright as a deity, he still looked disheveled. He roared as he charged full speed at Li Hao, and the four of them suddenly engaged in a chaotic battle. Clang! Qin Tianqin used the 3000 movement technique, as fast as a thunderclap, taking advantage of the moment Li Hao's momentum waned, and struck his back with a sword. But the bisecting he had imagined did not happen. His brother's treasure garment had been torn in the battle, revealing Li Hao's red-gold body. The sword light struck, but only left a shallow blood mark. What? Even with Qin Tianqin's temperament, he couldn't help but be briefly stunned. Clearly, this scene far exceeded his expectations, astonishing him. His sword was a peak 9 cast divine weapon, yet it only inflicted a superficial wound on Li Hao? Li Hao felt pain on his back, his eyes turning cold. Ever since his body became comparable to an 8 cast divine weapon, he had seldom been injured. Keep in mind, even during the 7 cast, when the ultimate study realm's Lu Yuan used his unique technique, the limitless Thunder Dao, he could only blast open Li Hao's skin. Now at 8 cast, it was very difficult for someone in the ultimate study realm to hurt him. Those two elders, while clashing with him, inflicted minimal damage, but now he was bleeding. Another 9-caste divine soldier. Li Hao immediately realized the threat of the opponent's weapon. If not for his state of divine power, which greatly enhanced his physical toughness, though it was at 8 caste, it was comparable to 9 caste, he could have had his flesh torn apart by now. Li Hao no longer bothered with the two elders, withstanding their peerless technique attacks, and headed straight for Qin Tianchen. Die. Li Hao borrowed the power of heaven and earth, only a mere 10%, but his aura suddenly swelled intensely. Striding through space without a trace, he instantaneously appeared before Qin Tianchen. Seeing Li Hao's abrupt surge in aura, Qin Tianchen was startled, disbelieving that his opponent still had reserves after fighting till now. He roared, hastily igniting 2 Saint Heart talismans, one for defense and one for movement, his speed soaring as he dodged Li Hao's attack. Li Hao didn't stop but activated all of his illustrated handbook attributes, causing his movement technique to skyrocket once more. Bang! A sword struck, landing on the longsword in Qin Tianchen's hand. The divine sword wailed, unable to withstand the massive force, its sword soul trembling on the verge of dispersal. Qin Tianchen used the 3000 movement technique, trying to create distance, but Li Hao swiftly threw a punch, his flying phase attribute doubling the range of his attack. Bang! The punch was only halfway swung when Qin Tianchen thought he had evaded, only to have his head struck suddenly and explode. Red gold divine blood scattered and spattered from Qin Tianchen's neck. At this moment, he was still maintaining his divine power state, yet Li Hao managed to burst his head with a punch. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd discussing at the foot of the cliff fell dead silent in an instant. Several figures of extraordinary bearing within that crowd were especially shocked and speechless, unable to believe this was real. The youth's body was clad in torn treasure garments, holding a silver sword, resisting attacks from 2 cultivators of the peerless technique realm, wounds tearing open on his body but healing in the blink of an eye, displaying an astonishing rate of regeneration. The Saint Heart charm that blocked in front of Qin Tianchen couldn't stop Li Hao's punch, and although it was effective, it was only comparable to the power of the Tao Heart realm. The rarer Saint Heart charms of a more refined grade could compare to a full-force strike from the Defying Fate realm. But the force that Li Hao unleashed at this moment had already exceeded what the Saint Heart charm could withstand. This was, after all, just a talisman and not a Saint Heart heavenly treasure. Young master, the two elders, upon seeing Qin Tianchen grievously injured, roared in horror, unleashing the Qin family's secret techniques as their aura surged wildly, reaching the extreme peak of the peerless technique realm, and their combined attacks fell on Li Hao. Li Hao's aura pulsed around his body, intent on slaying this scion of the Qin family. Boom! He stirred up a tide of swords that swept out, rapidly scourging the opponent's body. Despite his head being severed, Qin Tianchen's physical body was extremely terrifying, and under the divine power state, the blood at his neck soon stopped, showing signs of regeneration. His divine soul shrank within his flesh, not daring to expose itself. Seeing Li Hao charge over in a frenzy, Qin Tianchen's heart trembled. Was this a bid for mutual destruction? Defying fate, with sorrow and anger in his heart, he roared as he unleashed his power of defying fate. In the void, power vibrated, and it seemed as if the attacks of the two elders suddenly sped up, striking earlier than anticipated, just as Li Hao's sword chi was about to utterly obliterate Qin Tianchen's body. With a boom, Li Hao plummeted like a cannonball, crashing hard into the ground below. The earth fissured, and hills trembled as if a 1,000,000-ton boulder had smashed down. But in the next moment, the ground exploded, and Li Hao, bathed in divine flame, with aura radiating outward, climbed out from the pit. His body was stained with red gold divine blood on his tattered treasure garment, but his wounds had already healed. What a ferocious body! The crowd was astounded, regarding the youth's body as nothing less than a top-tier divine weapon. Could it be that even cultivators of the peerless technique realm couldn't deal him significant damage? It must be noted that the aura he exuded was only that of the 3 immortal realms. Celestial scion of a divine clan, at this moment, everyone simultaneously recalled Li Hao's previous words and couldn't help but hold their breath. Could it be that deep within the great wilderness heaven, there lie secrets unknown to them, where an ancient divine clan really existed? He's not dead. The two elders were astonished to see Li Hao rise so quickly, their attacks having been formidable enough but seemingly ineffective against the youth. Young master, run fast! One of the elders quickly came to his senses and urgently spoke. The other elder's expression changed as well, At this point, the ferociousness displayed by the youth exceeded their understanding. Continuing the fight was uncertain since they didn't know what cards Li Hao still had left to play, and with the young master's defying fate power depleted, it was not wise to linger. If I, Qin Tianqin, don't kill you, I'll no longer be human. Qin Tianqin also came to his senses and stared hard at the youth, etching him into his Tao heart. With his brother dead and one life gone, he was extremely furious, but as a heavenly scion, he still managed to contain that rage. Without hesitation, his divine soul enveloped his headless corpse and fled into the distance. One elder covered their retreat while the other charged at Li Hao. Die. This elder's body pulsed, veins bursting, and divine soul ablaze, simultaneously employing the Qin family's secret technique. His body shone like a dazzling sun, erupting with might that swept all directions. Li Hao wanted to pursue, but seeing the elder blocking his path, his expression shifted slightly, facing the peerless technique realm's last desperate counterattack. Especially from an elder of the ancient holy clan, he had to take seriously the menacing aura. He tapped into the heaven and earth vein to rapidly draw upon the power of heaven and earth, channeling an even greater force, reaching 40%. His flesh swelled, showing signs of being stretched to its limit. If he reached 50%, ruptures would start appearing on the surface of his flesh. Boom! Li Hao soared into the sky, engaging in battle with the old man. Both fought fiercely, with thunderfire and divine light intertwined, and sword chi piercing the heavens. This earth-shattering battle made the onlookers before the cliff disperse, fearful of being affected. After half an incense stick's time, the elder's burning divine soul and veins gradually weakened and finally burned out. His body, robed in tatters bleeding profusely, looked increasingly decrepit with age, but his eyes revealed a fierce unwillingness and fear. Li Hao, too, was drenched in blood, yet his body bore no wounds. Any torn flesh had healed during the fight, showing a horrifyingly strong regenerative ability. Short of breath, the elder then employed unwithering strength for one more battle, leveling nearby hilltops and crushing the ground before the cliff into terrifying deep pits. Ultimately, as the elder's strength waned again, he was cloven in two by a stroke of Li Hao's sword. This flowing silver divine sword was an 8th caste divine weapon, now battered and full of chips, its blade jagged. Li Hao, holding the damaged sword, employed the soul sacrifice true demon skill without any reservation, directly drawing out the essence of the elder's body before the crowd, transforming it into blood power to refine his own body. When the elder's body turned withered and gray, Li Hao casually struck, crumbling it to ashes, leaving no trace to avoid any secrets of his cultivation technique being discerned. After doing all this, Li Hao looked towards the crowd in front of the cliff. At that glance, the onlookers in the distance felt their hearts skip a beat. This youth was too brutal, having killed Qin Tianqin's younger brother and then slain Qin Tianqin himself. Even the older generation of the Qin family from the ultimate study realm could not manage to put him to death. It was simply terrifying. Moreover, the more Li Hao fought, the stronger his aura became, which was a method they simply could not comprehend. The youth's body seemed like a bottomless pit, growing more vigorous as the battle raged on, like a wild beast, exuding a sense of invincibility. At that moment, Li Hao retracted his divine power state and also stopped transforming, feeling waves of soreness and swelling throughout his body, which gradually dissipated under the self-healing of his flesh. He carried the broken sword and walked towards the cliff. With each step the youth took, the hearts of the distant crowd trembled. Someone finally could not bear it anymore, turned and fled, determined to spread the word of what happened here, that a divine scion of the great wilderness heaven had been born. The second blood form, that crimson bloodvine demon king, condensed over there as a big tonic for you. Ji Yunjie was hiding on Li Hao's person, and now that the battle was over, she transmitted her voice to guide Li Hao. However, she did not comment on the battle between Li Hao and Qin Tianqin, as if pondering something else. Li Hao looked at the cave in the cliff where a crimson bloodvine was lying still, motionless. The others, following Li Hao's gaze, also turned towards the cave on the cliff. Among them, several men and women of extraordinary bearing had a slight change in expression but hesitated to act. They could see that the crimson bloodvine demon king had just produced its second blood form and was in a weakened state. But with the youth standing in front of the cliff, who dared to make a move? Even the older generation from the Qin family's ultimate study realm had been killed. Unless the Qin family's core elders intervened, their clans and tribes would all have to stay away. What made them even more wary was the identity the youth had claimed earlier. Great Wilderness Divine Clan. Unheard of. If a mere youth fielded from that divine clan was already this fierce, what level of terror would the elders behind him represent? Seeing that none of the crowd moved, Li Hao immediately proceeded without hesitation, applying his power of object manipulation, extending it into the cave. In the cave, a 3-jong-long blood-red vine lay beside the thick vine of the crimson blood-vine Demon King, motionless. Sensing Li Hao's presence, the blood-red vine raised its body and twisted like a venomous snake. A voice entered Li Hao's ears. "Young man, please, spare my blood form. You can consume my main body. The power contained within is just as good as my blood form. I just want to leave this place." Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Was this plaintive voice that of the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King? "Why shouldn't I consume both?" Li Hao retorted. "If you do that, I may not be able to defeat you, but I can make my main body self-destruct, and before you can get to my blood form, I'll tear it apart too, leaving you with nothing," the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King said, clearly choosing out of desperation. Li Hao's gaze shifted slightly, which meant getting hold of the blood form would be somewhat tricky. If it were a dispute between other tribes, the Demon King might not have made such a desperate decision, as there would have been a slim chance to escape amidst the chaos of battle. But in front of him, there was no hope at all. It might indeed resort to such an extreme decision. After thinking it over, Li Hao said, "I'll try your main body first then, don't resist. If you swear on your Tao heart to spare my blood form, I will not resist at all," the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King said cautiously. "I have yet to condense a Tao heart." It was only then that the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King realized that the aura Li Hao displayed was merely from the 3 immortal realms. This youth was actually just at the 3 immortal realms. "Then, give your word based on martial arts. You're being a bit chatty now. You're not in a position to negotiate terms. If you prefer, you can fight me. I'm not tired anyway," Li Hao replied coldly. The Crimson Bloodvine Demon King hesitated. Under normal circumstances, it would not have agreed so easily, but it had witnessed the youth's battle just now, realizing that even if it fought to the death, there was no chance of victory. "You'll keep your word then," it could only say aggrievedly. Li Hao, not willing to talk further, lifted his hand and used his power to drag the main body toward him. He then employed the soul sacrifice true demon skill and directly refined the main body. The Crimson Bloodvine Demon King quickly transferred its divine soul into its second blood form. Its purpose in condensing this blood form was to hope for liberation from the bonds of the Redwood Corpse Ridge. Its main body had been nourished by the blood and essence of a Tao Realm Seeker's corpse and was bound by his Tao Realm, unable to leave, only able to sacrifice thousands of years of cultivation and be reborn to break free. That Crimson Bloodvine Demon King, he didn't even resist. He's devouring its main body as well, how brutal. What cultivation technique is that? It feels so odd. Is he really from a divine clan, or does calling him a demon suit better? The Saiyans from various tribes observing from afar all felt a chill, as the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King showed no intention of resistance against the youth's ferocity, which was frightening enough. Before long, the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King's main body was completely absorbed by Li Hao, with all the essence of the Demon King's blood being refined by him. He could not absorb this essence blood like a medicinal pill, but through this cultivation technique, he could transform it. The effectiveness was comparable to consuming a pill, and without any side effects. With the essence blood of the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King condensed, Li Hao felt the weariness of the previous battle vanish, and his body burned like a furnace, with robust life force perpetually igniting within. He felt that with this power, he could refine his physical body to an even stronger level. However, now was not the time to cultivate. His gaze fixed on the cave, he said to the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King's second blood form, "I'm full too, I'm out of here." "Hey, wait." Seeing that Li Hao was actually going to keep his word and let it go, the Crimson Bloodvine Demon King was somewhat surprised and hurriedly called out to him as he was about to leave. Li Hao asked with a hint of surprise, "You're having second thoughts?" The Crimson Bloodvine Demon King equals I section I. "Why would I have second thoughts? Can you take me with you?" The Crimson Bloodvine Demon King pleaded pitifully through telepathy. Li Hao raised an eyebrow and glanced around at the members of the Great Wilderness Heavenly Human Race, then thought for a moment and said, "Afraid of dying, huh? You can follow me, but there will be an extra charge for that." "What's an extra charge?" "It means you have to give me something in return." "I can let you bite me once more, but no more than that." The Crimson Blood Vine Demon King said weakly. The sight of Li Hao devouring its main body earlier had terrified it. This youth was too fierce. But Li Hao's attitude, acting as if he would really walk away, made the demon realize that this fierce youth also had a compassionate side, prompting it to seize the opportunity to speak up and keep him from leaving. Deal. Li Hao agreed, and then said, then hurry up and get out of the cave. The guy from before has escaped, don't take too long, he's gone to bring back reinforcements. Okay. With that, a flash of blood erupted as the demon shot out of the cave, its body contracting and twisting as it hurried to Li Hao. They're about to clash. The onlookers from afar all focused their gaze sharply. But then they all widened their eyes in astonishment as they saw the Crimson Blood Vine Demon King's blood form shrink down to a small segment of withered vine, winding around Li Hao's arm like a vine bracelet. The glow dimmed, and it was clear that it had been subdued. No way, they didn't fight, and it already acknowledged a master? Is this vine demon so aware of current affairs? No wonder it didn't resist just now. It seems they've secretly communicated and made a deal. I think the vine demon is trying to use this youth to get away from here. HMPH, that youth is no pushover, this vine demon is playing with fire. Young prodigies from various tribes felt indignant, but recalling the terrifying combat power of the youth, they could only sigh with admiration. Li Hao didn't linger there any longer and, executing the heaven and earth traceless skill, dashed off in the direction previously indicated by Ji Yunjie. Once he had left Redwood Corpse Ridge, Li Hao noticed several faint presences were following him. With a sneer, he sped up and in a blink, he had shaken off those pursuers. There really are some who never learn. They guessed you would split from me outside the mountain ridge, hoping to rob you. After getting some distance, Li Hao said to the Crimson Blood Vine Demon King on his wrist. The Crimson Blood Vine Demon King had also noticed and quickly said, "Thank you, kind sir. Don't thank me so quick, we had an agreement. I'm not helping you for nothing. Let me take that bite." Li Hao said. The Crimson Blood Vine Demon King paused briefly, then obediently extended a bloodvine tendril to Li Hao's mouth from its vine loop. Li Hao didn't stand on ceremony, biting it off directly and chewing with a crunching sound. The taste, however, was not very good, like chewing on a very fibrous piece of meat. Soon after swallowing the bloodvine, Li Hao felt a warm surge of power flow into his body, but compared to the absorption of its main body earlier, it was much too weak. Unless he devoured it all. This place is almost dealt with, you can go now. Li Hao said to the Crimson Blood Vine Demon King after having flown thousands of miles away. Along the way, he encountered 4 demon kings, but he easily killed them, melting down their bodies and absorbing the essence of blood and flesh, along with the robust power of the Crimson Blood Vine Demon King's main body, refining his physical body to be comparable to that of a 9-caste divine weapon. Now, even in the Dao domain of the Grand Dao of Peace Realm, Li Hao could barely manage. "Benefactor, may I continue to follow you?" The Crimson Blood Vine Demon King extended a tendril from the vine loop and gently stroked Li Hao's arm, as if pleading. Li Hao was surprised at how had it become so attached to him in such a short time. "Aren't you afraid I'll eat you up? It seems the outside is more dangerous than I imagined. Could you, Benefactor, take me to a safer place?" The Crimson Blood Vine Demon King asked timidly. Li Hao suddenly understood. It wasn't that his own charm was too great, it was that the intimidation of the demon kings around here was too strong. "Fine, but before that, I'll be collecting interest every day," Li Hao stated. The Crimson Blood Vine Demon King fell silent for a moment, then promptly agreed, That's fine. In the words of your human race, is it necessary to pinky promise, to keep an agreement?" it asked. At the same time, a bloodvine tendril stretched out from the vine loop, bending to mimic a little finger. Li Hao cast a glance and said indifferently, "Forget it, sometimes even promises sealed with a pinky swear don't count." "Really?" The Crimson Blood Vine Demon King sounded puzzled and then said, "Do you think I'm treacherous because I'm a demon? Let's pinky swear, I will definitely honor it." Li Hao snorted lightly, not bothering to reply or pay any attention. Seeing that Li Hao ignored it, the Crimson Bloodvine's tendril slowly coiled around his little finger. "Then I'll pinky swear by myself, huh? Although I'm a demon, I'm one who keeps promises." Li Hao continued to fly forward. He sped like the wind, occasionally stopping to rest before continuing his journey. "Kid, you're also from the Ji family, aren't you?" On the road, Ji Yunjie, who had been quiet for a long while after Li Hao's battle with Qin Tianqian, speaking only once, now uttered his second sentence. Upon hearing his voice, Li Hao's advancing body momentarily stiffened slightly. "Senior, don't you know my origins?" Li Hao quickly regained his composure and transmitted his voice in reply. Ji Yunjie, however, chuckled. "You little rascal, still pretending in front of me. During your battle with that Qin Tianqian, your divine blood was exposed. Although your self-healing ability is fast and you've cultivated some technique to conceal your own aura, making even me have difficulty detecting it, the aura contained in the blood you shed when you were injured can't be concealed. You have the blood of my Ji family within you." Li Hao's expression subtly changed as he listened to the other party's relaxed yet certain tone. It was obvious that there was no longer any need to deny it. On Li Hao's wrist, the blood-colored vine bracelet began drifting, a strand of blood-like tendril, standing upright like an antenna, as if it were stealthily listening to the conversation between Li Hao and Ji Yunjie. The Ji family, the Crimson Blood Vine Demon King, was quite astonished. Having stayed in Redwood Corpse Ridge for thousands of years, it encountered quite a few individuals from the ancient Holy Clan coming and going to harvest the Daorime blood fruit which had given birth to it. Not to mention other clans, where even before approaching, battles would ensue until blood flowed down their scalps. It had also learned many things from the conflicts among these individuals, which is why it strongly yearned for the world beyond the Redwood Corpse Ridge. After all, it had never ventured out since its birth. In the entire Great Wilderness Heaven, there was only one Ji family. The Crimson Blood Vine Demon King felt an indescribable excitement swelling in its heart. Before, the youth had said he was from the ancient Divine Clan, and now spoke of having the Ji family bloodline. Could it be that the Ji family was related to the ancient Divine Clan? It seemed to have eavesdropped on something incredible. What should it do? It was so excited. "You copyright, a greater than a less than a, you paragraph mark. Your mother must be that girl, Ji Qingqing. She actually married into your Li family." Ji Yunjie sighed. From Li Tianzong's obsession, combined with the records from the Ji family in ancient times, he knew about the strongest divine dynasty beyond the Great Wilderness Heaven. The Li family was a divine general within the Dayu divine dynasty, holding a position of significance, a prestigious and noble family. Though such a family was not worth mentioning in their eyes, not amounting to much, it was also not entirely unknown. Moreover, that divine dynasty had also been extremely splendid thousands of years ago. Even the ancient Holy Clan would not wish to provoke them lightly if it was not necessary. Seeing that the other had seen through him, Li Hao had nothing more to say. "No wonder those two guys, before leaving, were exchanging glances with you. They probably whispered to you secretly to warn you, telling you to hide your identity." Ji Yunjie recalled the parting scene from before. At the time, he felt it was a bit odd but didn't think much of it. Now, like a boomerang coming back to hit him, he finally understood. Seeing that Li Hao tacitly agreed, Ji Yunjie sized him up. Although he had guessed Li Hao was that girl's child when he sensed Li Hao's bloodline aura, now observing him carefully, he found that Li Hao's appearance bore an even greater resemblance. "You need not be too anxious. Although our Ji family forbids marrying outsiders, and the women who do so will be imprisoned for life, and those they marry, including their offspring, will be executed, there are always exceptions. If it were someone else, I might consider turning a blind eye out of regard for you bringing me back to the Ji family, pretending I didn't know a thing. But with your talent, I think once I mention it to the old folks back home, they should be able to accept you." Li Hao's expression subtly changed. "The women who marry into the family are imprisoned for life?" That being the case, the woman who revealed her identity in northern Yan and intimidated the Holy Palace, then later was taken back to the Ji family, is now imprisoned? As Li Hao's expression fluctuated, Ji Yunjie smiled and said, "With your aptitude, even within the Ji family, you would be considered a top-tier talent. I wonder whether any other monstrous geniuses have arisen among the younger generation of the Ji family during the years I was dead. In my generation, you would certainly rank first." Li Hao, now only 15 years old and at the three immortal realms, boasts a cultivation level that already qualifies him as a standout. Not to mention that Li Hao had cultivated divine power in the barren Great Wilderness Heaven beyond, reaching the limits of the Power Passage realm. Among the ancient Holy Clan, reaching the limit of Martial Realm wasn't seen except in the long-lived older generation or in rare monstrous talents. "Once you bring me to the territory of the Ji family, I will also gift you a little something," Ji Yunjie said with a smile. Li Hao, however, was not concerned with the gift, but instead asked, "Senior, if a woman from the Ji family is imprisoned for marrying into another family, how can she be released?" Ji Yunjie's gaze softened. Li Hao disregarded the mentioned gift, seemingly only caring about his own mother. Although Ji Yunjie hadn't spent much time with Li Hao, he was growing more and more fond of this junior. Your mother Ji Qingqing holds a high status within the Ji family as a legitimate member. If she were from a lower status branch of the Ji family without anyone pleading for her, she might have been executed directly. But since your mother has pure blood, she will only be imprisoned. Ji Yunjie felt a pang of melancholy, astonished to think that the little girl who had once pulled at his beard had not only grown up but also had a son. And it was because of that son that he was able to return. Your mother is surely imprisoned, but once you claim the top spot on the Ji family's list of outstanding talents, you will be able to visit her, and in the future, when you hold power within the Ji family wielding genuine authority, you will naturally be able to release your mother and, with your family's contributions, secure her freedom. Li Hao paused, his heart quietly relieved. Those of low status, directly Kileda. It seems that the Ji family indeed places a high importance on bloodlines. In his mind, he pictured the gentle expression of that woman. Originally, although he had hoped to see the mother he hadn't met in over a decade during this trip, it was just a fleeting thought. He had only planned to drop off Ji Yunjie and leave without disturbing anyone else, especially since that grandfather had said that getting involved with the Ji family might not be beneficial to him, possibly ruining her life and causing her trouble. But now that she was imprisoned, he had no choice but to go. The top talent of the Ji family, Li Hao's gaze flickered, and he immediately started to inquire further from Ji Yunjie about some of the rules of the Ji family. Ji Yunjie provided a brief introduction, indicating that Li Hao would learn the rest once he arrived at the Ji family. Time flew by. Days passed. Li Hao traversed about 70 to 80,000 li, nearly half the direct distance across Liangzhou. Along the way, he had slain over a dozen demon kings and even killed a fierce beast with the bloodline of an ancient demon king. The beast was extremely ferocious, and its strength was among the best in its rank. However, when it encountered Li Hao, a little anomaly who could defy odds, it was killed within a few strikes. After absorbing the essence and blood of these demon kings, Li Hao's physical body's refinement strength had increased once again, as if it had been tempered by thunderfire, ranking it among the strongest in the 9-caste divine soldier. As he traversed mountains and swept across the great wilderness, Li Hao, though only a youth and new to great wilderness heaven, was like a little savage beast, unstoppable. Finally, Li Hao stepped into the territory of the Ji family. He soared through the sky, crossing over peaks and cliffs, and before him lay a vast and endless dense forest. In the center of the dense forest was a huge lake, hundreds of miles in diameter, with winding, lengthy waterfalls shuttling through the forest and extending to the precipice. Water rushed down noisily, and rainbows gleamed in the mist midway. "We're here." Ji Yunjie's voice trembled slightly, revealing his inner excitement and agitation. The obsessive longing he held for many years at Mo River was about to be fulfilled at this moment. How could he not be excited? As leaves return to their roots and whales sink into the ocean, the source of life seeks its ultimate destination. Li Hao's divine soul flew out, surveying the area, penetrating the layers of dense forest leaves, but he saw no signs of human activity. He said, "This is the place?" "Yes." Ji Yunjie's spirit appeared beside him, standing and gazing into the distance, as if breathing deeply, feeling the earthy scent of his ancestral home. However, without organs now, he wasn't sure if he could truly sense it. "Ahead is the barrier of our Ji family's sacred mountain. Only those with the Ji family bloodline can enter, otherwise, one should first pay respects to the mountain. Do you see over there?" Ji Yunjie pointed with his hand. Li Hao followed the direction and saw on a tall summit in the distance, there were several ancient characters carved vertically. Ancient the Ji family. It seemed that this was indeed the territory of the Ji family. "Thank you, my wish is now fulfilled." Ji Yunjie turned, his gaze earnest and heartfelt as he looked at Li Hao. Though he knew that Li Hao would bring him home, standing here right now, his attitude toward Li Hao was even more eager and sincere. He chuckled and said, "I've said before that once you brought me back, I would give you a small gift." He raised his hand and space twisted, as if some sort of black tether was extending. Li Hao saw clearly, that was unmistakably the aura of Mo River. At this moment, Ji Yunjie could still control some of the eerie powers of Mo River. As the black tether cracked open, it seemed to unlock a gate to the void, and two figures tumbled out. They resembled monsters, part lion and part serpent, coiled around each other. One was covered in red fur, the other in silver fur. Li Hao sensed their aura and his expression changed suddenly, Candle Flame God. These two demons were none other than the Candle Fire God couple. They weren't dead. However, now the Candle Fire God couple's eyes were tightly shut, showing their original form, as if in a faint. Moreover, their size had become smaller, and their auras significantly weaker. They possess the bloodline of the Great Yin Luminous. They are originally a single entity, twin-born. If one of them could cultivate to the half-step typing Tao realm, once combined, they would directly become a true typing Tao realm. Ji Yunjie said to Li Hao, "A true typing Tao realm is much stronger than what you saw in Mo River. You must be careful when you encounter one in the future. With your current strength, you'll at least need several more years of cultivation to be able to contend with one." Because of lingering regrets, those in the typing Tao realm in Mo River weren't as strong as they were in life. Some of the secret techniques from their living days might not be fully usable either. Hearing his warning, Li Hao's heart grew cautious, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Once they combine into the typing Tao realm, they can split again into a single entity, twin-born. Then, if they each cultivate separately to the typing Tao realm and combine once again, they might have a chance to hear the Tao. Ji Yunjie addressed the unconscious Candle Fire God couple on the ground. Their bloodline is still very strong. Even in our Ji family, they would be difficult to find and tame as demon kings, and they are extremely rare. Consider them a small gift to you. Li Hao was stunned. The other party was actually giving him the Candle Fire God couple as a gift. "I truly thank you." Li Hao thought to Saya these two demon kings were no easy foes, but then again, they wouldn't be a bad choice for making soup. Seeing Li Hao's silence, Ji Yunjie laughed, "Don't worry, I've used the remaining power of Mo River to erase their consciousness and imprinted your image in their minds. When they wake up again, they will only remember you and will regard you as their master. Just treat them well. Of course, although you are the master, demons have spirit, and you know, anything with spirit in this world, while it may be obedient, can also have moments of rebellion. Therefore, you need to take good care of and properly tame and educate them." Li Hao was taken aback. He was to become the master of the Candle Fire God couple? Taming a demon king was extremely challenging, like with the first palace master of Tan Palace, who, 1,000 years ago, only reached a certain agreement with Song Chiumo, not a true master-servant relationship. And among other divine general mansions, it was said that the Shah family enjoyed taming demon kings. The old lady of the Shah family had very strong abilities in taming beasts. Where the Shah family was stationed, there were often demon kings secretly assisting in defending the area. Those demon kings were also listed in the Dayu Divine Dynasty's demon registers, considered official employees. If the Candle Fire God couple indeed became tamed demon kings, they would certainly be powerful allies. The combined power of the couple as a typing Tao realm entity was comparable to that of the Buddha himself. The visible second in command of the Dayu Divine Dynasty. "I have taught you how to use the Chenkin Jade Belt. Just store them in it for now." Their physical bodies have been eroded by the Mo River, and their cultivation level has been damaged. Once you gain recognition from the Ji family and become a chosen one, you'll be able to apply to send them to the sacred land of the Ji family for recuperation," said Ji Yunjie. The Chenkin Jade Belt he was talking about was the jade belt that the short man had thrown to Li Hao. It contained the Dao Rime blood fruit and claimed to be a space of its own realm. It was not much different from the space created by the Dao Heart realm, only it was moved to a treasure by a powerful being. In the ancient Holy Clan, such an item was known as a small world. The small world space inside the Chenkin Jade Belt was vast, comparable to the space created by those in the Defying Fate realm, so there was no problem accommodating the Candle Fire God couple whose physical bodies were damaged. "Now, I'm finally home." Having finished his instructions to Li Hao, Ji Yunjie had no more worries and turned his gaze to the scenery ahead, his obsessions gradually dissipating. As his obsessions faded, Li Hao felt a warmth in his palm, and a golden light emerged, the very Mo River gold paper. It was now fluttering before his eyes, with ancient characters etched on its surface. Progress 100%, clearing Dragon City Mo River, reward, 100,000 merit points. Congratulations, you are the first person in the Great Yu realm to accumulate 100,000 merit points, unlocking the Merit Treasure Vault. Congratulations, you have summoned the Merit Treasure Vault, reward 10,000 merit points. Mo River is about to close, please leave the Mo River. A line of achievement characters branded down. Then, Li Hao saw his merit ranking on the side of the gold paper, leaping to the first place. He had now pushed down the original number 1, Wang Zhendong. The others' merit points, which were 9,372 when Li Hao last saw them at Fengshan Mo River, had now reached 9527. Still not breaking 10,000. As Li Hao was astonished, the gold paper reflected a golden light which again converged into characters. Merit Treasure Vault is now open. You may enter and exchange merit points for treasured merits. At the same time, a small, delicate golden hall of merit appeared on the gold paper. With a thought, Li Hao felt as if his consciousness was drawn into it, as though he had suddenly arrived at a palace resplendent with gold and jade. In front of him, treasures containing the breath of the great Tao of heaven and earth floated all around. Li Hao lifted his head and immediately was stunned. Too astonishing. The names of those treasures left him dumbfounded. Sword Heart. For sale, 100 merit points. Grandmaster's Heart. For sale, 100 merit points. 9 Caste Divine Soldier. For sale, 10,000 merit points. Defying Fate Power. For sale, 10,000 merit points. Power Limit Realm A Divine Power. For sale, 10,000 merit points. Saint Heart Heavenly Treasure. For sale, 50,000 merit points. Tao Enlightenment Fruit. For sale, 100,000 merit points. Li Hao doubted his eyes. These merit treasures were far too incredible. Sword Heart? Wasn't that a state of mind? And it could be exchanged? And what about Defying Fate Power? That was a unique ability that only Defying Fate Realm powerhouses possessed, equivalent to a second life. And here, it could be exchanged for just 10,000 merit points. The Power Limit Realm was even more exaggerated. The state of divine power was also exchangeable, and the required merit points were the same as for Defying Fate Power. This is too exaggerated. Li Hao felt it was unbelievable. These things that were so difficult to obtain, in this Mo River's Merit Treasure Vault, had all become items that could be directly exchanged. As Li Hao unlocked the Merit Treasure Vault, the entire Dayu Divine Dynasty, across all 19 provinces, was in an uproar. All who had ever set foot in the Mo River felt a scorching heat in their palms, and immediately thereafter, the gold paper emerged, bursting out with golden light. In the Great Yu realm of the Dayu Divine Dynasty, the first to reach 100,000 merit points has appeared, now unlocking the Merit Treasure Vault. The prompt written in golden light left everyone dumbfounded. As they entered the Merit Treasure Vault with uncertainty, they were immediately astounded by what they saw inside. According to their own merit points, they could only see the next level of treasured merits. For example, 100 points of merit could at most allow one to view treasures priced at 1,000 points of merit. But with just 10 points of merit, one would be able to see merit's treasures priced at 100 points. The Sword Heart, the Grandmaster's Heart. Merely catching a glimpse of these had caused countless people to be shocked and astounded. Apart from the Sword Heart, there were also the Knife Heart, Spear Heart, and many other weapons state of mind. One must realize, comprehending and internalizing this is essential for a genius. But now, it could actually be directly exchanged. In the past, this required aptitude and enlightenment, tightly gate-kept, and only geniuses could comprehend. And the Grandmaster's Heart was even more so. Many talented individuals from large families could bolster themselves to the 15th realm with resources, but some would be stuck in the Celestial Master realm for decades, desiring yet failing to obtain it. No matter how doting their parents were or how many resources they spent, they couldn't forcefully push them into the Grandmaster realm, and in the end, they could only fade into obscurity, their hearts for seeking the Tao withering and crumbling. However now, the Grandmaster's hearts in this Merit Treasure Vault gave them hope. Heavens! This is simply a treasure trove. Even the Grandmaster's heart can be exchanged. This is too exaggerated. If one could clear the Yinsha level Mo River, they would get 1,000 points of merit, enough to exchange for 10 units. Can Grandmaster's hearts be stacked? Will one become a Super Grandmaster? You're thinking too much. At the same time, fierce discussions erupted everywhere within the Dayu Divine Dynasty. Countless scions of noble families and divine general mansions all were stirred by this earth-shattering change. In the capital, the Holy City, within the majestic and solemn imperial palace, Emperor Yu was presiding over the morning court session, seated upright in the great hall. His figure, revealed during the morning court, was tall and straight, embodying middle age, robust and sturdy, with eyes like the sun and moon that seemed to capture one's soul, intimidating and difficult to look directly at. Beneath his feet, on the dragon carpet, numerous ministers and martial commanders stood rigid on both sides. At this moment, they were discussing the matter of bestowing merits for governance in Liangzhou. That Li family. A civil official was in the midst of giving his report when suddenly, a series of exclamations arose. The civil official's heart skipped a beat, thinking he had chosen the wrong side or misspoken, and as he nervously looked up, he saw streaks of golden light appearing on both sides of the court. The Mo River had stretched into the Deu divine dynasty for more than 2,000 years, becoming increasingly obvious and severe from 800 years ago. Initially, it was only in the frontiers, manageable within a small scope, but now, it was gradually expanding. Ever since the Wang family was tasked with guarding the Mo River, this project also became a means to pledge loyalty. Thus, many ministers, in order to show their loyalty and conform to court policies, went to the Mo River to get their own gold papers from the Mo River registry. After all, slaying demons could be done with trickery, but the gold papers from the Mo River registry were tangible and could be presented at any time to prove one's loyal and benevolent heart. Merit Treasure Vault. What situation is this? The first person to accumulate 10,000 merits has appeared. How is that possible? I remember Wang Zhendong's merit points were close to 10,000. Is there a mistake with the Mo River? 10,000? Everyone was shocked and in uproar. Quickly, someone took out the merit list, and instantly saw a name at the very top, surpassing the Wang family's iron-fisted general. Chong Er. Who is Chong Er? Who is this person with such a strange name? Who is Chong Er? In the court, everyone was looking at each other in dismay, exchanging shocked glances. Among them, several officials surnamed Wang were stunned. They all knew how terrifying the Mo River was, and yet a name not bearing the surname Wang had appeared at the top of the merit list? One must know, since the introduction of the merit list, aside from the ranking, it hardly held any significance, and thus not many were willing to challenge the Mo River. Even those sword saints and blade saints would rather slay demons than face the Mo River. After all, the Mo River authority gave too little, while demon slaying provided fame, merits, and official appointments, with the treatment vastly different between the two. Sitting on the dragon throne, Emperor Yu himself was stunned. Such a miraculous occurrence was a first for him. Merit Treasure Vault. His eyes focused, landing on that page of the treasure vault. With a flicker of spiritual thought, he immediately penetrated it. Soon, a magnificent palace no less glorious than the imperial palace emerged in his mind, filled with numerous merit treasures. Sword Heart. Power of defying fate. Emperor Yu's gaze swept over, his pupils shrinking slightly as he was thoroughly shocked. He instantly realized the world-shaking transformations the merit treasure vault's emergence would bring, as well as its astonishing merit. But these exchanges are a bit too expensive. 10,000 points of merit can be exchanged for a chance to defy fate, yet the Wang family, having accumulated until now, has at most not even reached 10,000. Destroying a Ming domain-level Mo River 10 times is needed to accumulate 10,000 points of merit. If it's destroying a Yinsha-level Mo River, that would require 100 times. Emperor Yu's eyes twinkled. Even though the exchange was expensive, there was no doubt that with the appearance of the merit treasure vault, hundreds of years later, the Deu divine dynasty would undoubtedly rise again. A sword heart or a knife heart, for example, just 100 points of merit, could allow an ordinary person to step into the ranks of the talented. Even though a mere sword heart or knife heart cannot compare to the disciples of those top forces, but with a large number, a mutual competition will inevitably give birth to a small number of top talents. And with more top talents, it's possible that creatures as monstrous as that child will be born. Emperor Yu thought of Li Hao, his eyes flickering, not knowing what the other's current situation was like. With that piece of blood jade offering a chance of reversal, there was at least one exemption from death. Once Zhendong reaches 10,000 points of merit, he might be able to see the treasures worth 100,000 points of merit. That bug too can definitely see them now. Emperor Yu had accumulated thousands of points of merit, only able to see around 10,000 points worth. Now most people on the merit board also have several thousand points, which means that the merit treasure vault items within 10,000 points will soon be collected by the Tianji Tower and listed on the inventory. But for treasure worth 100,000 points of merit, you would have to wait for Wang Zhendong to break through 10,000 points of merit to know. He was somewhat expectant, not knowing what kind of treasure it would be, whether there would be anything that moved his heart. Furthermore, in the past, when the Mo River invaded, no one dealt with it, and it depended on the Wang family's command to the world's martial artists to assist. Done through issuing a small amount of rewards, as well as the intrinsic kindness of the martial artists' hearts. But now, with such a huge benefit as an attraction, Emperor Yu almost didn't need to think to know that the martial artists of the world would flock to it like ducks to water. The Mo River, previously untouched, has now suddenly become hot property. In this case, it's even possible to extricate the Wang family from the Mo River incident and return to the original position of the Divine General Mansion. Just leaving the original Mo River authority staff in management, and additionally recruiting others. After all, with many martial artists going to solve the Mo River, the reduction in demon slaying would be filled by the return of the Wang family, relieving the pressures on various states. However, this would necessitate a redivision of military power, inevitably leading to further turbulence. Emperor Yu's thoughts turned. A single merit treasure vault could rewrite the languishing situation of the Dayu Divine Dynasty today. All in all, this is a joyous occasion. He could almost see, within hundreds of years, the Mo rivers within the territory all cleared, the Dayu Divine Dynasty teeming with talents, a surge in the number of medium-level geniuses, and even an increase in the number of top-level geniuses. While Emperor Yu was pondering, the civil and military officials in the court were also discussing fervently, shocked by the merit treasure vault. At the same time, they all thought of the various issues that would arise from this. Amidst the turmoil, there will be opportunities for gain. Congratulations to Your Majesty, our Dayu Divine Dynasty's national fortune will flourish once again. At this moment, the quick-witted civil servants have already taken the lead in offering congratulations. The rest, upon realizing, began to loudly offer their congratulations. Emperor Yu gathered back his thoughts, a smile on his face, said, "My ministers, do any of you know of this Bug 2's identity?" The civil and military officials looked at each other in bafflement. A civil servant from the Wang family stepped forward, his lineage being a lesser branch of the Wang family emerging hundreds of years ago, now speaking respectfully. Replying to Your Majesty, this person's name appears unusual and might just be a code name. I notice that their merit is exactly 100,001. It's very possible that the person has cleared a Ming domain level Mo River in one go. Someone nearby echoed, "That's right, a Ming domain level Mo River. In the hundreds of years of our Dayu Divine Dynasty, no one has ever cleared one. Last time, it was an ancestor of the Wang family, who cleared a Ming domain level Mo River, and only received 10,000 points of merit. Clearing a Ming domain level Mo River is already so difficult. I wonder how challenging it must be to clear a Ming domain level Mo River. This person is probably not from the Wang family, otherwise they would surely use their surname. They are likely not from any other Divine General Mansion either, possibly some roaming powerful individual." Everyone speculated, talking amongst themselves. People of the Divine General Mansion would usually use their surnames. After all, a surname is the highest honor of a Divine General Mansion, and also respect for their ancestors. Emperor Yu's gaze pondered. He was actually thinking of a figure in his mind. However, since there was no news from that side at the moment, he couldn't be sure. "Issue my imperial decree, announce to all under heaven, let this Bug 2 come for an audience. If there is no disgrace in their conduct, they will be granted the name of a divine general and be appointed as a first-rank duke," Emperor Yu said with an authoritative voice. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts were stirred. Being granted the status of a divine general? Since the founding of the Dayu Divine Dynasty, aside from the ancestors being granted the status of divine general, there have been no further appointments of divine generals. Even in the case of the Li family who saved Liangzhou, and the young General Li Hao who saved Liangzhou single-handedly, they were discussing whether to appoint him as a third-rank or second-rank duke. But now, this unknown Bug 2 is being directly appointed as a divine general, taking a seat as a first-rank duke. This is tantamount to reaching the pinnacle of a subject's power and influence. Below one person, above tens of thousands, their status is now on par with ancestors of the 5 major divine general mansions. More than a decade ago, when Li Junyi single-handedly saved Kongzhou, he was only appointed as a general and awarded the title of first-rank marquis. The reason was that he was originally just a colonel and not even a general, so according to the rules of the Dayu Divine Dynasty's merit award system, leapfrogging to a first-rank marquis was the limit. It was like rising to the heavens in one step. If one was originally a junior general, they would be directly appointed a duke. Meanwhile, Li Tiangong had been defending northern Yan for more than a decade, and only now has he moved from a second-rank marquis to being crowned a third-rank duke. Li Hao this time alone withstood numerous demon kings from Liangzhou, saving millions of people from disasters, and successively slaying 7 demon kings. Since he himself was also a junior general, it was for this reason that he was to be conferred the title of a second-class duke, and even then, there were still people who came out to argue about it. It can be seen from this that the conferral was indeed very distinguished and solemn, the most prestigious one in 1,000 years. Everyone was shocked by Emperor Yu's decisiveness and magnanimity, and also realized that this time was indeed different. This wasn't just a blessing for one province, but truly a matter that could change the fate of the nation. It could only be said that he was truly deserving. Hence, following Emperor Yu's declaration, apart from a brief silence in the hall, there was another wave of congratulatory voices, with no objections. Quickly go and find Chong-er and let him receive his reward. Emperor Yu ordered the command to be passed down. The appearance of the merit treasure vault in the world, coupled with the imperial edict issued from the imperial capital, once again shocked the world. For a time, countless people were asking about the name Chong-er, wondering who exactly this person was. Every restaurant, tea house, street stall, and brothel was discussing it without exception. Even in the homes of certain military officers, after a night spent with their spouses, their first priority was not to reminisce about the pleasant evening, but to speculate about which four-stands realm powerhouse Chong-er might be. All those sword saints, knife saints, and other formidable outsiders were all being guessed indiscriminately. For centuries, the Daewoo divine dynasty had not bestowed the title of a new divine general, and the 5 divine general mansions were like the Five-Finger Mountain, suppressing the 19 provinces of the Daewoo divine dynasty. They shone like 5 dazzling suns. Apart from the Dimming Wang family, the other divine general mansions hung high above everyone's heads, known to all. Now, countless people speculated that a 6th divine general mansion might be born. The Wang family. At the first moment the merit treasure vault opened, the Wang family lit up with innumerable golden lights. The entire Wang family was in uproar. Chong-er, in a courtyard of the Wang family, a lady dressed in fine silks and satins, who was practicing swordsmanship, had her practice interrupted by the golden light emanating from the gold paper in her palm. As she read the message, she couldn't help but be stunned. Sometime later, after investigating the merit treasure vault, the lady's face showed astonishment. As a daughter of the Wang family, she naturally understood what this implied. There was going to be a change in the Daewoo divine dynasty, and possibly even in the Wang family itself. She then checked the merit rankings and seeing that peculiar name, she immediately recalled that a year ago, Chong-er was a Grand Master who had destroyed a Ming domain level Mo River. Now, had he actually cleared a Mo River of the Ghost Town level? Only the clearing of a Ghost Town level Mo River would grant 100,000 merit points in an instant. Clearly, the person was not just a Grand Master, but at the 4-stands realm. Possibly even at the Grand Tao of Peace realm. Could it be that Buddha Master? No, that's impossible. The Buddhist acts of false compassion. Then it must be someone else, the lady thought, her eyes twinkling with curiosity about which senior Chong-er could be. Now that the merit treasure vault has been opened, my Wang family no longer needs to make sacrifices. Moreover, with the information and control over the Mo River locations and intelligence we possess, we will surely become a place countless people will desperately want to visit. The lady's thoughts were quick and nimble, as she quickly considered the many changes, and her eyes began to shine brightly and splendidly. This Chong-er is a benefactor to our Wang family. A few days later, in the main hall of the Black and White Hall of Tan Palace, the imperial edict from the imperial capital had spread throughout the world and had also arrived in Qingzhou. By the time the imperial edict arrived, Song Yufeng was completely dumbfounded. He was aware of the merit treasure vault, which had caused quite a stir recently, with many disciples of Tan Palace talking about going to the Mo River to challenge themselves and train. But it's not easy to pass through the Mo River, and merit points are not so easily accumulated. Exchanging 100 merit points for a sword heart, but 100 merit points are needed to destroy a Ming domain level Mo River to obtain them. Even a warrior at the Grandmaster realm might not be able to destroy a Ming domain level Mo River unless they came across some weaker ones, purely by chance. And if it's the lowest level remnant Nian Mo River, you would need to destroy 100 of them. What does 100 times mean? You might not even be able to find 100 remnant Nian Mo Rivers. So, getting 100 merit points is not easy. Those Grandmasters who have the ability to destroy Ming domain level Mo Rivers, or the 3 immortals, have also long since internalized a certain type of martial arts into their hearts. Internalization means love and focus, which are essential for cultivating to Grandmaster and kicking open the gate of heaven. If they cannot talk about love or internalization, how can they step into Grandmaster and kick open heaven's door? Not to mention other rewards. What he heard about the power limit realm was even unheard of. But the merit points needed for those are high, and even if he made a move, it would require a lot of effort. After all, he was not sure he could destroy a Mo river at the ghost town level. For those at the 4 stands realm, entering a Mo river at the ghost town level was an extremely dangerous matter, and destroying it would only yield 1,000 merit points. And it takes 10 times before you can exchange for a life against fate. He wasn't even sure if he could enter the ghost town level Mo river 10 times and still come back alive. Unless one chose to destroy lower level Mo rivers or clear them. But by then, the lower level Mo rivers might not be enough. And it would be troublesome to find them. Song Yufeng could almost guess that soon, either the imperial capital or the Wang family would publish a corresponding system. In the future, entering Mo river may require queuing or some sort of restriction. After all, once the Mo river is destroyed, it will temporarily vanish, possibly for decades or just over a decade. Therefore, the formerly troublesome Mo river has now become a cherished resource for merit. The lower Mo rivers, the more rewarding it is to clear them, but clearing them is extremely difficult. It seems unrelated to one's cultivation level and more related to something else. Even if a 4 stands realm warrior tries to clear a remnant Nien Mo river, if they've not found the right method, they may not succeed. Therefore, the powerful individuals, in order to quickly accumulate merit, are mostly likely to choose the least beneficial but fastest way of destroying the Mo river, causing it to vanish. But this yields little benefit, too wastefully extravagant, and when there are no more Mo rivers in the realm, this merit treasure vault would just be an empty treasure mountain. However, looking at the long term, the Mo river issue was certainly resolved. The Mo river authority couldn't even mobilize people with rewards before, but now, driven by interests, this once unprofitable venture had turned into a money-making one. And although most of the items in the treasure vault couldn't be exchanged, they were still a benefit, significantly enhancing the overall national power of the Dayu divine dynasty. What used to be a hole filled with the lives of soldiers, was now transformed into nourishment. No wonder His Majesty had been so generous with his strokes, bestowing the title of Divine General. This was the first time in hundreds of years that a Divine General was conferred. That kid, to be bestowed the title of Divine General. Song Yufeng thought of Li Hao. Others might not know, but the elders of Tan Palace, including him, and his granddaughter, were all aware of who this Chang'e was. Li Hao had previously cleared the Fengshan Mo River and confirmed it himself. A little investigation revealed that this Chang'e was indeed Li Hao. Ever since Li Hao went to Liangzhou, and with Song Qiumo also rushing there to help, Song Yufeng had paid close attention to Liangzhou. The great battle in Liangzhou had already made Li Hao's name well known throughout the states and had also spread back to Qingzhou. During this time, the streets and alleys of Qingzhou had been discussing that peerless young man who fought his father in a great battle a year ago. But now, the discussions were mostly praises, and even if some brought up the past to accuse him of being unfilial, they were rebutted. Whether he was filial or not was another matter, but at the very least, saving the millions of Liangzhou people showed his benevolence. This deed was enough to make his name live through the ages, and statues of Li Hao had even been erected in martial temples everywhere, portraying him as a youthful figure with the shadow of a great general through the ages. That guy was trapped in the Dragon City Mo River. He must have cleared that Mo River. Song Yufeng thought to himself, feeling relieved. This kid, participating in the Mo River twice, and clearing it both times. Does he have some special trick for clearing them? Song Yufeng muttered to himself. The last time he saw Li Hao was in front of the Divine General Mansion. That day, amidst a sky filled with snow, the young man stepped out alone from that resplendent, dazzling Divine General Mansion. Who would have thought that in less than 2 years, the other party was now about to be conferred the title of Divine General? If those people from the Divine General Mansion knew that this Chang'e was Li Hao, what would they think? Song Yufeng's eyes sparkled as he gathered all the elders of the Black and White Hall, including his granddaughter. When he saw the shock and excitement on their faces, he instantly knew that they had all realized something. They were witnessing the rise of a divine general. Since you all know about this matter, I won't say more. Keep your mouths shut and forbid spreading the word, Song Yufeng said. Upon hearing this, Song Yueyao's excited heart settled slightly. Puzzled, she asked, why not? No reason, the boy can go claim his reward by himself. It's not our place to broadcast it, Song Yufeng said calmly. Don't do anything unnecessary. He is still in Liangzhou, still in danger. If those demons knew he was Chang'e, they would probably attack frantically, paying a higher price to kill him. Keeping it a secret for him is helping him. Upon hearing Song Yufeng's words, everyone realized the difficult situation Li Hao was in. Covered with glory destined to last for ages, radiant to the extreme, he would become a thorn in the side, a target in the eyes of demons. Don't worry, the reward won't go anywhere. Let the boy get out of trouble, he will certainly hear the imperial edict and naturally go to claim it, Song Yufeng said lightly, smiling. Maybe soon, we will be able to attend his divine general conferral ceremony. You guys have never seen a divine general conferral ceremony, have you? It's a sight not to be missed. Palace Master, have you seen one? Shen Yunqing asked curiously. Haven't seen it, Song Yufeng smiled, but I've heard about it. The crowd was silenced, outside the Liangzhou territory, in a secret place. Several birds darted past, bringing news back. Imperial edict, bestowing the title of Divine General? In this dark secret place, a group of demons with towering demonic aura gathered together. Even with restrained auras, the demonic energy they emitted was still deep and terrifying. Damn it, who is this Chong-er? Don't let me find out, or I'll tear him to shreds. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Gathering you all here is at the behest of the Black Mountain Wild God. A burly man with a stern face and thick chest hair said, the opening of the Merit Treasure Vault is good for us too. We can also benefit. But the prerequisite is, we must first conquer Deu. Within a decade or so, the overall national power of the Deu Divine Dynasty will certainly increase slightly with the help of the Merit Treasure Vault. The longer the time, the greater the increase, and when the Mo River no longer restricts them, the Wang family will also have their hands free. The Black Mountain Wild God's intent is that there's no need for us to wait any longer. Hearing his words, the others' expressions sharpened. After hundreds of years of preparation, were they finally going to act? Damn it, this loss in Liangzhou has disrupted our plans. Without Liangzhou as a base to engage the Deu Divine Dynasty, and failing to eliminate Qingzhou the Li family, we will suffer even greater losses going forward. Now we can only fight head-on. Fortunately, for hundreds of years, we have focused on attacking the state where the Li family town is located, wearing down that damn Li family considerably. It's time to eradicate the Li surname from the world. A new divine general being conferred? HMPH, let the old divine generals be buried first. The several figures with formidable auras spoke, and they had been waiting for this moment too. Centuries of attacking, focusing on the stronghold of the Li family, worried that their true intentions would be too obvious, they had also spread out some of their forces to harass other families, leading to significant losses for themselves. The hatred among them had intensified over the centuries of fierce fighting. First crush Qingzhou the Li family. Since we failed in Liangzhou, let's start with Qingzhou. Do we wait for the Candle Flame God to return? Dragon City Mo River outside has been surrounded. I've heard that Emperor Yu has gone mad. He even released his ninth brother, the Sword Madman. That man has also come here. If he really has to back up the Candle Flame God, it might still be a tough fight. I think we should directly turn to attack Qingzhou. A demon spoke in a deep voice, if a great battle erupts at Dragon City Mo River, our plan to attack the Deu Divine Dynasty will have to be postponed again. Now that the Merit Treasure Vault has appeared, all those Mo rivers are controlled by the Deu Divine Dynasty. We've paid little attention to these Mo rivers on regular days, so we definitely can't beat them to it. Only by attacking can we have a chance. With the Black Mountain Wild God there, those old fools from Gondao Palace won't dare to come out easily, or else the imperial capital is doomed. Humph, of course your sacred palace would say that, but our Dragon Gate's great elder is still in there, a demon said darkly. Dragon King, what do you think? The palace master of the sacred palace spoke, but looked towards the leader of the Dragon Gate beside him. Since the Candle Flame God was absent, this secret discussion did not include the demons of the Great Void Realm, it was purely for their two families to make a decision. The demons of the Great Void Realm had repeatedly requested their help to rescue their leader. But without the Candle Flame God, they would not take the rest of the Great Void Realm's demon kings seriously. Moreover, since that young man had slain 7 demon kings earlier, the Great Void Realm had suffered heavy losses. If the Candle Flame God could not return, the Great Void Realm would no longer be a top demon power, and naturally, they would be devoured by others over time. For those who refused to submit, only death awaited. Wait another month. After a moment of silence, the Dragon King said in a deep voice, if there is no emergence in a month, we attack Qingzhou at full speed, to annihilate the Li surname. Seeing this, the palace master of the sacred palace nodded slightly, no longer disputing the matter. In the vast great wilderness heaven, within a valley shrouded in miasma, a figure dashed swiftly, just landing on a peak when suddenly his palm warmed, and a flash of gold light appeared. This figure was none other than Li Tiangang, who had chased after them. His armor was damaged, and he looked weary, but the flesh wounds inflicted by Li Xiaoran earlier had already healed. Now seeing the gold paper appear and the message leaping out, he couldn't help but be stunned. The Merit Treasure Vault. He was somewhat surprised. What was this thing? Looking around, he soon found a hidden crevice in the rocks. His spiritual thought moved, probing into the Merit Treasure Vault. Quickly, Li Tiangang pulled back his spiritual thought from the Merit Treasure Vault, his face filled with shock. The Merit Treasure Vault was simply a treasure trove. Who is this Chang'e, and how did they suddenly obtain 100,000 merits? Li Tiangang was inwardly shocked, pondering the strong figures from the Four Stands realm he was aware of, but only a few were from Zhonghu, who had already retreated from sight, pursuing the higher realms of martial arts. A peculiar name, no surname. It must not be from the older generation of other divine general mansions, otherwise, they'd openly display their surname, which would surely bring fame to the family, with many benefits. The list of merits is also a list of kindness. The benevolent gain fame. Li Tiangang's eyes flickered, already realizing the extraordinary significance of this Merit Treasure Vault to the Dayu Divine Dynasty. It seems that the national destiny of my Dayu Divine Dynasty has arrived. Who would have thought that such a thing was hidden in the Mo River? Mysterious and arcane. It turns out that no one had accumulated enough merit before to truly discover the benefits of Mo River, Li Tiangang thought to himself. The secrets of the Mo River, undiscovered by anyone for thousands of years, were suddenly unveiled today. His heart held admiration and curiosity for this Chang'e. How did they do what even the Wang family couldn't achieve over hundreds of years? Also, before the activation of the Merit Treasure Vault, no one knew about this, apart from the Wang family, and only a few would dare to venture through a Mo River of the Ghost City level. How difficult and dangerous must that be? This senior must also be a kind and benevolent person, Li Tiangang silently mused. To venture through without any known benefits, and being able to do so, meant that the person had the ability to destroy the Mo River, able to escape it with ease. And yet, they chose the most difficult passage, which was highly commendable. Once I return, I will know. His Majesty will surely commend this person greatly, conferring nobility and titles. However, with the opening of the Merit Treasure Vault, Mo River will probably become a hot target. That Wang family might be able to free up their hands. This time returning, His Majesty might discuss with me the redivision of the big states. A small part of the military power will also have to be ceded, returning to the Wang family what they lost. Li Tiangang thought deeper and became absent-minded. But as a bestial roar came from a distance, he suddenly snapped back to reality. This place was still the great wilderness heaven. These matters can be discussed later. The most important thing right now is to find Hao first. Li Tiangang immediately came to his senses, containing his thoughts, placing the matter at the back of his mind for now. Thinking of Li Hao, he recalled his father's wailing before his death, and his nose tingled with emotion. But soon, his expression turned resolute again, and he leapt into the air, cutting through the miasma at full speed towards the Ji family, hoping it was not too late. In the great wilderness heaven, within the Ji family's domain, as the notification of the Mo River's passage ended, Li Hao's focus returned. He guessed that something must have stirred in the Dayu Divine Dynasty because of it, but he was not in the mood to worry about it. The reputation, for him, was merely a burden. After all, although he was once celebrated, it didn't make his life any better. People chase after fame, yet all he wanted was to live a peaceful life. Let's go. Ji Yunjie was already flying ahead, unable to hide her impatience. Li Hao caught up, asking, "Senior, now that Mo River has vanished, can you return to the Ji family ancestral shrine?" He thought of his grandfather, who could only return for a brief visit, and a silent sigh escaped him. To long so much for home, yet only permitted a fleeting glimpse. That single glance could never fill all the regrets and yearnings. I can go back, but like your grandfather, I've been eroded by the Mo River too deeply. Now that the Mo River has disappeared, I too will fade away. Ji Yunjie chuckled lightly, yet there was an air of nonchalance and a carefree spirit about him as he spoke. But I'm stronger than your grandfather, so I can hold on a bit longer, stay a bit more time, at least long enough to see my old brothers and friends. With that, he didn't linger, waving his hand forward. In the air ahead of them, ripples like wrinkles suddenly appeared. His body went straight through them. Seeing this, Li Hao followed as well. But when his wrist touched the ripple, it felt slightly warm, and the crimson vine ring was blocked. Ooh, I seem to be unable to enter. The crimson bloodvine demon king floated up a tentacle, expressing nervousness and a sense of being wronged. The ripple slightly parted, revealing a small slit from which Ji Yanji's voice came. Come in now. Li Hao immediately stretched the crimson vine ring towards the slit and stepped directly through. It felt like something soft like water brushed against his body, and then the scene before his eyes changed entirely. Radiant divine light filled the sky, and a towering sacred mountain appeared before him, surrounded by several floating islands scattered about, with majestic palaces suspended on Tama. It truly looked like a heavenly realm. Li Hao was dumbstruck at the sight of the floating sacred mountain and the small mountainsa. How had they accomplished this? Ji Yanji's figure was in the front as he said, "Hurry up." Li Hao dared not delay and quickly followed. Ahead of the sacred mountain was an endlessly long staircase like the spine of a white dragon, stretching for dozens of miles, leading to the fringe of the Ji family's territory through which he had traversed. At the end of the stairs was a towering dragon gate. The gate was carved from wondrous stone, connected by dozens of intertwining dragons, as if a multitude of dragon fossils were cast into a gate. Its presence was incredibly imposing and awe-inspiring to behold. In front of this dragon gate stood a group of young figures in exotic clothing, each with the ancient character Ji emblazoned on their chests. Upon seeing Li Hao and Ji Yunjie flying up the steps, this team of Ji family guards at the gate were taken aback. Being able to enter the mountain gate freely surely meant they were people of the Ji family, but Ji Yunjie and Li Hao were strangers to them. Are you Elder Yunjie? Suddenly, one of the older guards recognized Ji Yunjie and couldn't help but become excited. It's me. Ji Yunjie smiled faintly. In the past, he wouldn't have spared these youngsters a second glance, directly ignoring them, but now that he had returned to this place, he found every landscape to evoke a sense of nostalgia and preciousness. After all, he wouldn't be seeing them much longer. Greetings, Elder Yunjie. The other guards recognized him as well and promptly greeted him with respect. Ji Yunjie turned to Li Hao and said, "You have a unique status, so wait here for me while I talk to my old brothers." "All right," Li Hao agreed, then gazed at him, bowing slightly. "Farewell, senior." Ji Yunjie's eyes softened, understanding the meaning behind Li Hao's farewell. It was a goodbye as well as a final parting. His eyes became gentle as he said with a smile, "Child, it's a pity I don't have much time left to see you become the pride of our Ji family. But it's enough. Bringing you back means our Ji family will surely shine in the great wilderness once again, deterring the other ancient clans." He chuckled softly, reached out, and gently touched Li Hao's shoulder with a look of affection. Then, without staying any longer, his body turned into a streak of green light, shooting through the gate at top speed, straight up along the staircase stretching towards heaven. During the decades imprisoned by the Mo River, he had been building mountains influenced by his obsession, crafting a sacred mountain in his heart. A sacred mountain he could never truly reach. But that changed when he met Li Hao, who shattered that constructed sacred mountain and brought him out of the Mo River, returning him to the presence of the real sacred mountain. "Heavenly Dynasty, your third brother has come back. Fourth brother, sixth brother, are you still there?" "I, Ji Yunjie, am back." The green light ascended, and Ji Yunjie's voice echoed across the entire sacred mountain. This also caused countless people in the Ji family's sacred mountain to look up in astonishment, initially puzzled by who would dare to be so bold. But when they heard the name Ji Yunjie, they were shocked. One of the three great war gods of the Ji family had actually returned? Third brother? Is it really third brother? After a brief pause, several figures suddenly burst out from the most majestic palaces above the sacred mountain, crying out with excitement. When they saw the spirit apparition of Ji Yunjie suspended in midair, their pupils shrank, and their faces instantly showed a mix of excitement and sorrow as they hurried over. Third brother, why did you only come back now? We looked for you everywhere but couldn't find you." The three people surrounded Ji Yunjie, and when they saw the faint spirit apparition of Ji Yunjie, sadness showed in their eyes. Previously, when Ji Yunjie fell in battle, they had already held a funeral for him. They also recovered his dismembered corpse and buried it. Despite searching everywhere, they couldn't find Ji Yunjie's spirit to bring it back to the ancestral hall, but now, they could finally meet again. "Caught by the Mo River, just my bad luck," Ji Yunjie said with a smile, offering an explanation, although he knew that his old brothers would guess the reason even without it. Besides being detained by the Mo River, there was no other explanation. However, there was also the possibility of being utterly annihilated by another ancient holy clan. But he wasn't that weak. As Ji Yunji's voice echoed, more and more powerful members of the Ji family appeared and rushed over. Upon seeing Ji Yunji's spirit, they all showed surprise and excitement. Some couldn't hold back their emotions and covered their faces, crying. Xiaomu. Child. Ji Yunji looked towards the many figures rushing over. Among the crowd, one figure eagerly threw herself at him, his wife. Although they had been married for many years, he still called her by her nickname. Both of them had graying temples, but his wife was still Xiaomu in his heart. The same Xiaomu who accompanied him through half a lifetime of battles. At his side, several voices also rushed over, loudly calling out to their father. Grandpa. A tender voice came through, from a young girl radiating the aura of the heavenly human realm, beautiful and lively, who stood beside her mother with nervousness and curiosity. Her mother, Ji Yunji's daughter-in-law, looked more restrained, only allowing her child to call out while she herself stood excitedly and happily to the side. Is this my granddaughter? Ji Yunji, seeing the young girl, slightly widened his eyes, as he felt like he was seeing the figures of a few girls, including Ji Qingqing, from their childhood. Yes, Dad, this is your granddaughter, Ji Niange, said a tall, burly man excitedly. Ji Yunji was momentarily taken aback. Ji Niange, a memorial song. His emotions fluctuated slightly as he raised his hand to pat his son's shoulder with a trembling voice. You've all worked hard. Dad, it's not hard, as long as you are back, said the burly man hurriedly. Let me take you to the ancestral hall first, otherwise you'll expend soul power here. Right, step aside, let my third brother go to the ancestral hall first, urged the few powerful elders who had arrived earlier. The woman who had thrown herself into Ji Yunji's arms, her eyes red from weeping, also came to her senses, wiping away her tears as she told Ji Yunji. The children have all been waiting for you for so long, it's good to be back, good to be back. Ji Yunji was thinking about telling them that going to the ancestral hall was unnecessary, as the dissipation of his body was only a matter of time, and even if he went there, it wouldn't help. But seeing everyone's excitement, he decided to wait until their emotions settled a bit before speaking. Besides, he had to pay homage to his ancestors since he was back. Thus, accompanied by everyone, they headed towards the ancestral hall of the Ji family. Who would have thought Elder Ji could return? Truly a blessing for our Ji family. People surrounded Ji Yunji in a grand procession. Aside from Ji Yunji's immediate family, who were extremely excited, everyone else also wore a look of joy. Before they reached the ancestral hall, a figure rushed over quickly, excitedly exclaiming, "Third brother." Heavenly Dynasty. Seeing the newcomer, Ji Yunji's eyes also grew warm, and he shouted back excitedly. The figure rushed forward rapidly, looking disheveled but with a face filled with excitement. He dashed up to Ji Yunji, tears streaking down his aged face. "Third brother, you've finally returned." Seeing the old man's tearful excitement, some people who had gathered around were also astonished. Aside from Ji Yunji's funeral decades ago, they had once again seen this resolute Ji family war god shedding tears. Heavenly Dynasty. Ji Yunji's ethereal body also trembled slightly as brotherly reunions brought back a flood of memories. Meanwhile, on the other floating islands surrounding Sacred Mountain, news swiftly spread through the lofty palaces. The former war god of the Ji family, Ji Yunji, had returned. The entire upper echelon of the Ji family was stirred up, all congregating at Sacred Mountain, making it incredibly bustling. In front of the Ji family ancestral hall, there were throngs of people, many coming to visit the war god who had perished decades earlier. Along the way, Ji Yunji spoke with his brothers and wife, discussing the events of the years they had missed. Other sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren followed behind the elders, listened quietly without interrupting, only occasionally whispering inquiries in confusion. Ji Tianchao and others were emotionally stirred, but they did not interrupt each other. They had countless questions they wanted to ask Ji Yunji. Where had he been these years? How had he been? How did he return? Everyone missed you dearly, and so on, endless things to say. Ji Yunji also shared his experiences over the years, as well as his reasons for returning. When they learned that Ji Yunji had truly been detained by the Meng River, everyone was both shocked and relieved. Initially, when Ji Yunji had fallen in battle, They searched everywhere for his spirit but found nothing, guessing it might have been swept into the Meng River. A Yudu-level Meng River, someone actually cleared it? That young man, who is he? Which clan's prodigy? What? He is from our Ji family, Qingqing's child? As Ji Yunjie spoke, the crowd grew even more astounded. The Yudu-level Meng River, their ancient holy clan was not interested, yet they knew that even the Grand Tao of Peace Realm might not be able to clear it. At best they could destroy it, or even if luck was bad, they might fall within it. And in the ancient family, the Grand Tao of Peace Realm was considered top-notch combat power. Who would want to sacrifice such strength for an unnecessary risk? Keep in mind, hunting demons within the Meng River grants no benefit. Those demons are mostly the detained souls, vanishing upon being slain. As long as the Meng River hasn't been cleared, with its next opening, these souls would reappear. And hunting a great demon king outside at least brings a trove of treasures from its corpse, benefiting the family for generations. The great wilderness heaven is riddled with numerous demons, living more perilously. The ancient holy clan might sound imposing, but many things still needed to be managed with tight calculations, not wasting upper-level strength without cause. Moreover, there was another reason. The Meng River Merit Treasure Vault in Great Wilderness Heaven had been sealed during the Holy War 10,000 years ago. Even if someone later cleared a Yudu-level Meng River, accumulating 100,000 merits, it still couldn't be reopened, leading to the Meng River in Great Wilderness Heaven being ignored, avoided when possible to not waste effort. What cultivation level does that child have, to be able to clear a Yudu-level Meng River? Qingqing actually has a child. We only knew she had privately married into another race, never thought she actually bore offspring. Ji Tianchao and others wore faces of surprise, with complex gazes. Ji Qingqing was old 13th's daughter, who had early on hunted great demon kings for the family, but unfortunately was attacked and fell by a savage beast. Fortunately, her spirit returned to the ancestral hall, and wasn't swept away by the Meng River. Not long ago, Ji Qingqing's whereabouts were exposed beyond the Great Wilderness Heaven, and upon being brought back to the family, they learned she had secretly married into another race. Out of respect for Old 13th, his brothers helped cover up the news, not spreading it widely within the Ji family, but they couldn't keep it from other high-ranking members, so according to family rules, Ji Qingqing was imprisoned. However, they didn't plan to imprison her for life, just 1,000 years as a punishment. This was already considered a mild sentence. Unexpectedly, Ji Qingqing actually had a child who now came knocking at their door. But since this child had brought Ji Yunjie back, he might also be considered as having rendered a great service to the Ji family. Right, that child is 15 this year, already at the 3 immortal realms, and he can slay demon kings. His strength is not even weaker than the ultimate study realm. Referring to Li Hao, Ji Yunjie's face lit up with a smile, saying, I know the family rules, but that child is truly an exceptional prodigy, the most outstanding child I have ever seen, both in temperament and talent, top-notch. I hope you can look after him. Having such a Qilin child in our Ji family, we will surely soar to great heights in the future, reviving the glory of our prime ancestor saint. Hearing his high praises, the crowd was also shocked. A 15-year-old at the 3 immortal realms? This indeed counts as a prodigy, considered high-end talent within the Ji family. And Ji Yunjie stated that he was not weaker than the ultimate study realm. Such a leap in adversity seemed a bit too large. At once, some were astonished, some skeptical, while others thought Ji Yunjie, being saved by the young man, wished to repay him, hence deliberately exaggerated his words, even attempting to vindicate Ji Qingqing by doing so. But Ji Tianchao and Ji Yunjie's other brothers understood that their third brother would never lie about this. Especially on matters concerning the interests of the family, he was always more serious and earnest than anyone. Thus, no matter how strange the matter, they were willing to believe it. Unexpectedly, Old 13th's grandchild actually has such incredible abilities. If Old 13th knew, he might be able to make up for the regret caused by Qingqing's mistake back then. Qingqing was reckless, but the child she bore seems quite promising. Let's talk to the family head later. Such an exceptional talent, even if an exception is to be made, should be accommodated. Ji Tianchao and a few old brothers said to Ji Yunjie. In their lineage, seeing such an exceptional talent born, they felt consoled and joyful. Ji Yunjie smiled, believing that as long as Li Hao demonstrated his talents and contended for the top spot among the exceptional young talents, he would definitely be able to find a place in the Ji family. After all, the Ji family was relatively tolerant towards top demon talents. Besides, that child was also considered half a member of the Ji family. Where is the child? Why haven't I seen him? He's at the foot of the mountain. I told him to wait there. Send someone to bring him up later, but this matter needs to be reported to the family head first. Ji Yunjie said. The others nodded slightly, agreeing that it was indeed best to obtain the family head's permission for such an important matter. Soon, they arrived at the ancestral hall, only to see that the current head of the Ji family, Ji Daoxin, was already waiting there. He was Ji Yunjie's uncle, from his father's generation, dressed in luxurious clothes, with snow-white hair and beard, standing there quietly like a tranquil snow mountain Qinglian, giving off a sense of detachment from the world. Ji Daoxin had a kind face, deep eye sockets, and warm eyes, resembling a benevolent ordinary old grandfather. But the Ji family was the ancient holy clan, established through martial prowess, and in the great wilderness heaven, strength reigns supreme. To be the family head, you must be the strongest in the Ji family. At that moment, Ji Daoxin looked from afar at Ji Yunjie, who was being escorted over by the crowd. He showed a smile, but it quickly disappeared as his eyes tensed slightly and his expression changed. Ji Yunjie also saw him. As their eyes met, Ji Yunjie noticed the change in his expression and immediately realized that his own situation had most likely been discovered. Yunjie pays respects to the family head. Approaching, Ji Yunjie bowed deeply. Ji Tianchao and the others by his side also hurriedly followed suit with their bows. The younger members went as far as to kneel and bow. Instantly, everyone except Ji Daoxin was bending or kneeling in the presence of the family head. Ji Daoxin gazed intently at Ji Yunjie for a long while before letting out a gentle sigh. In these final moments, do whatever you wish to do. There's no need for such formalities. Ji Yunjie's eyes tensed slightly as he nodded. Thank you, family head. Their conversation, falling in the silent hall, was like a thunderclap in a quiet sky. Standing beside Ji Yunjie, Ji Tianchao, and his true brothers trembled violently, all of them shockingly staring at the family head. Family head, what are you saying? When they saw Ji Daoxin slightly shaking his head, Ji Tianchao's heart quivered, and turning to Ji Yunjie he asked, Third brother, what final moments? Weren't you always with us since you came back? With a silent sigh, Ji Yunjie knew he could no longer hide the truth, and he explained his situation. When everyone heard that Ji Yunjie was deeply corroded by the Mo River and would soon dissipate, they were all shocked. Those who were crying tears of joy now began to cover their faces and weep. No, impossible. Ji Tianchao bellowed, his whole body shaking, unable to accept this reality. Having just reunited, they now faced parting again forever? It was then that he suddenly thought of Ji Yunjie's previous words about looking after that child. Why wouldn't he look after the child himself? So it was that he would completely dissipate. Realizing this all too late, Ji Tianchao's eyes instantly reddened, his face filled with grief. He asked, Third brother, why has this happened? Ji Yunjie let out a silent sigh, softly patting his shoulder. Tianchao, after I'm gone, you must assist the family head well, protect the Ji family, and don't be as reckless as I was. But third brother, you've always been the calm one, I'm the reckless one. Ji Tianchao's voice choked. Ji Yunjie smiled, we're both old now, why do you still cry so easily? With that, he patted his shoulder again, signaling that it was time to maintain some composure after all. The two of them were the venerable war gods of the Ji family. Such sorrow was unbecoming. Turning his head to look at the family head Ji Daoxin, Ji Yunjie then recounted the matter of Li Hao. Ji Daoxin's face showed a hint of surprise, but when he saw the earnestness in Ji Yunjie's eyes, he knew this was the other's dying request. Sighing inwardly, he nodded slightly, I will consider this matter. If the child is as outstanding as you say, he can indeed become a genius of our Ji family, but if his strength is lacking, I can only spare his life at most. Seeing the patriarch make such a promise in person, Ji Yunjie breathed a sigh of relief, knowing this was the greatest concession he could expect. Thank you, patriarch. Ji Yunjie bowed deeply. During these last moments, you actually pled for a child. Don't you have any other wishes? Ji Daoxin said, when you died in battle, you performed great services for our Ji family. Whatever you want, just say it. Ji Yunjie smiled, the things I wanted, the patriarch must have already granted, right? The children are all doing well, and that puts my mind at ease. Seeing this, Ji Daoxin gave him a deep look, go ahead, offer incense to our ancestors, do whatever you wish to do. Ji Yunjie nodded, then once again bowed deeply, as a gesture of gratitude to his uncle. Afterward, he glanced over his brothers. Seeing that they all had faces filled with grief, he smiled and said, "I rarely come back, don't all look so mournful. Shedding tears for me twice is not worth it." Big brother, upon hearing this, they felt an even deeper heartache. His son stepped forward, his voice choked with emotion. "Dad, you are always the pride of my heart. Mother has washed her face with tears night and day, far more than just twice." Ji Yunji's heart trembled slightly, looking at his wife, seeing those tearful, misty eyes. The other didn't say anything, but he understood that he had deeply hurt her once again. Suddenly feeling an ache in his heart as if it was being torn apart, he tried to show a carefree smile, but he couldn't muster it. In the end, he had to turn away, facing away from everyone, and murmured softly, "I'll go and have a few words with old 13th first." With that, he walked into the ancestral hall. As the news of Ji Yunji's return spread, more and more people gathered atop Sacred Mountain. Soon, they learned that although Ji Yunji had come back, he could not return to the ancestral hall and would soon dissipate. Moreover, this soul of the war god of the Ji family that was trapped in Mo River was sent back by a young man. The words of high praise Ji Yunji had for Li Hao had also spread throughout the Ji family. All knew the young man was an extraordinary genius. Before long, a group of young figures flew down the mountain, rushing down the snowy steps to the vast mountain gate. Quickly, they saw a teenager standing in the grass outside the gate, seemingly taking a walk, looking around curiously. "Hey," one of the youths clad in luxurious clothes shouted, addressing Li Hao, "are you the one who brought back the war god Yunge? What are you looking around for?" Upon hearing this, Li Hao slowly turned his head. He wanted to say that his name wasn't Hey, nor was it Chu Yu Qian. But seeing the opponent's piercing eyes, he lost the mood for further words and chose not to respond. At that moment, more figures came rushing from behind, among them a middle-aged man. As he saw the teenager who was being surrounded and scrutinized by the younger generation of the Ji family outside the mountain gate, he quickly approached. "Have you been waiting long? I was sent to escort you up the mountain," he said. The middle-aged man revealed a warm smile upon seeing Li Hao. He was one of Ji Yunji's younger brothers sent to meet Li Hao. "Not really." Li Hao saw the courteous attitude and smiled back in response. Although he had waited a while, he didn't feel bored, rather he took the time to meticulously observe the holy land of the Ji family. The grass and trees here, this was the place where his mother lived. He found it very intriguing. "Just call me Ji Boduan, and how shall I address you?" Ji Boduan inquired. Li Hao was about to speak when he paused. He thought about saying Ji Hao, but suddenly recalling the youth around who seemed to harbor ill intentions, he figured it best to conceal his identity, being new and unaware of the full circumstances. He thought of another name, the one that the woman had prepared for him but never used. "You can call me Ji Ping," said Li Hao. "Ji Ping?" Hearing Li Hao's words, Ji Boduan was slightly stunned. Follow the mother's surname? It had always been customary to take the father's surname. It was rare for anyone to take the mother's surname, and he knew that Li Hao's mother, Ji Qingqing, had intermarried with a clan from beyond the great wilderness heaven, so it was impossible for that foreign clan to also have the Ji surname. He glanced at Li Hao, the warmth in his eyes slightly fading. But considering the rumors from above, that the war god of the Ji family had highly praised this child and that he couldn't see through Li Hao's aura, he remained polite. "Please follow me." Li Hao nodded and followed him. The two quickly ascended the mountain. The many younger members of the Ji family who had come to see the novelty frowned upon hearing Li Hao's words, some sneering and others scoffing. Ji Ping. What a bold face. Clearly a barbarian from a foreign tribe. He actually dares to change his surname and seeks to ingratiate himself with our Ji family. He doesn't even want his own father's surname. What a social climber, thinking he can simply burrow into our Ji family like this. I thought he was truly a peerless genius as the war god had said, but it turns out he's nothing more than a despicable person resorting to any means necessary. How disappointing. Maybe he deceived the war god with his glib tongue. How else would he have had the luck to pass through the Mo River? It's truly curious. All kinds of unpleasant discussions erupted. These younger members faced Li Hao without much restraint. They were of the same age and their innate bloodlines made them disdainful of this mixed blood intermarriage with a foreign tribe. When they heard of the war god's high praise, they felt even more indignant, as if someone from a small rural place claimed to be better than they were, which was embarrassing. Among the crowd, some were descendants of Ji Yunji's siblings. They had come out of curiosity, but upon hearing Li Hao's words and the surrounding discussions, they could not help but frown inwardly, greatly disappointed in this prodigy their uncle Yun Jie had spoken of. Low birth was a minor matter, but to look down upon one's own lineage was bound to invite contempt. Many people quickly followed the youth who was swiftly ascending the mountain, their eyes filled with disgust, feeling as though the sacred ground of the Ji family was being defiled. If it weren't for Li Hao bringing back Ji Yun Jie, they would have long expelled such a petty person. Soon, Li Hao, following Ji Boduan, arrived in the heart of the sacred mountain. This was also where the majority of the Ji family's elite direct descendants lived and conducted their daily lives. Clusters of buildings sprouted like bamboo shoots, spreading across the area, monumental in stature. The size of this sacred mountain was vast, equivalent to several cities, and could accommodate tens of millions of people. The majority of Ji family descendants with mediocre talents lived at the mountain's foothills, in the cities there, focusing on other skills such as artifact refining, medicine making, talisman crafting, and so on. Others tilled the fields, domesticated demons, and each carried out their duties. At this moment, many people of the Ji family, having heard the news, rushed to this place, curiously observing Li Hao. The peak of the sacred mountain was not open for ordinary members of the Ji family to ascend unless summoned. But the words of Ji Yun Jie had spread throughout the sacred mountain, and many messages had already reached the mid-mountain levels. They knew a youth with the Ji family bloodline had returned the war god. Is this the son of that person? I can't see through his cultivation level. It seems indeed very impressive. What use is being impressive? I just heard he has changed his surname to Ji. His intentions for traveling 1,000 miles to come here couldn't be more obvious, could they? Perhaps even his passing through the Mo River was aided by his family's joint efforts. It's a shame we couldn't find the Mo River where the war god Yun Jie was detained, or we would have long gone to pass through it. As the crowd gathered, various discussions arose. Li Hao, hearing this noisy banter, furrowed his brow. If these were ordinary juniors, he would have ignored them. But now that there were quite a few middle-aged people among these individuals, also sneering and mocking, his eyes grew colder. Is this how the Ji family treats its guests? Just as Ji Boduan had stopped, he gave a wry smile upon hearing Li Hao's words. He could understand the thoughts behind these discussions. After all, Li Hao's decision to follow his mother's surname was indeed contemptible. Though he was a subordinate of that elder and stood on Li Hao's side, it was difficult for him to show partiality internally. However, although he understood the thoughts of these commenters, he was commanded to receive this youth and immediately shouted, "Disperse, all of you. What's there to discuss? Make way." After scolding, he turned to Li Hao, "Please follow me." Saying this, he waved his hand to disperse the gathering crowd and led Li Hao into a grand hall, telling him, "Rest here for a while. War god Yun Jie is explaining your situation to the family head. When it's time for you to join the Ji family, I will come to notify you." With that, he turned and left, gently closing the hall doors behind him. Li Hao frowned but said nothing. He had heard all the remarks along the way and knew explanations were of no use, so there was no need to bother explaining. Once he saw his mother and if he could help her out of trouble, he would leave this place. After all, the Deu divine dynasty was always vulnerable to demon attacks, and although he was not a member of the Li family, as he had said, he was a human, and therefore would willingly offer his strength to the Deu divine dynasty. Moreover, he had not yet repaid the grace bestowed upon him by that emperor. Atop the sacred mountain, Ji Yun Jie had already come out from the ancestral shrine, having offered incense to the ancestors and met the souls of his fallen brothers. The spirits, learning that he could not return to the shrine and was about to dissipate, were all deeply grieved and saddened. Ji Yun Jie had told Old 13th that he had a grandson who was very promising and would become a prodigy of the Ji family. When he detailed Li Hao's performance at the Mo River to the Old 13th, the latter was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth, and his expression turned complex, filled with sorrow for Ji Yun Jie and curiosity whether his own grandson was truly as outstanding as he heard. At 15, able to fight in the ultimate study realm, Qingqing actually gave birth to such a mighty bloodline. Qingqing was thoughtless back then, but thankfully the Heavenly Dynasty and her elder brothers stepped forward to plead on her behalf, saving her from lifelong imprisonment. Still, enduring a millennium, it's too hard. This Old 13th was feeling conflicted. Initially, upon learning that his daughter had secretly married outside of their race, he was almost furious enough to dissipate his noble spirit. But in the end, she was his own daughter, and aside from helplessness and anger, He was out of options, as the deed was already done. As a father, even if his children made great mistakes, he could only risk his life to protect them, blaming himself for failing to educate his daughter well. The guilt was on him. Now, his daughter had given him a prodigious grandson, which brought some solace to his gloomy heart. Ji Yun-jae walked out of the ancestral shrine, bade farewell to the clan leader, and followed his several brothers and his wife and children back to their residence. Looking at the familiar landscapes of the past, Ji Yun-jae's heart was filled with nostalgia. The others also suppressed their sorrow, intending to accompany Ji Yun-jae with a smile through his last journey. On their journey, Ji Yun-jae thought of Li Hao and inquired, "Has the child been properly settled? Third brother, you're in this condition. Why are you still thinking about that child? You're already." Ji Tianchao's heart was aching. His face had been smiling all the way, but at this moment, he could hardly maintain it. Next to him, the sixth, Ji Yunqing, tugged at him and immediately said to Ji Yun-jae, "Someone has been sent to take care of it. Let me ask Qingmeng." He promptly called someone over. Before long, a woman rushed over, quickly bowed, and paid her respects to her elders one by one. "How is the child being settled? Have people seen him?" Ji Yunqing asked. The woman who arrived was his daughter, Ji Qingmeng, also Ji Qingqing's cousin, who looked graceful and dignified with willow-shaped eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, an elegant demeanor, and she responded, "My daughter has sent people to receive him, and has brought him to the guest reception hall. The clan leader is currently discussing the matter, but it's been said that Senior Qing Yuan doesn't wish to agree." Qing Yuan? Ji Yun-jae was surprised. Whose child is this? The Qing generation should be the children of his brothers and sisters, except for a few special cases. Like his ninth brother Ji Tianchao, who was especially favored by their father and was exceptionally granted a name from an ancestor that had passed away, with very high expectations. And the ninth brother indeed did not disappoint their father's expectations. "He's not from our line, but from a collateral branch," Ji Yunqing explained immediately. His great-grandfather was originally of the main bloodline, but being of ordinary talent, he married a woman from a collateral branch. As such, the line was passed down and gradually became secondary. However, in his generation, for some reason, he suddenly gained great fortune, born with the innate holy bone. Shortly after you left, third brother, he showed extraordinary talent, breaking through successively in the four stands realm, stepping into the Tao comprehension realm in one fell swoop, and now he stands together with Tian Chao as one of the three war gods of our Ji family. Ji Yun-jae was slightly stunned, having thought that the Ji family would need to keep a low profile for a while after his passing. He hadn't expected that a new war god would emerge. A transcender of the grand Tao of peace realm, one who comprehends the Tao. This person is of the same generation as this, but due to coming from a collateral line, he's a bit lower in seniority and belongs to Qingqing's generation. He used to call us uncle when we met in the past, said the fourth. Ji Yun-jae immediately understood. From a collateral line and yet possessing the innate holy bone, that's truly hitting the jackpot. Their prime ancestor was of the Saint Realm, and those in the Saint Realm could inherit the holy bone, just as those in the three immortal realms could inherit the divine blood. Unlike the Saint Realm, the chance of inheriting divine blood is extremely high, unless the parental generation is indulgent, producing an excessive number of offspring, overindulging in desire, which would result in a decreased probability of inheriting the divine blood. But with the holy bone, even with a bloodline concentration that's exceedingly pure in a direct descendant, there's no guarantee of inheritance. It's entirely up to fate. It can only be said that a pure bloodline can slightly increase the chance of success. And once the holy bone is awakened, one will have the stature to question the holy. This is also why the Ji family prohibits marriages with outside races, trying to maintain the purity of the main bloodline as much as possible. This person is low-key and patient. Before reaching the four stands realm, no one knew he carried the holy bone. Only afterward did he burst onto the scene, continually breaking through. He probably had already accumulated a profound foundation, which allowed him to easily break through and step into the Tao comprehension realm, Ji Yunqing said. Ji Yun-jae nodded slightly. Among their 16 siblings, only a part of them had a deep brotherly bond and got along harmoniously. And after all, the Ji family was an ancient family with a lineage of 10,000 years, with complex and interwoven branches, so it was inevitable that many internal conflicts would arise. Since this person came from a collateral line, his caution was to be expected. What about the clan leader? What did he say? Ji Yun-jae asked. Ji Daoxin had promised him, and he believed that the clan leader would not go back on his word. The clan leader said he is willing to give that child a chance. Right now, that Ji Qingyuan is leading others to argue about this, saying that we absolutely must not break the rules, at most offer some other compensation, and not executing that child is already letting him off lightly. Ji Qingming explained, then seemed to realize she was getting into too much detail. Her uncle didn't have much time to listen to her go into the specifics and promptly said, "But the clan leader's word has been given, and there's no chance of changing it, so uncle, you can rest assured." Ji Yunqing said coldly that Ji Qingyuan also knows this, he's just using it as an excuse to make things difficult, aiming to gain benefits for their own side. Ji Yunjie nodded slightly, then said with a smile, "These are all trivial matters. As long as that child shows his talents, I believe the clan leader will know that receiving that child into the Ji family is not because I'm using my past achievements to exchange for this favor, but because I have established a great merit for our Ji family before my death." A few people were slightly stunned. They hadn't expected this third brother to have so much confidence in the child. How outstanding must that child be to deserve such faith? Ji Qingmeng was also taken aback. Looking at her uncle's eyes shining with excitement, she suddenly felt a bit reluctant to speak her thoughts. She said in a low voice, "Uncle, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate." "Qingmeng, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste your uncle's time," Ji Yunqing immediately chided. Ji Yunjie smiled and said, "Beating around the bush, what's the difficult matter now?" That child. Ji Qingmeng, thinking of the news that had come from below, looked cautiously at her uncle. He said his name is Ji Leping, taking his mother's surname. A few people were all taken aback. Ji Leping, this child. Ji Yunqing frowned slightly. Could it be that his father is some insignificant character, and thus in marrying Qingqing, he married into her family? We've looked into it before. He is a divine general from the Dayu divine dynasty, said to be a marshal. Compared to us he is lacking, but in the Dayu divine dynasty, his prestige is very significant, the fourth elder said, his eyes flickering, as if he was holding back from saying more. So him taking his mother's surname, was that the third brother's intention? Ji Yunqing asked. Ji Yunjie shook his head slightly. This child. The few exchanged glances, all frowning. Seeing their expressions, Ji Yunjie immediately knew what they were thinking and shook his head, saying, "Don't misunderstand, with the child's talents, even without our Ji family, he would definitely stand out as a dragon amongst men in this great wilderness heaven, not being overshadowed by other prodigies." Everyone looked at him, puzzled as to why this third brother favored the child so much, just because he had brought him back. The child taking his mother's surname, I guess it's only because he has a deeper bond with his mother. It might also be a way of remembering his mother. Ji Yunjie said, "Is it not because he wants to become a part of our Ji family?" Ji Qingmeng couldn't help but ask, feeling that her uncle might have been somewhat misled by the youth. "Qingmeng, watch your language," Ji Yunqing couldn't help but rebuke. Even though they also shared the same thoughts, was this really a time to question the third brother's judgment at his last moment? All they wanted was for Ji Yunjie to pass the remainder of his time happily. Ji Yunjie smiled, seeing that the others were silent. He understood his old brother's thoughts all too well and said, "You're all thinking too far ahead. That child has a free spirit. He does not have such strong attachments to family, whether it be the Ji family or any other family. Otherwise, he couldn't have passed through my Mo River and brought me back." "How so?" The group was puzzled. They had discussed many past events but had yet to learn the specifics about that Mo River. Ji Yunjie immediately explained the reasons behind passing through the Mo River in detail to them. Upon hearing his explanation, they were all stunned, finally understanding. "In that case, we really misunderstood the child," Ji Yunqing said. "But why would he want to change his surname? His father must be so upset," the fourth elder asked with confusion. They all looked towards Ji Yunjie, who also shook his head slightly. "I don't know about that. Perhaps the child does not feel a deep connection with his own father, otherwise, why would he lack such fondness for family?" Upon hearing this, everyone thought it was indeed a possibility. "If that's the case, then we should treat him well. That's right, since he has taken the Ji family name, he is one of the people of the Ji family," the group said. Ji Yunjie smiled and said, "I can rest assured leaving the child to you. He is a sincere person, with incredibly sharp wit. Treat him with the same sincerity, and in time, you will see your kindness repaid." Hearing his hint, they understood his meaning. There was no need for other methods to try to control the child. Sincerity was sufficient. Third brother, let's not talk about this anymore, your body has grown even weaker. Ji Tianchao said with a somber tone, not having spoken until now. He did not care about some youth or any prodigy. He only cared about his third brother, with whom he had once fought side by side, slaying countless demons. Tianchao, from now on, let the child take my place to accompany you. Give the child 10 years, and he should more or less reach the Tao comprehension realm. Ji Yunjie said softly, his body so frail as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Atop sacred mountain, inside the Ji family's council hall. The Ji family had many branches, and aside from a few brothers familiar with Ji Yunjie, who were accompanying him on his final journey, the rest of the elders and branches had all gathered here. They had wanted to visit Ji Yunjie, as he was their war god and deserved open respect, but the family head, Ji Daoxin, had stopped them. Ji Daoxin saw that Ji Yunjie's ability to return to the family when his body and Wei were about to perish was driven solely by his sentiment for certain things within the family. As for the complex crowd, it wasn't likely to enter his heart, instead, it might cause distraction. Having fought for the Ji family all his life, Ji Daoxin hoped that in his dying moments, he might leave quietly in the way he preferred, untainted by these mundane affairs. At this moment, some elders and branch leaders gathered to discuss the return of Ji Yunjie. What a pity, war god Yunge is about to fade away. Otherwise, sending the soul of war god Yunge back would have been a great merit to our Ji family. Yunge intends to have this child join the Ji family, which could break our rules. Initially, for the sake of Lord 13's face, Ji Qingqing was not punished severely. As a legitimate daughter, she committed a grave offense. Now, she's only imprisoned for 1,000 years, a light sentence. Allowing her son to join the clan now may be a sign of our clan's decline. Exactly, once this precedent is set, how shall we deal with those geniuses who marry foreigners in the future? The crowd was abuzz with mostly dissenting opinions, some of whom were agitators from a faction led in secret by Ji Qingyuan. Since Ji Qingyuan consecutively broke through to the Four Stands realm and became the new war god of the Ji family, many people had formed close ties with him. On the rattan chair next to Ji Daoxin, an old man with snow-white temples sat upright with an air of authority that demanded respect even in silence. It was Ji Qingyuan. His gaze was indifferent, seeming to not take part in the disputes, but his mere presence, and the opening statement of opposition, had made it clear to his followers what he intended, prompting them to argue fiercely on his behalf. This matter has already been accepted by me on behalf of Yunge. He is our Ji family's war god and has worked tirelessly for our Ji family his whole life. Now that he can return to his ancestral home, don't we owe it to that young man to be grateful? Ji Daoxin spoke calmly. Besides, the matter with Qingqing has been put to rest and need not be reopened. The young man possesses Qingqing's bloodline yet is from another tribe. According to custom, he should indeed be executed. But he risked the danger of execution to escort Yunge home, and this intention should also be taken into consideration by all. Family head, that young man's actions are but an attempt to leverage his escorting merit to join our Ji family. An elder spoke, such intentions are clear at first glance. That's right, dreaming of using the resources of our Ji family to rise is pure folly. One short-tempered elder stated, whose grandfather's generation had also seen glory. Gentlemen, previously the war god Yunge mentioned that the young man is a prodigy of his generation. If our Ji family could gain such a genius, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. There were also members of Ji Yunjie's lineage who had joined the discussion. HMPH, our Ji family isn't lacking prodigies. With the resources of our Ji family, even a slightly enlightened genius can be nurtured into a prodigy. Why would we need such a half-blood mongrel? The former short-tempered elder scoffed. This unapologetic insult changed the expressions of several people. They looked angry. They were all from Ji Yunjie's line, and Ji Qingqing's child was also their junior with closer blood relations. However, marriages within the Ji family were forbidden, and those who were executed or imprisoned for defying this were not few. The ones of common birth faced even harsher insults, and although they were angry, they knew that showing anger over this issue would only infuriate more people. Stepping back, even if we allow him to join the Ji family, would he be considered illegitimate or of legitimate descent? An elder inquired. Hearing this, the arguing people all turned their gazes towards Ji Daoxin. The previous disputes had also quieted somewhat. Ji Daoxin looked calm, and casting a glance at Ji Qingyuan, he knew this was the true reason behind the opposition. Although the Ji family could unite against external enemies, internal conflicts that had built up over millennia were irreconcilable. The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate descendants was significant due to reasons of bloodline and holy bone. For example, illegitimates could only live on floating islands outside of Sacred Mountain. Even a war god figure like Ji Qingyuan couldn't reside on Sacred Mountain due to this, and despite his esteemed status and power, he had to rank beneath his peers of the legitimate line. This was because the overall distribution of the Ji family's illegitimate line was in the middle and lower tiers, while the legitimate line controlled the upper echelons and generally possessed greater strength. Although Ji Qingyuan was powerful and had now become a war god, in the end, he was from an illegitimate line and couldn't escape the flaw of his birth. This difference between legitimate and illegitimate descendants had seeped deep into the marrow of the Ji family, and the disparity often led to prejudice and arrogance. For instance, descendants of royal families might still boast about their imperial ancestors even if they were reduced to vagrancy, refusing to accept their fallen reality and indulging in the glory of their forebears. Or ancient nobility, despite decline, would still look down upon newly risen wealthy merchants as vulgar. To mock others' shortcomings while priding oneself on perceived strengths is human nature. Even if they had nothing but good looks to their name, people would ridicule those at the pinnacle of power for not being as attractive, using this to comfort themselves. Not to mention that the difference between legitimate and illegitimate descents was indeed vast, with disparities in all aspects of strength, which is why the legitimate line had a firm hold on the upper tiers. Cases like Ji Qingyuan, born illegitimate but unexpectedly awakening the holy bone, were after all rare, only the second instance in 10,000 years. Being treated with arrogance for a long time inevitably breeds anger and hatred. Therefore, Ji Daoxin had long seen through Ji Qingyuan's thoughts and could empathize with them, but he understood that this was a deadlock, one that only a sage could break. Yet he was no sage. Only if the prime ancestor were to be resurrected, could the situation be rewritten by the power of a sage's teachings. Otherwise, the grievances between the legitimate and illegitimate branches, due to the presence of the bloodline and holy bones, would exist forever. Now, this young man's arrival was merely a gap in the Ji family's age-old grievances between the legitimate and illegitimate branches. The issue did not lie with the young man, but in the heart of Ji Qingyuan, as well as in the grievances accumulated over 10,000 years within the Ji family. After a moment of silence, Ji Daoxin said, "He is Ji Qingqing's child, and rightly should be considered legitimate. But as to whether he is legitimate or illegitimate, we can decide based on the purity of his bloodline. I heard from Yunge that he has the bearing of a prodigy, and it is unknown whether he possesses the Ji family's holy bones within him. If he has the innate holy bone, naturally he should be included in the legitimate line. If there are no holy bones and his talents are ordinary, then he is illegitimate. What do you all think?" Upon hearing his words, many elders' eyes flickered, silently communicating with each other. Ji Qingyuan, feeling Ji Daoxin's gaze, knew that he was truly asking for his own opinion. But his expression remained unchanged, not taking a stance. "Patriarch, if he is indeed illegitimate, then whether he becomes a prodigy of our Ji family will depend on his own strength." An elder spoke up. "Exactly, merely escorting war god Yunge back ensures his life at best. It's good enough not to have killed him. The mixed blood of foreign races dares to come and tarnish our Ji family. What a ridiculous intention. Do you all agree to admit him into the Ji family? I do not approve. Even if he is illegitimate, he is unworthy. Blood of a foreign race, if in the future they marry into our Ji family's illegitimate line, wouldn't the bloodline become even more diluted?" Once again, the crowd erupted into discussion. Seeing that Ji Qingyuan was unmoved, Ji Daoxin's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face grew darker as he said, "Enough." The two words were not spoken loudly, yet instantly quieted the voices in the room. The elders were not speaking without reason, nor were they reckless. There were purposes and intentions behind their words, and now, seeing them anger the patriarch, their expressions subtly shifted. "If there are objections, then let's put it to a vote at the elders' council," Ji Daoxin said with a cold face. At this, many people's expressions changed slightly. The majority of the elders were from the legitimate line, and if an assembly were called, Ji Yunji's influence and personal connections might lead to the final decision, allowing the young man to directly become part of the legitimate line. They were now engaging in a war of words in hopes of bypassing the elders' council altogether. After all, convening it was not without consequences for the Ji family, and it had a significant impact. Many elders were either in seclusion or guarding a territory and could not all make it in time. But once the assembly was called, those elders would have no choice but to be summoned. Ji Qingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly spoke up. My colleagues, since the patriarch has already made a decision, I agree with the patriarch's reasoning. Our Ji family respects the strong. Whether he is legitimate or illegitimate will depend on whether this young man is strong or weak. If he possesses holy bones and we expel him from the Ji family, would that not be laughable? Once this news spreads to other ancient holy clans, they are bound to sneer at us. Since war god Yunge regards him so favorably, he must possess some extraordinary qualities. Why not let Qing Shuang test him? Having remained silent until now, his statement brought quiet to the room. Ji Daoxin's gaze became sharp, clearly perceiving the pointed meaning behind, respecting only the strong. Even though the latter was already a war god and no one dared to openly disrespect him, this move was meant to speak up for the other illegitimate members whom he had helped climb to success. Considering all these factors, Ji Daoxin inwardly sighed, aware that a conflict between legitimate and illegitimate branches, which had erupted in the Ji family thousands of years ago, might re-emerge. The words of war god Qing Yuan make sense. There are countless great desolate heaven demons, and the law of the jungle has always favored the strong over the weak. That's right, whether he is legitimate or illegitimate will depend on whether the young man is strong or weak. Many of the highly ranked from the illegitimate branch immediately echoed Ji Qingyuan's statement, feeling a sense of satisfaction. There are weak among the legitimate line, and there are strong among the illegitimate, but the strong from the illegitimate line always feel inferior in front of the legitimate line, a feeling of frustration and anger that had long been simmering. Initially, those high-ranking members of the Ji family who had no connection with Ji Yunzhe and Ji Qingyuan wanted to speak up and discuss from an objective perspective, but seeing that Ji Qingyuan and the patriarch had reached a consensus, they knew there was no need to continue the discussion. In that case, Ji Daoxin was about to speak when suddenly, a figure rushed toward the council hall, stopping at the entrance. I have urgent news for the patriarch. There has been an incident at the foot of the mountain. Ji Daoxin was slightly taken aback, his spiritual thought quickly enveloping the area without asking questions, and he began to investigate directly. What happened? The elder next to him did not dare to release his spiritual thought so recklessly, covering the entire sacred mountain, and asked in confusion. Ji Yufan, the prodigy, has had a confrontation with that outsider. The trusted aide reported promptly. At these words, everyone was taken aback, exchanging glances. An elder from the illegitimate branch asked, "The outsider you're referring to, is it the young man who brought back war god Yunge?" "That's right, it's him," the trusted aide nodded. "This is outrageous. So brazen to pick a fight with a Ji family prodigy upon arrival, unbelievable." "Good, let Ji Yufan teach him a lesson. It will save him from not knowing his place. How dare he cause trouble in our Ji family?" Many people were growing angry. Ji Qingyuan stood up, aware that Ji Daoxin was using his spiritual thought to probe, but he was neither Ji Daoxin nor from the direct lineage of the Ji family. Even as a war god, he couldn't rashly explore around on the sacred mountain. He slightly bowed his hands and said, "I originally wanted to let Qing Shuang have a little test, but it seems unnecessary now. I will go and see just how capable this prodigy is. The half-blood of the direct lineage must also be quite powerful." With a light smile, he bid farewell to the family head and left for the outside of the hall. As he stood up, the others weren't delayed further, and they, too, bid their farewells to the family head before hurrying off to watch the spectacle unfold. That child. Several individuals from the lineage of Ji Yunzhe also changed their expressions, not expecting the child to be so impulsive. They swiftly stood up to say goodbye, hastily rushing to avert a bitter defeat for their side. The other onlookers turned their gaze to Ji Daoxin, only to see a hint of surprise on his face, showing no intention of stopping Ji Qingyuan and others from leaving. With a loud bang, a figure suddenly flew out, smashing through the doors of the guest reception hall and tumbling onto the street outside. At the side, a youth with his hands behind his back changed his expression, looking somewhat grimly ahead. At the doorway, Ji Baoduan's expression also changed, not bothering to assist the youth who had rolled out, but quickly running into the midst of the people inside the hall. "Everyone, please calm down. This is the guest reception hall, where fighting is not allowed. Get out of the way," the youth with his hands behind his back said bluntly. Ji Baoduan's expression changed, looking quite unpleased. The youth, however, ignored him and kept his eyes fixed intently on the calmly seated youth opposite. He had initially sent his followers to do the job, unwilling to dirty his own hands, but he didn't expect that the other party was more skilled than anticipated, effortlessly beating his follower. The youth was none other than Ji Yufan, one of the Ji family's prodigies. Seeing that he was of similar age to Li Hao, he had intended to come teach him a lesson. After all, it wouldn't be seen as bullying this way. The follower by his side was also a talent of the Ji family, though still some distance away from being a prodigy. Thus, he chose to follow one, hoping that when the prodigy rose meteorically in the future, the follower could benefit, possibly being promoted to a higher position within the Ji family. It seems you do have some skills. No wonder you are so arrogant. Do you think you can make your way into our Ji family with just that? Ji Yufan's eyes were cold as he spoke. He strode towards Li Hao, wanting to deal with him personally. Young Master Yufan, you mustn't break the rules. Ji Boduan hurriedly intervened. Out of my way. Ji Yufan suddenly erupted with aura, his young age betraying the burst of immortal realm energy he emitted, which soared to its peak, reaching the unwithering realm. With an angry shout, he repelled Ji Boduan and then stepped out firmly like a dragon or a tiger, coming to a stop in front of Li Hao. Change your surname now and leave the Ji family, there's still time. He looked down from above, gazing at the youth who was sitting before him. The teacup in Li Hao's hands, which was for welcoming guests, paused for a moment. Who might you be? Li Hao turned his head to look at him. You do not need to know who I am, nor are you worthy of knowing, Ji Yufan said, his eyes cold. Li Hao indifferently withdrew his gaze, took a sip of the tea from his cup, finishing it, and then spoke. When I asked who you are, I didn't truly want to know. I was merely wondering, who are you to tell me what my surname should be? Because this is the Ji family, and because you are a mongrel, not worthy of the Ji name. Ji Yufan said angrily. A flicker of cold light passed through Li Hao's eyes. He looked at the furious young man before him and slowly placed his teacup down, then rose to his feet at a measured pace. Ji Yufan refrained from striking, unwilling to launch a sneak attack. As a prodigy, he had his pride. His angry eyes watched Li Hao, who had been shorter when seated, but now stood a head taller. The other was younger, yet taller than he was. This fact made Ji Yufan's countenance turn even uglier. It seems the Ji family's family discipline is generally not very impressive, Li Hao said quietly. Before the young man in front of him had a chance to get angry, there was a slap, and suddenly, a loud sound of a slap echoed through the air. Ji Yufan's head jerked to the side, his mind buzzing, blood spurting from his mouth. His Kunyu Bao body actually broke under Li Hao's slap. I'm only reluctantly teaching you on behalf of your parents. Li Hao's gaze was cold, and then he looked up towards the outside of the guest reception hall, sensing the many onlooking presences, and said in a cold voice. Whose child is this? Could it be that you want me to kill him right here before someone comes to claim the body? Hearing Li Hao's words, everyone outside the hall was shocked. Many of them had seen the scene through their divine souls. Ji Yufan, who was about the same age as Li Hao, had actually been slapped in the face by Li Hao. You, at this moment, Ji Yufan had come to his senses, with an incredulous expression on his face, but what followed was a sensation as if all the blood in his body was rushing to the top of his head, feeling like it was about to explode. You're courting death, he roared, his aura suddenly surging, and in an instant, his flesh expanded, crackling. Behind him, the phantom of an ancient ferocious beast, the Kunpeng, emerged, emanating an extremely fierce and violent aura. But before he could burst forth with an attack, a second slap followed. This time, his head was directly smashed into the stone slabs at Li Hao's feet, deeply embedded into it. The Kunpeng phantom also dispersed with the slap, dissolving into a shadow. What, do you only stop when I beat you to death? Li Hao withdrew his hand, his icy gaze slowly sweeping the outside. The onlookers who had rushed over were almost scared to make a sound, unable to believe that this young man had just subdued Ji Yufan with 2 slaps. Ji Boduan's eyes widened in shock, somewhat taken aback. Although he knew that Li Hao had escorted Ji Yanjie back, with Ji Yanjie's strength, it was uncertain who was actually guarding whom. The age of this young man looked no more than 15 or 16. Even among the Ji family's prodigies, like Ji Yufan, who was one of the youngest and had reached the unwithering realm at 15, he was still in the unwithering realm at 17, but could comprehend the Tao heart at any moment. Yet now, he had been easily defeated by Li Hao. What an arrogant tone. In the high skies outside the hall, several figures emerged, radiating immense aura without concealment. They were dressed extraordinarily and carried themselves with confidence, their eyes cold and sharp, all of them prodigies from various branches of the Ji family. This is the G family, and yet you dare to hurt others at will. Did you learn our G family's cultivation technique from your mother? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite and using my strength against a junior. A young man stepped forward, his aura suddenly unfurled, revealing the atmosphere of the Four Stands realm. The crowd gathered nearby was utterly surprised. That's Ji Minkyu, who is considered a strong figure among the prodigies. The outsider who just defeated Ji Yufan seemed pretty strong too. With no real skill, war god Yun Jie would not have praised him so highly, claiming he is certain to become a prodigy of our Ji family. It seems he truly has the strength. But does this person think our Ji family is some rundown place he used to stay? Even prodigies must lie prostrate and be obedient in our Ji family? I think, since this person escorted war god Yun Jie back, after all, he has made a contribution to our Ji family. Is it really okay to treat him like this? Many people sent out their spiritual thoughts, observing from afar, chattering amongst themselves. Li Hao frowned slightly, not expecting the Ji family's aversion to outsiders to be so intense. He had thought that most people would be as sensible as Ji Yun Jie, but it seemed Ji Yun Jie was just a small part of the Ji family. War god Yun Jie said you are a prodigy, right? If you want to join our Ji family and rank among us, let's see if you have the skill. The youth named Ji Minkyu spoke with a cold gaze, looking down at Li Hao from the void. He was more mature than Ji Yufan and did not rashly act on his own dissatisfaction before the decision on how to deal with Li Hao was made from above. To be ranked among you would be an insult to me. Li Hao replied quietly. You're courting death. Ji Minkyu was momentarily stunned, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He had thought they were proud enough, yet this young man in front of him was even more outrageous. If you can withstand my spear, then I will acknowledge you. He suddenly made a move, flipping out his long spear, and the space around seemed to resonate with it. The spear's light condensed, embodying the true might of martial Dao extreme meaning, with a terrifying spear force concentrated at one point, violently thrusting towards Li Hao. This spear thrust, he can't dodge it. To take a direct hit from Ji Minkyu, the genius of our day, can this youth withstand it? Seeing the terrifying spear brilliance, the onlookers were all frightened. This was an attack from the Dao Heart Realm, inescapable by any means. Unless it was one of those top movement techniques from the ultimate study realm, that might momentarily make even the essence of Dao unable to track one's movement. But how old was this youth, and how much time could he have spent on his cultivation? Would he have mastered it? Bang! The destroying spear brilliance arrived in an instant, replacing the air in front of Li Hao, killing him instantly. Surrounding the spear brilliance were lightning-like destructive arcs, lifting the floor under Li Hao's feet, with thin wisps like black spirals of evil aura, terrifying in might. Li Hao did not dodge, but simply threw out a punch. The spear brilliance collided with the fist, sparking a fierce aurora so bright it was impossible to keep one's eyes open, but immediately after, that destructive power dissipated, and Li Hao was left without a single injury. Ji Minkyu's expression abruptly changed, looking at Li Hao with a mix of shock and confusion. He had not used his full strength in this spear thrust, but he had still exerted 70 or 80% of his power, enough to pierce through someone from the three immortal realms with ease, yet it was blocked by Li Hao. The other onlookers, upon witnessing this scene, were also shocked. That youth actually caught Ji Minkyu's spear thrust. Could it be that he has also stepped into the Four Stands realm? But he does not appear old. He must be a genius as well. No wonder he received high praise from war god Yunge. It seems he really is quite powerful. After all, he has the Ji family bloodline. His mother is of the direct line, and his bloodline is rich. It might even be more distinguished than those of the collateral branches. Many people started discussing in astonishment, but the tone had changed from the previous disdain to some recognition for the youth. Although the Ji family had a serious divide between legitimate and collateral branches, they were unified in their tolerance of the strong. The harsh environment of the great wilderness heaven also led to a culture that respected the powerful. The strength displayed by Li Hao silenced many who had previously insulted and looked down on him, and they realized that regardless of whether he could join the Ji family, he was indeed a genius. In the great wilderness heaven, a genius should not be insulted. It seems you do have some ability. In light of your escorting war god Yunge back, I won't hold this against you. Ji Minkyu recognized that Li Hao indeed had genuine skill and sneered, indicating that he intended to stop. If you can catch him a punch, I will acknowledge you. Li Hao took a half step forward. Ji Minkyu was taken aback, his expression darkening as he said, Are you challenging me? One spear for one punch, that would make us even, said Li Hao calmly. Ji Mingqiu couldn't help but laugh in anger, saying, don't tell me you really think you are qualified to fight me. I was just going easy on you, not using my full strength. If we were truly to compete, you would have been lying down by now. I, too, can be merciful, Li Hao replied without arguing, calmly stating. Ji Mingqiu's eyes blazed with anger, the first time he felt there was someone even more arrogant than himself. Then try me. His entire body erupted with a vigorous aura, his meridians activating, and his hair stood up in rage. He was genuinely angry now. As Li Hao was about to make a move, suddenly a group of figures rapidly approached from a distance. One of them shouted, "Stop!" Everyone in the plaza outside the guest reception hall turned to look. When they saw the leading figure, they were greatly shocked, and many of them immediately knelt down in worship. We greet War God Qing Yuan. We greet War God Qing Yuan. The progressively synchronized voices rang out, and all heads were bowed. Ji Mingqiu and others in midair saw Ji Qingyuan and a group of elders arriving, and their expressions changed slightly as they stopped and bowed respectfully. Ji Qingyuan's expression was calm. Although he was a bastard child, he was held in the highest respect by all in the Ji family, regardless of being legitimate or not. On this sacred mountain, among those bowing to him, most were legitimate descendants of the Ji family, yet they regarded him as a deity, submitting at his feet. He had grown accustomed to it. The previous subtle contest with Ji Daoxin was merely a struggle for the interests of other collateral members. After all, he was now the leading figure among the collateral branches and naturally shouldered some burdens. Seeing the shattered entrance to the guest reception hall and the situation within, Ji Qingyuan immediately grasped what had happened. When he saw Ji Yufan kneeling at the feet of the unfamiliar youth, a flicker of coldness crossed his eyes. What is going on? An elder stepped forward, scolding angrily. His face was full of rage, seemingly directed at Li Hao, as if interrogating him. Ji Mingqiu and the others kept their heads down without responding. Ji Boduan, realizing what was happening, hurried over. Elder Qing Feng, this is all a misunderstanding. Yufan, the proud son of heaven, came here to learn a thing or two from Master Le Ping, just a friendly exchange. What master? He's not even a member of the Ji family yet. The elder immediately scolded him. Ji Boduan's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly fell silent. Qing Feng, don't forget what your father is called. Several figures hurried over from afar. An elderly lady rapidly appeared above the guest reception hall, positioning herself in such a way as to shield Li Hao. This is the guest reception hall. Your behavior is outrageous. Since when is it proper to start fights in the guest reception hall? Have we completely abandoned our rules? She glared at Ji Qing Feng with disdain before turning her gaze to Ji Mingqiu and the other young talents. Seeing this elderly lady, Ji Mingqiu and the others' expressions changed slightly, as they quickly bowed in greeting. Ji Qing Feng's face darkened as he said, "Fourth aunt, since we're talking about rules, we shouldn't show favoritism." Favoritism? When has my Ji family ever lacked manners to the point of attacking others in the guest reception hall? The elderly lady, known as Ji Yanyu, was visibly furious. It's good that I didn't kill him. Right now, he's not a member of the Ji family. Ji Qing Feng said coldly, "You're completely unreasonable." Ji Yanyu was outraged by that reasoning. He is still your nephew by extension. Are you really prepared to kill your own nephew with your own hands? Ji Qing Feng said coldly, "Every family has its rules, every clan has its regulations. My father was fair and strict, and I am naturally the same. Anyone who makes a mistake, I handle them all the same, and it doesn't matter if they're an outside nephew or even my own son. Whether he has made a mistake or not is already for the family head to deal with. It's not your turn." Ji Yanyu was furious. In their line, there were 15 brothers and 7 sisters, a total of 22 of the Yun generation. Apart from those who have died in battle or died young, there are now only 12 left, but they have split into 2 factions that do not interact with each other. The reason was that many years ago, their father doted on the 9th, Ji Tian Chao, causing some brothers and sisters to harbor jealousy secretly, leading to rifts between their children. When their father passed away, these rifts were fully exposed, and they argued and cut off contact with each other. This is the inevitable hidden wound in the inheritance of major families, countless and unresolved. HMPH, Ji Qing Feng sneered with disdain in his eyes. More and more people gathered around, with Ji Yanyu and Ji Qingyuan taking the lead, clearly divided into 2 factions. At the same time, the news here reached a building at the top of Sacred Mountain. On the beautifully scenic rear mountain, a small pastoral courtyard appeared ahead. The figure of Ji Yun-jae grew increasingly faint, drifting around here. He looked at the fields and wells around him, gazing at the vegetable garden on the hill with a bit of sorrow and distress in his eyes. He paused slightly, saying to Ji Tian-chao and the others, "You all stay behind. For these last moments, let Xiao Mu keep me company." Ji Tian-chao and the others looked sorrowful, watching his nearly transparent body, fighting back tears. "Third brother, I won't let any of those who ganged up on you go," Ji Tian-chao gritted his teeth. Ji Yun-jae gave a faint smile, took his wife's hand, and said, "Just remember what you promised me. The fate of the Ji family has come. It will surely rise in the future." With that, he gave his wife a gentle smile, said no more, and took her hand, accompanying her on this grassy path. Dad. Behind him, Ji Tian-chao, his son, daughter-in-law, and others were watching the two aging figures walk away, their eyes filled with sadness. Ji Yunqing clenched his teeth slightly and glanced back in the distance, hatred flickering in his eyes. Third brother is about to pass away, and those guys can't even come and take one last look? The fourth brother remained silent. He knew whom his younger brother was referring to. Their brotherly bond had already crumbled when their parents died. Upon hearing Ji Yunqing's words, Ji Tian-chao's body trembled slightly, and he clenched his fists tightly but said nothing. They stood quietly outside the small courtyard for a long time until they heard Ji Shimu's wails from inside, and all their bodies shook as tears fell. They knew that the war god of the Ji family, Ji Yun-jae, had left them forever. Third brother, Ji Tian-chao roared to the sky like a wounded beast. The fourth brother and Ji Yunqing just clenched their fists, their shoulders trembling slightly, restraining their emotions. Meanwhile, Ji Yun-jae's children and grandchildren were crying out loud, sobbing and choking. At that moment, a figure sped from a distance, Ji Qingmeng, Ji Yunqing's daughter. "Dad." Ji Qingmeng rushed over. Upon seeing everyone's grief-stricken appearance, her expression changed slightly. Not seeing Ji Yun-jae, she immediately realized what had happened. Ji Yunqing did not respond at first, but, after Ji Qingmeng called again, he restrained his emotions and turned to ask, "What is it?" That young man defeated Ji Yufan at the foot of the mountain. Now Ji Qingyuan and Yenyue are over there, and news from the council hall came that the family head has agreed to let that child join the Ji family, but they must test his holy bone to decide whether he will be a legitimate or illegitimate descendant, Ji Qingmeng said quickly and calmly. Upon hearing this, several of Ji Yun-jae's children and grandchildren were stunned. They all held great affection and gratitude for the one who had returned their father's spirit, appreciating him deeply. The fact that he could defeat Ji Yufan showed that what their father had said before was not an exaggeration. Ji Qingyuan. Ji Tian-chao suddenly turned his head, staring at Ji Qingmeng like a wild beast, his eyes filled with sorrow and suppressed anger. Although not directed at Ji Qingmeng, his gaze made her heart contract. "The last wish of the third brother, I want to see what they intend to do." Ji Tian-chao clenched his fist and suddenly stepped forward, disappearing in an instant. Worried about the ninth brother's impulsiveness, Ji Yunqing and the others changed their expressions and quickly followed. On the mountainside, Ji Yun-yu and Ji Qingfeng were arguing heatedly about family laws and regulations. Ji Qingyuan, on the other hand, did not speak, standing silently like a mountain, making it difficult for those around to breathe. Boom! Suddenly, Ji Qingyuan's gaze shifted, and immediately he saw the ground in the center of the venue suddenly cave in. A figure seemed to have torn through space, appearing quickly and landing in the center. His feet didn't touch the ground, but the bricks and tiles still cracked. Heavenly Dynasty War God. Recognizing the figure, the people outside the venue were taken aback, their expressions shifting as they hurriedly bowed down. This war god was born into the direct line of the family, commanding even greater awe, pursuit, and affection. Uncle 9. Ji Qingfeng, engaged in the debate, recognized the newcomer. His face changed, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Although he had been influenced by his elders, who knew of the grandfather's partiality towards this uncle and felt dissatisfied with him, the presence of the other party always gave him a sense of trepidation. This pressure was just too strong, such a lively event. Ji Tian-chao's eyes were icy, scanning the entire scene. He quickly noticed Li Hao inside the guest reception hall. As their eyes met for a moment, he knew that this was the youth who had sent his third brother back. He noticed another youth sleeping soundly at Li Hao's feet and recognized him as one of the Ji family's proud juniors. Ji Tian Chao's gaze swept over Ji Yen Yu, and he nodded slightly to this fourth sister before turning his attention to Ji Qing Yuan. All Ji Qing Yuan did was look back indifferently, but the exchange of glances seemed to conceal countless undercurrents colliding and sparking invisible fireworks. Ji Tian Chao's eyes were icy, but he did not erupt in anger. He waited until the whole place had quieted down before taking a deep breath and bellowed. My Ji family is an ancient holy clan, honoring martial prowess above all. Regardless of this youth's background, by returning the war god Yunge to us, he has done a great service to our clan. Who dares to act recklessly here? His words resounded through the hall, causing those of lower realms to feel their blood and chi vibrating and their eardrums aching. The spectators floating in the air, drawn by the commotion, felt their divine souls shaken and quickly retracted them, no longer daring to float aloft. Such was the might of the Ji family's war god, silencing tens of thousands in the square, all fearing to utter a word. Ji Qingfeng's complexion changed slightly, and looking to speak, but upon catching Ji Tian Chao's frosty look, the words died on his lips. He might argue with this aunt, Ji Yen Yu, but faced with this ninth uncle, his fear was genuine. Are you the ones causing trouble here? Ji Tian Chao turned his gaze to Ji Mingqiu and the other proud young members of the family. Ji Mingqiu and several other young elites turned pale, wishing to explain, but Ji Tian Chao's next words sealed their lips. Have your parents come to me. We'll speak of family law, of clan rules. Today, I will enforce our clan rules. Has the decorum of our Ji family been lost in our guest reception hall, where you dare to engage in conflict? With Ji Tian Chao's shout, everyone was struck with fear and trepidation. This war god Ji Tian Chao was not like Ji Qing Yuan. He had been a war god for many years, fighting side by side with the war god Yunge, and his accumulated authority was immense. Moreover, with innate holy bone, he might step into the saint realm at any moment. Ji Qing Yuan's eyebrows knitted slightly as he replied, Tian Chao, chastising our clan's proud youth for an outsider seems somewhat inappropriate, does it not? Ji Tian Chao glared, his body bristling with rage like a lion ready to roar at any second. You have objections, Qing Yuan, as a war god, you should be maintaining order instead of permitting their insolence. What is this if not a total disregard for our status and dignity? He publicly reprimanded Ji Qing Yuan without any regard for face. Ji Qing Yuan's face turned, about to respond, but Ji Tian Chao's angry retort interrupted him. What outsider? He too carries the blood of our Ji family. By returning the war god Yunge to us, to let the war god's divine soul rest peacefully, who among you can claim to have done such service, to have earned such merit? His words were filled with anger, as if a thunderstorm was brewing within him. The crowd's expression shifted slightly at his words, and they fell silent. Ji Tian Chao, these are two separate matters. We naturally rejoice at the return of war god Yunge. Ji Qing Yuan began to say. But before he could finish, Ji Tian Chao cut him off again, his rage seeming to fly about him as he roared. Rejoice, my third brother has not yet departed, and you are already troubling the child who brought him back. Do you wish for me to leave with grievances in my heart? Have I secluded myself for so long that you think all of us of the Yen generation are gone? The more Ji Tian Chao spoke, the angrier he got, pointing at Ji Qing Yuan, he accused. Who among you did not benefit from the demons slain, the evils eradicated, the retreat and flight of other holy families at the hands of war god Yunge? Whose shadow did you not sit under? From whom did you not receive blessings? Just for returning war god Yunge to our Ji family, he deserves your reverence. How dare you disrespect him in such a manner? This is not merely an insult to him, but an insult to my third brother, an insult to the war god of our Ji family. Hearing the furious rebukes of Ji Tian Chao, many onlookers at the scene all had a look of shame on their faces. Indeed, the youth had returned Ji Yunje to the Ji family, protecting their war god, and the return of a heroic spirit was a great merit to the Ji family. Let alone the fact the youth was of mixed heritage from another race, even if he were guilty of other crimes, he could be forgiven. In this silence, Ji Tian Chao glanced at Ji Qingfeng, disappointment in his eyes, but he said nothing. The grudges of the parents spanning onto their children, he had long been aware of it, but he never liked to explain, only hoping to kill more enemies, slay more demons, so the other brothers and sisters could see that the father's bias, he couldn't refuse, but he could return this love back to the family. From the crowd, someone rushed out, and upon seeing the unconscious Ji Yufan in the guest reception hall, they exclaimed in shock and anger. Yufan. The mother's call made the youth at Li Hao's feet gradually regain consciousness. What wild breed dares to hurt my son? The woman clad in luxurious dark green clothes looked at Li Hao with shock and fury, uttering a scathing rebuke. Ji Tianchao and the others' faces changed slightly. Although Ji Qingqing had done wrong by marrying someone from another race, Li Hao was still their grandson, carrying the same bloodline as theirs. Shut up, Ji Tianchao barked. Hearing this commanding and authoritative voice, the face of the luxurious woman changed slightly, and she then realized she had misspoken, but still, with indignation in her heart, she said, Heavenly Dynasty War God, my son is a prodigy, you cannot be biased towards outsiders. Your son is also worthy of being called a prodigy? Ji Tianchao angrily said, defeated by someone else, and still has the face to insult others. When did my Ji family's prodigies ever act like this? The luxurious woman hastily said, but my son stepped into the 3 immortal realms at 15, with peerless talent. Give him another 20 years, and he has a chance to reach the Dao realm. How can he not be considered a prodigy? If your son is a prodigy, how could he be defeated by someone else? Ji Tianchao said with a cold voice. Stepping into the 3 immortal realms at 15, such talent, only he had the standing to say was not worthy of the title of prodigy, because his own youth was even more astonishing. Who knows what means that foreign race used? My son's name as a prodigy is earned through actual combat, the luxurious woman said through clenched teeth, glaring at Li Hao with hatred. Ji Tianchao's eyes were cold as he said, if you are not convinced, let the two of them have a public contest again. If your son is defeated, then let's strip away his prodigy title from now on, how about that? As these words were uttered, the luxurious woman's face turned ugly, wanting to say something but stopping herself, and in the end, she held back. Seeing the other party dared not speak up, Ji Tianchao snorted coldly and said, Your son has decent talent, but with a mother who dotes on him like you, I'm afraid he will only be ruined. Willful and rude, where is the semblance of a prodigy? For the next 10 years, let him cultivate on Kuyan Mountain. Unless he cultivates to defy fate, you and your son are not to see each other. Heavenly Dynasty War God. The luxurious woman called out anxiously, but seeing the cold glare from Ji Tianchao, her heart went cold, and she dared not say more. Elder Brother 9, are you going to show favoritism towards this youth? From the crowd, a figure stepped forward, clad in ink-dyed long robes, exuding a sense of nobility. Seeing this person, Ji Tianchao and those beside him, such as Ji Yunqing, all showed a change in expression. Elder Brother. A complex and somewhat angry look flashed in Ji Tianchao's eyes. I dare not claim such a thing, said the elder in the ink-dyed robes indifferently. By adhering to family laws and traditions, our clan can thrive. You already broke the rules. Do you intend to continue doing so? Ji Tianchao could tell what was implied in his words, his gaze turning grim, a tinge of pain subtly breaking through, he said. Elder Brother, our third brother has just passed away. Upon hearing this, the elder in the ink-dyed robes' indifferent expression shifted slightly. In his eyes, a flicker of surprise emerged upon seeing the sorrow at the bottom of Ji Tianchao's eyes. His fingers within his sleeves unconsciously tightened slightly. But quickly, his expression returned to its previous cold detachment, colder than before, he said. Before he passed, didn't he come to see me, his elder brother, even once? Ji Tianchao gave a bitter smile and said, Elder Brother, our third brother is but a weary heroic spirit. Shouldn't it be you visiting him? The man in the ink-dyed robes was silent. Ji Tianchao looked at him deeply, his disappointment hard to hide. However, soon after, he reined in his emotions, his gaze turning icy as he surveyed the entire room. When he saw the countless faces around him, he coldly enunciated each word. Our clan laws and traditions must indeed be observed, but our clan holds that the strong rule, the capable rise to the top. Everyone has the opportunity for advancement, as long as you are outstanding, as long as you are a prodigy. No matter your origin, legitimate or illegitimate, even if you're a house slave, you can become a prodigy and enjoy the highest cultivation resources of the family. Does anyone object to this? The room fell silent. This was the long-standing rule of the Ji family, and no one opposed it. The capable on top, the strong revered, is a common rule and awareness in the great wilderness heaven. Ji Tianchao's gaze was icy as he said, since everyone agrees, then his defeat of Ji Yufan also qualifies him as a prodigy of our clan, deserving of the treatment for a family prodigy. Ji Qingfeng's expression changed slightly as he looked towards his father, only to see his own father in the ink-dyed robes lift his line of sight slightly, gazing towards the peak of Sacred Mountain, as if in a trance. I have not been defeated yet." In this silence, a voice rang out, belonging to Ji Yufen, who was attempting to rise to his feet at Li Hao's side. His face flushed with red, filled with shame and anger. Being witnessed by so many, to be defeated by someone of mixed blood was utterly humiliating. "Go back to sleep." Li Hao raised his hand, slapping the back of Ji Yufen's head, sending him, who had just stood up, crashing back into the deep pit at his feet. The youth who had just awakened was now once again plunged into sleep within a second.